Alrighty, we are live. I'm not wearing my pinky ring. I just got a really bad paper cut at work today. A really, really bad paper cut at work. Hey, there we go. Ha 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 ha. Hey, what's up, Cherie? What up, Anubis? Thank you for the like. Hey, Bing Bong. What up, Big Richie Lizzie? All right, so here's what we're gonna do. Sorry, I got the sniffles. I took some cold medicine, so I should be able to last throughout the duration of the stream without going crazy, sneezing and coughing. But hopefully, that is. But we'll see how it goes. So, what's on the agenda for tonight? I gonna do some news, obviously, but I'm also gonna watch because I have yet to actually watch the VOD of Hippy Dippy from Sunday night. So, um, kind of in the same vein of like Vosh and them. Um, I want to review the stream to see like if I want to see where I could have improved, both in terms of like actual arguments and also just like being more entertaining and not being like fucking weird. You know what I mean? No, I didn't get the Johnson and Johnson. I got the Pfizer, but the Pfizer is the second worst. I think Pfizer is like 39% efficacy, but yeah, I'm definitely getting a booster in a couple of weeks for sure, 1000%. Hey, thank you, Ray. Love you, bro. All right. Them coughs tell a different story. It ain't COVID is not the only disease that makes you cough, bro. Like, come on now, be reasonable. You got your J&J booster today, but yeah, I gotta wait. I gotta wait till the end of the month to get my Pfizer booster. TOS. What's TOS? Talking about reporting for misinformation. I don't have COVID though, bro. Yeah, that would be you be doing Twitch's fucking job because they were no, was it Twitch? It was either Twitch or it might have been Facebook. I can't even remember who fucking blamed my VOD or blamed the stream for COVID misinformation when I was literally yelling at people for not taking the vaccine. You should definitely take the vaccine. COVID is a real problem. The vaccine works. You know, just in case anyone is gonna try to blame my shit again. I am not purveying any misinformation. I'm not grifting. I make $0.00 off of telling people to go get COVID. So I would actually prefer the opposite. I would much prefer if people did not get COVID so that we could be done with this shit already. But um that's one of the things I want to talk about too also. Wait, I didn't pull that link up, did I? Shit. Oh, there it is. I sent it to you all in chat. Cool. So there's that. Whoops. Let me find. I found everything except the. Here we go. Cool. All right. The judge's ringtone, I want to talk about that. I definitely want to talk about that. Straight Trump worship, yeah. If you think that's straight Trump worship, you should see some of these comments on the YouTube video for this shit. We'll look at all that. We'll look at all that. That'll be something that we do, even though probably shouldn't. But let me get all my ducks in a row here. Ooh, you can see my flip flops over here. Let me just put my flip flops on. All right. I think this is about all the people I'm going to get in here, so I'm going to go ahead and start. And I'm going to start off with some COVID information. So here's this. As the Delta variant became the dominant strain across the United States, all 3 COVID-19 vaccines lost some of their efficacy between early March and late September. The efficacy of the vaccines declined by 35% to 85% according to a new study, which is absolutely fucking insane. Researchers from the Public Health Institute in Oakland gathered data on nearly 800,000 U.S. veterans. They found that in early March, the 3 vaccines were roughly equal in their ability to prevent infections. Let's turn this down, because this is punishing my ears. But by the end of September, the effectiveness of Moderna's 2-dose COVID-19 vaccine, measured as 89% effective in March, was only 58% effective. The effectiveness of the Pfizer vaccine, which also requires employed 2 doses, fell from 87% to 45% in the same period. And most strikingly, the effectiveness of the Johnson & Johnson single-dose vaccine plunged from 86% to just 13%. Since veterans tend to be older and more likely to be men than other Americans, the study results can't be extrapolated to the country as a whole. But with millions of vaccinated Americans pondering whether they need a booster, the new study offers the most comprehensive comparison of how the 3 vaccines have performed across the nation. Johnson & Johnson representatives did not immediately respond to requests to discuss the study's findings. Of course they would. They're probably embarrassed as fuck. Alright, so that's that. No, Linus, I'm sorry. Let's talk about Paul Gosar, because this was wild. I don't know if anyone's heard about or seen this. Let me see if I can't find the actual video itself. Representative Paul Gosar from Arizona shared an altered animated video that depicts him killing Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez and swinging 2 swords at President Biden, prompting condemnation and calls for his Twitter and Instagram accounts to be suspended. Now, I don't agree with that. That's kind of cringe. I'm not going to lie. It's literally just a really fucking bad anime edit, but I will say that it is in particularly bad taste considering, his constituency literally tried to fucking kidnap and assassinate AOC 10 months ago. And, yeah, that shit is wild. Let me mute the messenger. Let me see if I can't find this wild ass fucking video. Is this it? No, I can't. They might have taken it down. I wish I would have saved it. Oh, here it is. Here it is. Here it is. Here it is. I found it. I found it. I found it. Hold on. You sent it a messenger? I found it. This shit is shameful. Sheesh. I don't get why right-wingers are like so horny to be just like openly and blatantly racist. With the little horses, yo, like, come on now. Look at this, dude. Like, the part about AOC is easily the least offensive part of this video. And he just randomly cuts in Matt Gaetz and Trump. Like, yo, holy shit, dude. The grift, the right-wing grift is so fucking advanced. I say over and over again, to vote Republican, you have to know literally absolutely nothing about politics, and I'm proven correct on that time and time again. Like, just look at Dave Rubin, dude. He's like proof positive that you have to know absolutely nothing. Words do not matter, and it doesn't fucking matter what your actual position is. As long as you hate the right people, Republicans will support you. I see Hassan trending. I don't even want to click that, but I'm going to. What is he trending for now? This is a deranged man. Oh my god. I don't think this is what he's trending for, but this is pretty fucking gnar. He had his kinfolk card revoked like a minute ago, right? I forget what he originally got traded to the other side for. I don't remember who he traded him for either, but this is fucking wild, yo.
We're here. I heard Amazon was hiring a bajillion people and thought I'd take a look for myself. Do you have to go with the arrow up?
Yeah.
The arrow up. So Amazon does pay for tuition?
Yep.
So what do you think my major should be? Hi, Savannah.
Hi, Gary.
Wait, I get to drive a forklift? Benefits, tuition, and flexible hours. They're hiring everywhere, so check it out for yourself. We're here. I heard
Wild.
Amazon was hiring a...
Terry, you knew Terry was going to do this. Terry Crews about to make anti-union vids they show internally. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if that were next. Imagine a world where instead of paying their factory workers and like warehouse workers, they just like pay millions of dollars to celebrities and actors to make anti-union videos and PR. Wild. And now to what we're talking about with the Kyle Rittenhouse's judge. So I'm gonna read more into this because I don't know too much about it. I just heard it today. So let's watch this really quick.
I don't think that's necessarily what I'm supposed to do. But I think the court has to make some findings as it relates to the bad faith on the part of the prosecution. And if the court makes a finding that
oh yeah, that's what he got canceled for. We refused to side with Gabrielle Union. Yeah, for sure.
Actions that I had talked about.
Oh fuck. So here it is.
Finding that the actions that I had talked about were done in bad faith, then I think both elements.
This dude. Okay, so here's the thing. Here's what maybe I'm just not understanding. Like, God bless the USA. I guess that was supposed to be God bless the USA. It's like hella common. I don't know if Trump really owns that in a way that we can make a affirmative statement that like this dude is definitely a Trumpster because of this. There's some other it goes in total like with some other things that we know about this judge, but I don't think that it would be particularly accurate to be like this is proof positive that this dude's a Trumpster. Let's read more into it and see. And I kind of want to get some other opinions on it too. So we'll read the tweets that are in this as well. But the ringtone of Judge Bruce Schroeder was revealed to be God Bless the USA by Lee Greenwood when it rang as the judge was presiding over the trial of Kyle Rittenhouse in Kenosha, Wisconsin. The song has been heavily used at rallies headlined by former President Donald Trump. As the trial was returning from lunch, the Rittenhouse defense team was speaking when the judge's phone rang to the tune of the patriotic anthem. Judge Schroeder's phone rings in the middle of the Rittenhouse trial, and it just happens to be the theme song from the Trump rallies when he walks on stage. Go figure, attorney Ron Flipikowski tweeted. I mean, of course, prosecution's attorney would say that. The judge said that he will consider a defense motion for a mistrial after the defendant took the stand on Wednesday. Wild. Yeah, and there it is.
I don't think that a part of the actions that I had talked about were done in bad faith. Then I think both elements.
Wild. Mr. Rittenhouse's attorneys are seeking a mistrial with prejudice due to what they called prosecutorial misconduct. The defense accused prosecutors of violating Mr. Rittenhouse's rights by mentioning his silence in the wake of the 25th August 2020 shootings and by referencing a video that was previously deemed inadmissible. Wild. If the motion is granted, Mr. Rittenhouse cannot be tried again for the same crimes. What? The 18-year-old is facing 5 charges, including homicide and minor in possession of a weapon for shooting dead Joseph Rosenbaum and Anthony Huber and injuring Gage Grosskreutz during protests in Kenosha, Wisconsin. He could be sentenced to a maximum of life in prison if convicted. So minor in possession of a weapon, that just kind of seems like a fucking no-brainer to me. Like he literally did that shit. Duh. They're really trying to throw this whole case out. I've never been so disgusted. I mean, so I don't know, dude. It's wild that I don't know. I got him doing it. I got him granting this kid a mistrial. I got him doing it just off the strength of, because I was talking about this with Fade earlier. I'm positive, especially with what I was saying earlier with the ringtone and shit. Like this dude, this judge knew what his ruling was going to be before he even took the bench, right? The Trudges Proud to be an American by Lee Greenwood ringtone interrupting the trial is the part of the script I would have cut. That's funny. God Bless the USA is the opening song played at every Trump rally. Lee Greenwood literally sang it at Trump's inauguration, Mikael Gillette tweeted. Holy fuck, dude. They will make a movie about this and no one will believe it's based on actual events. One Twitter user added. The dog, this is crazy. You know when Judge Schroeder sends the jury back to deliberate, he's going to send them off with "Let's go, Brandon." Judge Schroeder ruled ahead of the trial that the prosecutors cannot refer to the 2 people Mr. Rittenhouse stands accused of killing as victims. The judge decided last month that the term was too loaded, but that Mr. Rittenhouse's legal team can use words such as rioters and looters to refer to the men who were shot if they could produce evidence to back up the designations. Which is like... that in and of itself was wild. This is what confirmed for me. Like... Hold on. Can we get a picture of Judge Schroeder? Because the dude is very thumbish. Let's go back to... Let me see if I can get a still of him after he puts his phone away. Look at this guy. You can't look at me and tell him he does not have fucking thumb phrenology. That man is built like a fucking phalange, right? So I saw that mug and immediately was like, oh, okay, Kyle Rittenhouse is going to walk, right? And then it's like, you know... the people that he literally shot that are dead now because of him, we can't call them his victims, but we can go ahead and call them rioters and looters. Like, that was so fucking wild. If more than one of those people were engaged in arson, rioting, or looting, then I'm not going to tell the defense they can't call them that, the judge said during a pre-trial hearing, which is such a wild fucking standard to meet, because that means that just like with the J20 shit, where like one person broke one car window and like dozens of people ended up catching felony charges behind that, like if they could demonstrate that just one person was starting fires or whatever there, then they could make the claim that everyone there was looting or rioting or whatever, except for Kyle Rittenhouse, naturally. The only people who were there and that were supposed to be there, right? The only people who were breaking the law for a good reason, right, were not the protesters protesting the dude who is now paralyzed from the waist down because he was extrajudicially fucking shot by a police officer. I guess extrajudicially is not really the word there, but the dude was shot by a police officer when he was unarmed and is paralyzed now. The people who were there protesting that are not breaking the law when they're breaking the curfew, right? But the fucking 3%ers and oath keepers and shit, like all those people, fucking Freudian slip, oath breakers, all those people, fucking, when they're breaking the law by breaking curfew to be there, they're doing it for a good reason, right? Just like with the shit that fucking Double Shine kept saying with like, yo, all the people there. We'll get to that. We'll watch that. We'll get to that. We'll get to that. The word victim is a loaded word. I think alleged victim is a cousin to it, he added. Rulings like this aren't uncommon in trials deciding cases of self-defense, the Chicago Tribune reported. And I said that earlier in the stream, like in the whatever I was talking about, that. And this is what they tried to like dunk on me about at the end of the conversation, was the difference between killing someone and murdering someone, because murder is a legal term, right? If you are found guilty of murder, right? What up, Fujin? This is the reason why an ME can write homicide, right? An ME can write homicide. If another person kills you, your death is by homicide. Someone else killed you, but they have to go to court and be convicted of murder before anyone can say that they murdered you. It's the silliest and goofiest shit ever, but hey, we have a broken system that's intentionally designed to be that goofy. So, and here's the craziest part about that, because so the judge admonishes prosecution for, first of all, hold on, what was it? I know it was because they referenced a video where Kyle Rittenhouse was talking about how he wanted to go shoot protesters that, for reasons unknown, was not permissible in court as evidence. But what else did he freak out about? It was something in conjunction with something else too. Oh, and yeah, and they mentioned his silence after he was arrested, which is weird. I'll give them that, because just like the judge said, that's literally what the fuck you're supposed to do. You're not supposed to talk to police no matter who you are.
Your Honor, Mr. Binger is either forgetting the court's rulings or attempting to provoke a mistrial in this matter. He knows he can't go into this, and he's asking the questions. I asked the court to strongly admonish him, and the next time it happens, I'll be asking for a mistrial with prejudice. He's an experienced attorney, and he knows better.
Mr. Binger?
First of all, Your Honor, this was the subject of a motion. I'm well aware of that, and the court left the door open.
For me, not for you.
My understanding of
You should have come and asked for reconsideration. You did on the one motion, and in fact, I granted your motion for reconsideration.
That was not our motion.
Excuse me. I did. I granted.
We did not move
that
to
was
reconsider.
their motion.
We have not filed any motions.
Oh, look at this guy.
That was their motion for reconsideration, which I denied. But I said I denied it, or I indicated a bias towards denial is what I did. Held it open with a bias towards denial. Why would you think that made it okay for you, without any advance notice, to bring this matter before the jury. I was astonished when you began your examination by commenting on the defendant's post-arrest silence. That's basic law. It's been basic law in this country for 40 years, 50 years. I have no idea why you would do something like that. And it gives, well, I'll leave it at that. So I don't know what you're up to.
May I respond?
Yes.
We filed an other acts motion on this exact issue because, in my mind, and I argued this, it is identical to what was going on the night of August 25th, in the sense that the defendant was using this exact same weapon. He was using it in a manner to try and protect property.
No, he wasn't.
Your Honor, with all due respect,
I'm not going to rehash the motion. That's absolutely untrue. No. Your arguments of record, my comments are of record, and why I ruled as I did is of record. There's nothing that I heard in this trial to suggest anything's changed. Even if you're correct in your assumption that you know more than I did at the time, you should have come to the court and say, I want to go into this.
Yikes, dude.
Why you would think that you could go into it without any advance notice to the court, I don't understand that. And as the defense is pointing out, you're an experienced trial lawyer, and this should not have been gone into.
Your Honor, there have been things in this case, testimony in this case, that I believe opens the door to this. For example, the defense has introduced evidence that the defendant pointed a gun at a man wearing yellow pants because that person was on a car, on the car source lot. Now, there's no justification that I can think of why the defendant would point that gun at someone. The defendant has just testified this morning that he agreed with that person in the yellow pants, that he pointed the gun at him. He said, I was joking when I said that to the guy in the yellow pants, but he said, he's acknowledged that he told the person in the yellow pants, yeah, you're right. I did point a gun at you when you were sitting on a car.
He said, I did. That's what he
Exactly.
testified.
So he's agreeing. May I finish, please? I'd like to have a chance to make a record, if I could, without being interrupted, if that's okay. He has mentioned that he's acknowledged that he's used this gun to protect property. He's also just acknowledged that he knows he can't do that. I am attempting to impeach him now with the prior August 10th incident, 15 days prior, involving the same gun, where he is threatening to use that gun to protect property. It goes...
He didn't have the gun with him.
Your Honor, he is saying he wished he did so he could shoot people.
You know, there's a lot of difference between commenting about something when you haven't...
Holy shit, dude. This judge.
Someone when you do.
You know, it's interesting, Your Honor, because the entire defense theory in this case is Joseph Rosenbaum, who was unarmed...
I want you to tell me what the defense theory of the case is. I want...
May I respond to what you just said, Your Honor? I'd like to respond to what you just said.
Slow down, please.
I apologize, Madam Court Reporter, but I'd like to try and make a record without anyone interrupting me, if that's okay. I believe that there is a central part of this case that Mr. Rosenbaum is making threats that he has no ability to carry out. So, to your point, Your Honor, you're arguing that this August 10th incident, one aspect of why you don't believe it's relevant is the defendant didn't have the gun with him. This case is about someone who didn't have a weapon, and yet the jury
This makes
is being
perfect
told
sense to me.
because of those threats. That means the defendant has to defend himself. So, with all due respect, Your Honor, mere verbal threats have already been shown to this jury and used as a basis for someone's subsequent actions.
So for anyone who doesn't understand what he's saying, basically, what the defense is asserting is that it doesn't matter whether or not Joseph Rosenbaum actually had a weapon on him when he threatened Kyle Rittenhouse, right? It doesn't matter. He still could have been considered dangerous because there was no way to verify whether or not he actually had a weapon, right? So that means that it was justifiable for Kyle Rittenhouse to then shoot him. Conversely, when we're talking about Kyle Rittenhouse, talking about how he wanted to shoot people, right? When he threatened this person in the yellow pants saying that he was going to shoot them, right? That is thrown out because he didn't actually have the gun on him. So it means he wasn't dangerous. So it's insignificant, right? it's a double standard. It's a very blatant and obvious double standard. And I commend this attorney for trying to point it out. I might have maneuvered. I'm not an attorney, so I'm not going to fucking armchair quarterback his shit. But I don't know. It seems like there might have been a better way to go about doing this. And because like I said, it seems like the judge was already tilted before he even took the bench. But now he's like going back and forth with Duke. So it's like he's going to he's pissing him off. You know what I mean? He's pissing him off. Yeah, what makes no sense to me is why the judge is going in so hard on the prosecutor other than commenting on the silence. It's because he's a chud, dude. He's a fucking thumb. Look at him. Hold on, let's finish this shit. And then I'll talk about it.
I am attempting with the defendant to use his mere verbal threat on August 10th, 15 days prior, that he's going to shoot shoplifters with his AR-15 to impeach the defendant in a murder trial. I would ask the court's forbearance to do that. I apologize, Your Honor. You're right. I probably should have brought this to your attention earlier.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like that one Twitter user said, I guess. They're going to write a movie about this trial in like 15, 20 years, and no one will believe that it's based on a true story. Either that or everyone will believe it's based on a true story because it'll be written like, because that's the other thing about this, right? Is we don't know what the political climate is going to be. So that tweet could very well be the opposite of the truth. People will believe it's based on a true story, but it'll be like a hero's tale where Kyle Rittenhouse is the plucky underdog that is set upon by a corrupt government, and this judge is rooting for him, and he happens to like. It's just this is so fucking gross, and it's pretty fucking wild. I don't get how people could like really genuinely. I don't get it. I genuinely don't get it. To say that this was self-defense in any capacity, like it's self-defense literally, but not self-defense legally to me. The same way that there's a difference between killing someone and murdering someone, right? It was literally self-defense in the moment, okay? In that, sure, he might have felt threatened, he might have been in fear in his life, so he responded accordingly. That's completely ignoring the fact that he should not have been there in the first place, right? He was underage, he was 17, so I'm sure there was some kind of curfew, some youth curfew laws on the books just under normal circumstances for him, right? But there was definitely a curfew in Kenosha due to what was going on there, which is what he knew about, which is what he specifically geared up to go to, right? Got himself his IFAC and AR-15 and went out to go protect some property, right? As part of this fantasy that conservatives have, where they want someone to break into their house or they want a mass shooter to break out in public or whatever so they can shoot someone and get away with it. Everyone knows someone like this. To pretend like this is not a thing is asinine, right? This is exactly what the fuck he was doing, right? So he got this gun that his daddy bought for him, right? That he was in an unlawful possession of. And I want to get into that too, because just like he admitted in the trial, which is wild. It's wild that conservatives are talking about how shitty the defense is when it's beyond me. Absolutely beyond me that the prosecution would bring this up. So the reason why he had a rifle and not a pistol is because in order for him to own a pistol, like in order for a person to own a pistol, there's a very stringent legal process, right? You got to go through a background check. You have to be of legal age. You have to apply for a handgun license, right? All of this shit before you can even, purchase a pistol, let alone carry it. And then once you purchase it, that specific pistol is registered specifically to you as your firearm, right? This is not the case with a rifle. With a rifle, you go through a background check, but you don't need a license to own a rifle, and the rifle is not registered to you. So you could literally just buy one and give it to someone, right? So that's what they did, and the prosecution said as much. He wanted a pistol, couldn't have one legally, so his parents bought him an AR-15 rifle. Why? Because he said it looked cool. He just thought it looked cool. Go figure. Not for hunting, right? Just because it looked cool. And he wanted one. which is, you know, free country, do you and all that. But that's such a wild look when you're literally on trial for murder, dog. You're literally on trial for murder. I don't know, dude. This shit's nuts. Let's see the crocodile tears that Kyle Rittenhouse had on deck for the stand. This is an op-ed. A sobbing Kyle Rittenhouse already won even before his trial is over. If convicted, he'll become a right-wing martyr. If he is freed, it's a message to others like him that prison won't be in their future. And that's exactly what I've been saying, is that the optics on this are already trash because they've been like, he's had like multi-million-dollar, or not multi-million-dollar, I don't think, but like $1 million GoFundMes and shit. People have been sending him money in fucking droves. That's why I said, even if he goes to jail, his books are going to be proper, son. He's going to be kicked up in jail if he goes to jail. The only thing he'll be missing is pussy, and he might be able to get that depending on where he goes. But Kyle Rittenhouse, in an unusual move for a defendant, took the witness stand Wednesday. He took the witness stand as a character witness for himself and did nothing but cry uncontrollably and sob uncontrollably. And dumbass people, which is dumb as fuck, right? And okay, so imagine this, right? Imagine me, right, in my anti-cop Dorner Crew shirt, right? And I live in Chambersburg, Pennsylvania. It's like, nah, that's too far. Let's say I live in DC. Let's say I live in DC, and I work in Baltimore, so I'm familiar with Baltimore City. The night of the protests, and this is hypothetical, the night of the protests that happened there, that I live streamed, imagine if instead of me doing that, I lived in DC and I geared up in my anti-cop Dorner Crew t-shirt with an AR-15 and an IFAK and rubber gloves and traipsed my ass on to Baltimore City. How far do you think I'd get? I wouldn't take 3 fucking steps before I got absolutely laced. And anybody who wants to assert otherwise is a liar. Either a liar or a complete fucking idiot. And even if that weren't the case, imagine if after the fact I took the stand as a witness for myself and then did nothing but sob uncontrollably for like 15 minutes. Like, this is fucking absurd. And that, are you still black? Oh yeah, that's what I'm saying. If Kyle Rittenhouse was black, if Kyle Rittenhouse was like there for Black Lives Matter, or Kyle Rittenhouse was from like the Not Fucking Around Coalition or something like that, they would have laced him immediately. He would be dead. That's what would have happened. And like, it's funny, like it's a joke, but it's dead ass. That's factuals. That's actual factuals. All facts, no printer. If Kyle Rittenhouse was representing Antifa or fucking something like that, even if Kyle Rittenhouse was still white, if he was there black blocked up representing Antifa, he would have got fucking laced, right? We know this. This is obvious to everyone with more than 2 fucking brain cells, right? But because he was there clicked up with the fucking 3%ers and the Oath Keepers and so on and so forth, he's a national hero somehow to the right wingers, right? We're with the fact that we're even allowing this conversation to take place in the public eye the way that it is, right? Where we're two sidesing this shit. Whereas if it was, matter of fact, I don't even have to fucking pontificate about this, right? Because there is an actual example of this happening, right? Let's talk about Michael Rhinell. On August 29, 2020, Aaron Danielson, an American supporter of the right-wing group Patriot Prayer, was shot and killed after participating in a pro-Trump caravan which drove through Portland, Oregon, displaying banners and signs supporting President Donald Trump and clashing with participants in the local George Floyd protests. So these are people who went out of their way to go to the George Floyd protests and fucking beat on people, start shit with people, aligned with Patriot Prayer, right? Which is a right-wing white supremacist group. Far right. Far-right groups such as Proud Boys have attended the rallies organized by Patriot Prayer, as well as white nationalists, sparking controversy and violence. Okay, so on September 3rd, 2020, Danielson's suspected killer, Michael Reinell, a far-left anti-fascist activist and Antifa supporter, was shot and killed by a federally led fugitive task force near Lacey, Washington. Danielson's killing was the first time in over 26 years that a self-identified anti-fascist activist had been charged with homicide. A 7-month investigation by the Thurston County Sheriff's Office concluded that Reinell had most likely initiated an exchange of gunfire with officers before he was killed, which is also not true. The police are going to say that because they're the police. President Donald Trump commended the... I thought that said condemned, but it said commended. President Donald Trump commended the U.S. Marshals for shooting Reinell and described his death as retribution. So here we have two different people, right? Two different people, two different ideologies. You have Kyle Rittenhouse and you have Michael Reinell. On the one hand, you have this right-wing kid who was breaking no less than 2 laws to be where he was in the position that he was at the time that he committed the actions in question, right? I won't say murdered. At the time that he killed the people that he killed, he was breaking no less than 2 laws to do that, right? Whereas with Michael Reinell, here you have literal avowed white supremacists, right? And coming from me as a black person, I tell you what, dog, I don't give a fuck whether I know you're armed or not. If I see a Klan hood, I'm scared. Point blank, period. I don't give a fuck. Like, I would consider my life to be in danger, right? So if this person, Michael Reinell, who is down, who is allegedly a far leftist, allegedly anti-fascist, right? He would recognize this, especially if they were already specifically there to clash with George Floyd protesters. And if he thought that one of those protesters armed, whatever, yeah, I would file that. If Kyle Rittenhouse driving 20 minutes away to fucking protect property, to protect the used car lot and shooting 3 people is self-defense, then this guy shooting white supremacists at a George Floyd protest is 1000% self-defense. But mind you, we have 2 different fucking results, right? Here we have Kyle Rittenhouse, whose trial is everything that it is. And then we have Michael Reinell, who was immediately found guilty of murder and then extrajudicially killed. I have so much trouble with that word. They laced him. Matter of fact, they almost hit like 7 innocent bystanders because they fucking like unloaded. It was like all these fucking marshals that just mag dumped on this motherfucker, right? Swiss cheesed him, canoed him, everything, right? So it's just this whole thing just in this comparison here is absolutely fucking ridiculous. So there's that. Real quick before I get into John Marstondom, that's exactly what they did. Dalvin Cook was maced by a female military sergeant after she illegally entered his home during domestic violence dispute. Well, you know, I guess that was self-defense. Oh my God. And I want to really quick before I go into the Hippy Dippy shit, I really want to talk about this because it hits close to home for me. This is taking place in Maryland and it's really fucked up. And I really need people to understand how fucked up it is, right? School officials welcome Homeland Security surveillance after student fights. Administrators in a Maryland school district say they wanted help monitoring school safety, but sweeping surveillance could land kids in gang databases and families in deportation proceedings. So we talked on the stream before about how the police have straight up databases and knowledge, like intimate knowledge of kids' docs, basically, in Florida, kids that are potential problem children, right? Kids that are gang affiliated, have trouble in school, have had suspensions or fighting or whatever. But this is the next level in the teenage panopticon. So in late October, after a series of student fights broke out at public schools in Prince George's County School District, officials informed parents in the predominantly black suburb, imagine that, of Washington, D.C., that they were taking steps to respond. All has been handled, wrote Timothy Gover, a school security official, in an email reviewed by The Intercept. With footage of some fights circulating online, Gover added, also reached out to the A. Sergeant Tylis of Homeland Security, and they are going to attempt to monitor social media in reference to the Suitland and Wise, two high schools where fights had recently taken place. Thanks for the like, Wayne. Anthony Tillman, a local education activist, posted Gover's email in a community Facebook group. The email listed other measures, including the temporary addition of extra school security to the two high schools and a request to the local police department for reinforcements. But it was the casual reference to Homeland Security that stood out. 2 years ago, the Prince George's County Council voted unanimously to bar all county agencies from working with U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement, a subdivision of the Department of Homeland Security. But if state and local Homeland Security divisions collect student data, agents can enter that information into any of the many federal DHS databases, creating a backdoor route for federal surveillance and immigration enforcement. Prince George's County Public Schools spokesperson Megan Gabra, I'm not even going to try, confirmed in an email to The Intercept that Homeland Security was contacted to support monitoring social media for student conflicts to mitigate a possible school fight. While the county has its own Office of Homeland Security, Gebreselassie, is that it? Gebreselassie, okay. Gebreselassie clarified that the school district works with a separate Homeland Security division housed within the Prince George's County Police Department. She said the district contacts the office regularly for assistance when it comes to ensuring student safety. You can't coom unless you're spying on Americans? Yeah. The warrantless dragnet surveillance of minors is a clear violation of their civil rights and is an immediately... I'm just going to start this whole paragraph over, bro, because I can't English today. Let me get a drink of water, too. This warrantless dragnet surveillance of minors is a clear violation of their civil rights and is an immediate threat to undocumented students and students with undocumented family members, wrote Daniel Green, a Prince George's County parent, in an email to Board of Education CEO Monica Goldson and 13 board members. Green raised concerns that the district's practices were in violation of the 2019 ordinance barring cooperation with ICE and said that he would be filing Freedom of Information Act requests for more information. I don't believe federal anti-terror and anti-immigration surveillance is in any way suited to the task of settling fights among minors, he wrote. So that's cool. So they're already taking steps. They're filing FOIA requests and all that. I honestly don't feel like reading all this. I want to just get right into the meat, right into the heart of the matter. So here we go. Some of you know I was on Hippy Dippy recruitment. No nitty gritty. Nitty gritty on what? On Rap Game Tim Pool. Not on that. I'm also going to zoom my camera in a little bit. There we go. So without further ado, let's get into some shit. You all probably know my opinion on the Kyle Rittenhouse trial. If not, I'll reassert my opining. What's up, Obscura? No, we're not watching this whole 3-hour joint. Yeah, we're not watching Scuffed Jeopardy. We're definitely not watching Scuffed Jeopardy. I'm absolutely not watching all that. There might be some memes in there, kind of funny, but I don't think I want to watch all that. I honestly probably don't even have time to watch all of this because I'm gonna have to go to bed at some point because I gotta get up early for work. But anyway, you came for the good part, yes. So if my positions were unclear, I believe that Kyle Rittenhouse murdered those people. He should not have been in Kenosha. Now, as an abolitionist, my details of what should happen after that are fuzzy. I don't think anyone should spend life in prison or any crazy shit like that. obviously. I'm principled across the board in that sense, but he should definitely not just go without any form of consequences from this. He should not walk from this, right? Yeah, that's gonna be my take throughout. Mine and Alec's take throughout, because he's based. Everybody who's not following Alec Gunter on Twitch, make sure you follow Alec Gunter. He's based as fuck, as you'll see in this conversation. But yeah, let's get it going.
Find you, what you're standing for and everything. So yeah, let's start by Lucas. How are you doing?
I'm doing all right. Just shining with my chat. How's it going?
Doing good. All right, there are people where they can find you and everything.
Oh yeah. I'm sorry. I had
He
you
does
guys.
have sick traps.
I was deafened. Sorry. I didn't know we were starting. My name is Lucas Bustillo. I'm originally from Cuba. You can find me on Twitch at Lucas_Bustillo. Bustillo is spelled Bustillo, and I'm also on YouTube. Actually, I don't really use YouTube that much, but it's kind of like something I'm planning to do more moving forward. And it's the same name, Lucas Bustillo. Yeah.
All right, glad to have you on board. And the cemetery. How are you doing?
I'm not doing too bad. How you doing?
Doing good.
So
I was on Push to
I'm
Talk
Endless
at first.
Cemetery. I stream out of Baltimore, Maryland. I was born in Dayton, Ohio, but I grew up here in Baltimore. I became significantly
Cuban ANCAP, yes. Put a pin in that.
more involved in politics and stuff after the Freddie Gray uprising.
Sorry.
And it's fine. But yeah, I got more involved politically in terms of like reading theory and stuff after the Freddie Gray uprising here. And last year I got involved in streaming and stuff more when like I said earlier, I was live streaming from the protests after the George Floyd protests events here in Baltimore last year, streaming like police brutality and interviewing people in the street and stuff, interviewing police officers and stuff. And I guess you could describe me as a leftist. One of the cornerstones of my politics is abolition. So that's kind of where I'm coming from there.
All right. Happy to have you on the show.
Thank you.
Phil.
Happy to be here.
Phil. Happy to have you back. How are you doing?
This guy.
Well. You need 5 wells for a truly dramatic introduction. Folks, the king has returned. It is I, the man of the hour, the man with the power, the man that makes the other podcast cower, your king of extreme, Phil KOE. Glad to be here. Hippy Dippy.
I look silly because he was next to me.
All of these amazing shows. What do you do when not following them, folks? But you can find me, your king of extreme,
Gotta mute.
at
Chill
KOE
out.
Nation on YouTube, KOE Nation on Twitch, and now, brand new debuting, KOE Nation on TikTok, folks. My kingdom expands by the day.
I will say that I'm not gonna pause too much in the intros, but Phil, his like he's a personality. Yes, Obscura Camera. If he wasn't a chud, I'd probably love this dude. We were talking about how he scuffed Jim Cornette, but like we were talking before everything kicked in that about like wrestling and all this cool shit. But I always knew in the back of my head, like I don't know about this guy, but anyway.
So, folks, I am looking forward to spending this time with you, and thank you for being here. Thank you for joining us. And
But he definitely gets the crowd hype.
Into these topics with all of these beautiful people, and with that, I yield back.
Don't play
folks.
corny like that.
Hell yeah. Bringing the energy and the spice. Always happy to have you on board. Speaking of energy, how is my co-host doing after this wonderful Hippy Dippy Rumble?
I'm doing outstanding.
Hell yeah.
That dude was wild.
So yeah.
You see that? Hold on. It's the dramatic pause. See, that's what you got to wait for, folks. There's 5 wells, and then, of course, there's me. Right? So I want to welcome everybody here to the Hippy Dippy Sunday Recruitment Show, where it's going to be your job to entertain me. If I'm not entertained...
I completely forgot about that with Jim Cornette. That was fucking wild.
You can bet your bottom fucking dollar I'm going to start saying some shit that at least entertains me, right? Because if the square root of who's being entertained involves me, well, that means I'm going to have a good time. But
Jim
hopefully
Cuckett.
everybody else is going to at home as well. And that's what we're always shooting for around these parts. And with that, Mr. Geek, always a pleasure to be here, buddy. I'm looking forward to
Yeah,
a
I
good
only support
conversation,
consensual
and,
cooking.
I feel like Lucas is going to bring something a little special tonight.
Hell yeah.
Let me, and that's why, because they all thought he was gonna clap me. I don't know why fucking right wingers do this, but they're always like, "Oh, if you love communism so much, well, here's this guy who lived under communism and his family, his entire family, got fucking all their slaves got taken away, and he's gonna tell you about how much communism sucks." And I'm just like, "What the like, dude, like." And honestly, that's what I was waiting for the whole conversation, is for him to say some shit like, "Yeah, I'm from Cuba and my family lost everything in the communist regime." So I could just look him dead in his face and be like, good. I don't care. I'm from America. I live in
He
America.
doesn't look like it right now. He's not even smiling. I mean, look at him.
Look how sized the three of them are. They thought he was going to come in here and fucking mollywop me. They thought he was going to dunk on us, right?
Now he's smiling. Putting him on the spot. I love it. All right, buddy.
Goddamn brutal.
I'm really excited for tonight, though. Double Shine, how are you doing?
I'm doing great, thank you. So hello everyone, my name is Double Shine. I'm a new content creator with a focus on gaming and entertainment, but after seeing all of these political YouTubers and Twitch streamers getting into the gaming space, I'm taking back the political space with my amazing takes, reclaiming our lost land. I consider myself a social democrat with a primary interest in economics, philosophy, and culture wars.
This right here is why you need to read theory. The guy describes himself as a social democrat, and he did nothing but defend Kyle Rittenhouse throughout.
I'm just really excited to be here and get the opportunity to speak with all of these lovely guests tonight.
All you really did was just join the biggest portion of the crowd. You could have at least said, "I'm taking it back," and then I'm.
It's also why I don't fucking like sock dems, because you're telling me, a black person, that what this dude did was cool. Like in the conversation I just had, right? The dude is very clearly, very obviously affiliated with white supremacist bullshit, right? And this is like the anti-id poll shit that gets people like me fucking clapped, because we're going to act like this shit is a wash, and that shit like Kyle Rittenhouse can just like, that can just happen, right? In a perfect world. The fact that he was there with literal white supremacists notwithstanding, right? The fact that he was there to protect property that he wasn't asked to protect. Anyway, I have some feelings about Double Shine and Stardust, but we'll get into that as we go along.
Conservative, but no, you're just joining everybody else.
There's
Welcome
too many
to
of you guys.
the one of millions.
Alright, Gunter, how are you doing?
Well, I'm doing all right. I'm a little bit congested because I was just at my girlfriend's house all day and she's got a cat. So
I was on the
if
show.
I do cough a lot.
So I was on this show because this is actually recruitment for there's a channel called Hippy Dippy Roundtable, which is with like Vosh and a couple other larger political streamers whose content I consume. Maybe not Vosh so much, but definitely like Hassan. I definitely am an avid Dylan Burns watcher. So especially due to the fact that he also lives in Maryland, it would be cool to link with him on content. And, you know, I'm also trying to build my brand, both in terms of wanting to get my ideas out there, and also so I can quit my fucking job and I can stop breaking my back every day. But yeah, so that's how I ended up on here, because this is actually recruitment. And I guess if they figure if you're spicy enough, your takes are good enough, people like you enough, then you end up going to the main event. You know what I mean? So that's why I was on this. Binks on Monday night came and asked me if I wanted to do a round 2 with Stardust or Alesto or someone. because they said that I seemed pretty heated about it, which I guess I was. But yeah, that's why I was on here. This was of my own volition. I wanted to do this. I'm glad I did it. Both because the eyeballs that were on me, and I got to meet Alec Gunter, right? Cool ass dude, fucking swole ass traps, right? The main event is the Hippy Dippy Roundtable with Dylan Burns. But let me continue.
In the stream, I apologize. I promise it's not COVID.
Oh, I got
Anyway,
COVID. Sucks.
my name is Alec Gunter. I'm mainly a politics streamer these days. I actually started off as a gaming streamer. Wasn't really getting anywhere with that. So because I got into Twitch because of politics, I decided to just copy everyone else and get into it myself. So
Same. Big same.
You know, here I am. I'm trying to get into some panels, get my name out there a little bit, and hopefully meet some cool people and,
What up, Fujin?
you know, learn a thing or two about what everybody thinks about, you know, current events and politics and all that.
All right. Happy to have you.
I will say Alesto's pretty cool.
Last
He's
but
doing the
not
cool
least,
finger
who has
pen
been
trick.
Patiently waiting. Alesto, how are you doing?
Hello, everyone. My name is Alesto. I used to be a content creator for games, but I'm going to take Double Shine and I'm going to say we are going to retake that platform because this platform is a gaming platform. So, my name is Alesto. You can find me pretty much on anything under that name. If you can't, then I am the true Alesto on Twitter, and you can always send me a message.
Gamers always have the worst
He's way
fucking
too
takes.
humble, folks.
Except
it's
for me. I have the best takes.
Amazing Alesto. Get it right, folks, right? Not the amazing, the E-mazing, right? Because he's bringing it back for the E-gamers.
Incredible.
You love to see it.
Entrapping. I mean, folks, come on now. It's Alesto. What are you doing? Follow the guy.
Hell yeah. But yeah. Let's go over the rules real quick.
Rules?
Yeah, so, yeah, if you're familiar with the Hippy Dippy, there's not going to be a lot of change. Nothing TOS, obviously. Please respect everyone's gender and everyone's pronouns. What else? Yeah, so so we're gonna have one fun topic, one serious topic, and one fun topic to close. We're gonna have introduction and a closing statement. During intro and closing, you are not allowed to interrupt. And also when I speak, it's to moderate. So yeah, when I speak, no one else speaks. That's going to be something. I'm going to be super hard on that. I'm here to moderate. So yeah.
I will say that when I broke that rule, I wasn't looking at the screen, so I didn't realize it was him like talking because I wasn't listening for, the accent. But whatever.
I don't want to have to yell. It's late for me, so yeah.
If you hear someone yelling, it's probably me to make all the rest of you fuckers shut up. All right, that's probably what it is. Okay.
Yeah,
So,
and he definitely yelled, which is like
Have you yell at me?
it's like punching someone to end a fight.
yeah, we'll have to start charging for this thing. You know what I'm saying?
Take some of this to OnlyFans, folks.
But yeah, beside that, yeah, I think tonight is going to be a wonderful show. So with that being said, let's start right now with the first topic, which is a fun one. Why?
You sounded real convinced.
Fun
I was
one.
being...
He's like, it's a fun one? Question mark?
The first topic, because CTV triggered me, the first topic is going to be, why are women? That's it. No, more seriously, the first topic of tonight is going to be, is there one thing you have done that you would never do again?
Ooh.
Most of it. You kidding?
All right.
Yeah, the dude Alesto
Is
was
there one thing you
wall
have done
dressing.
that you would never do again? And with that being said, I'm going to afraid to who looks the most ready? Double Shine.
Yeah, all right. Well, I hope she's not watching right now, but I'm gonna admit something.
CTV is a character.
When I was a kid, I stole $20 from my mom's purse, and I regret it every day of my life. and I don't think she ever found. Maybe she knew, but she never, yelled at me. She never told me what I was doing wrong. But damn, I would never do that again. I regret that so much. It was a big mistake. And if she caught me stealing money at this age, I think I'd probably get in trouble, maybe even legally. So hopefully I won't be forced into that.
All right, Lucas.
I mean, I don't have anything that
Man's heard brandishing a firearm and immediately pulled out his piece. Yeah, cool guy alert.
mostly there are things that I wish I would have learned from someone else's experience, but I don't want to change my life. I like my life the way it is, so nothing to change.
All right, Phil.
Well, I mean, I'm sorry, it's going to be tough to top what we've had thus far. I mean, Double Shine, do you got any, stole a cookie out of the cookie jar stories you'd like to share? I mean, come on, man. Took a $20 purse. Like, that's...
His mom never corrected him.
You've lived a fucking amazing
Self-report.
life. Like, holy shit, you should write a book, man. I'm giving you shit. I'm busting your balls. I'm sorry.
She's a kind lady.
Oh, I know. I would never dream of but in all honesty, one thing, first thing that comes to my mind, years ago, I was going to a mixed martial arts gym about 3 times a week, starting to get really good. Then my mouth got a little bit bigger than my head.
I forgot he said that.
And I talked a little smack to a guy that I didn't know was a professional fighter with a record of 10-4.
I forgot. So this dude has hands. Phil has hands. I completely forgot that Phil got hands. His mom should have went upside his head a few more times. He wouldn't be a chud. Yikes. Double Shine's not a chud, though. That's the craziest part. I wouldn't let anyone walk over me again. I used to be a bully as a kid. I was a bully as a kid, too. LMAO, what hands man's got done? I mean, he ain't have hands in this conversation, but I guess he has IRL hands.
He said, "Why don't you hop into the cage with me, Phil?"
Phil doesn't have hands?
And it was amazing.
I wouldn't be surprised if he got hands.
Either one of us did resulted in a hard part of his body hitting me in the face. It was so that was a very teachable moment.
Hold on, wait.
So that was one.
You'll notice there are no rings on this finger. This is definitely his left hand, right? No rings on that finger. Put a pin in that.
If I could go back, yeah, probably. That one probably cost me at least an IQ point. That one was quite a teachable day, but that's one that first thing that comes to mind is, it's probably being a little bit of an asshole there. Probably had that one coming. So yeah, that's one that and when
Fade.
Well, boy, I hope she doesn't hear this. I figured every guy.
I'll be charitable there because he literally said before the panel started that his occupation is as a farmer. You know what I mean? So if you got coyotes and shit, whatever he's what, in Missouri? I mean, there might be bears out there, whatever. You know what I mean? I don't fucking know. What dangerous animals exist in Missouri? Yeah, there's bears out in Missouri. Yeah. So I mean, if we're being charitable, if he's a farmer, it kind of makes sense for him to carry a gun with him constantly, whether we're talking like snake shot or for bears or whatever. I'm being charitable. I know people who live in the sticks and shit too that don't carry a gun everywhere too, but I'm just trying to be charitable here.
And this panel would have
in relation to what we're going to end up talking about.
Involves some woman that I shouldn't have gotten into a relationship with. I figured every guy would just be that story, but no, we have risen above. We've risen above. We might make it as a species, folks. And with that, I yield back.
Hell yeah, endless cemetery.
So, wow. It honestly took me a second to think of something. And you guys have all had some pretty cool things to say. I feel really bad for your mom, Double Shine. But I would have to say
also a farmer,
allowing my friendships with people or like my feelings as far as wanting to be friends with people or not wanting to rock the boat in terms of politics allow me to enter into situations that might not have been great in terms of my personal physical safety, but also just bringing negative elements in the community, like two smack examples, because I know I'm kind of speaking kind of abstractly, I realize, but I used to play metal. I played a lot of metal, and I ended up in a band where two of the members I found out were neo-Nazis, and it was just because I was so far into the realm of whatever, your politics, my politics are my politics, whatever. I was on the fence.
Rewind what? What am I rewinding?
Also, I used to get really into content, like into the ANCAP content back in the day. I'm gonna name drop here. That's gonna be really funny.
So I can see Hondurator's reaction to hearing that I play metal.
And you guys have all had some pretty cool things to say.
You said Hondurator.
Really
I'm
bad
sick.
for your mom, Double Shine.
This motherfucker is combing his beard.
I would have to say, allowing my friendships with people, or like my feelings as far as wanting to be friends with people or not wanting to rock the boat in terms of politics, allow me to enter into situations that might not have been great in terms of my personal physical safety, but also just bringing negative elements in the community, like two smack examples, because I know I'm kind of speaking kind of abstractly, I realize, but I used to play metal. I played a lot of metal, and I ended up in a band where two of the members I found out were neo-Nazis, and it was just because I was so
he was like, "Oh shit,
your politics, my politics are my politics, whatever." I was on the fence, and also I used to get really into content, like into the ANCAP content back in the day. I'm gonna name drop here. That's gonna be really funny, but I was a really big fan of Stefan Molyneux. Way back in the day, before he made that weird hard right and started talking about how black people have smaller skulls or whatever. But yeah, I guess I would never do that again. I would definitely like pay more attention to politics and let that influence how I move with people more so now than I would have, say, 10, 15, 20 years ago.
All right.
I feel like that was a decent answer.
Yeah, at first I was gonna say the time I read Robinson Crusoe, but I decided that's boring. So instead, there was a time that I was 7 years old, and my mom was pregnant with my youngest brother. And
this was a horrible story.
We were talking about due dates.
Not
right?
horrible, but it was
I
rough.
said, "What's a due date,
It was
Mommy?"
cringy.
She says, "Well, son, it's when the baby's expected, right, to come out." And I said, "Oh, okay." And then a new wrinkle like formed in my brain, and I was like, "Wow, that's so cool, right?" And I'm walking around high and mighty with this new knowledge that I have, and I was at the dance studio that I used to go to, and I saw this rather larger woman, and little 7-year-old me.
No.
I was ready to strut my stuff, baby. I was ready. I was like, "All right, here it goes. I'm a genius." And I looked her dead in the eye, and I put my arm on the railing like this, and I'm like, "So when's your due date?" Oh no, dude, it was bad. It was really bad.
Rest in peace.
And you know, I'm like 7 years old, so she just looks at me and she's like, "Oh, I'm not."
Stardust requested to join.
And I felt,
Oh, never mind.
Like,
That was
immediately
it's
my
that.
stomach, my heart dropped
I'm
to my
stupid.
stomach, and I'm like, "Oh, I fucked up." I turned around, walked away, never saw her again. So that was when I learned: do not ever assume.
I had a similar moment like that in the mall, working in the mall one time. Someone was looking for someone else, and I was like, "Where are you, his mom?" And she was like, "I'm his sister." And I was just like, "Oh, rest in peace."
Well, to be fair,
Wait.
Oh, okay,
We
go on,
still
go
have
on.
people to go, but
Sorry.
I just
I'll
want
put a pin on it.
So good though.
Also, hi Stardust.
Yeah, I just wanted
Hello.
Welcome, Stardust.
wanted
Hello,
to
so sorry
introduce
about that.
Stardust. Yeah. How are you doing?
So sorry. Good. How are
They're
you
both
guys?
doing the pen thing.
Doing
Phil and Alesto are both doing the pen thing.
You're joining right at the right moment. We just finished the introduction, so yeah, if you want to do yours, and we're talking about the first topic, which is there one thing you have done that you would never do again? So if you want, you can combine.
Stop,
your intro and, like, your
Anubis.
response to that.
Stop.
Okay. Right. So I'm Stardust. Late, very late. I'm so sorry about that. I host Chaos Cast 2 times a week. We have the Thursday one, and then we have the Saturday one, which is a Crown Royale kind of show. And then I just stream every day because I have no life outside.
I might
of
check
this.
out the Chaos Cast tomorrow.
Right.
See what it's about.
One thing that I've done that I would never do again. I'm gonna have to come back to. Can you come back to me on that?
Oh, here's where. Here's the cringe. Here's the cringe. Here comes the cringe. Ready?
I thought I genuinely knew what Stardust
Here it comes.
answer was going to
Ready?
be.
What do you think it? What do you think it is, CT?
I figured for sure you'd say that you didn't want to see your dad's dick.
Oh well, I have no way of seeing it again, so I don't have to worry about it.
Yeah, but it's like one thing. The topic is.
Her answer should have been never be late again. That's
that
funny.
You did that you wish you didn't get to do. Right? Say that one more time, geek. I feel like I'm fucking it up.
Is there one thing you have done that you would never do again?
One thing you've done that you never do again, right? That's why
Alesto laughed at that.
For sure. Maybe not. Maybe not. I don't know.
All right. I come back to
One time
you
I did
later.
see my dad's dick, just so you guys know. That's what CTV is talking about. One time I saw my dad's dick. So, if you were curious, that's what this is about. So, yeah.
Childhood.
It's normal.
Look at my face, dude. Look at my reaction.
Private parts almost daily.
Yeah, it's normal. It's
Yeah.
normal. It's just not normal to talk about it. But at one time I saw it, just so you guys know. So.
Oh, you don't want to hear ER talk.
Okay.
I think we've all.
All right. Ernesto, wait. Ernesto, I want to hear his intro statement.
He's weird as fuck for that,
my
dude.
intro statement is
So here's the crazy thing, because that was the least weird fucking thing he did this entire conversation. That's the least fucking weird thing he did. I've seen my dad's dick. I'll admit right here, I've seen my dad's dick when I was mad little. I've seen both my parents naked. I used to take showers. Your parents never took showers with you when you were like... See, I guess this is weird because like I have a really fucking good memory. So I have memories when I was like 4 and shit. You know what I mean? Like shit normal people aren't supposed to remember, I feel like. So I remember like bathing with my parents and shit. But yeah. It definitely wasn't anything like traumatizing or anything like that. It was definitely in a period of time where like nudity was not shameful for me yet. I was still had my childlike innocence, I guess. But anyway, now that weird ass, I have upped the ante on the weirdness by also admitting that I've seen my dad's dick.
I'm an adventurous person. I will do just about anything. So I don't have anything that I won't do again, but I will say things that I will do repeatedly, and I enjoy doing it. Shooting guns is one of them. Hog hunting is another one. If you want to talk about something that scares the living daylights out of me, I've never done it, but being lost in space.
In the sink, word.
Just scare the bejeebies out of me, but that's about it.
Like, how would you get back? Like, that would be horrifying.
That's the question. How would you get back?
Take enough drugs and you can find out.
Well, medical worker, I can't take drugs.
Hog hunting is lit. I feel like hog hunting, and this is where I'd be a little bit controversial here. Two forms of hunting, like for sport, that I think are like karma neutral. You know what I mean? Hog hunting and cat hunting. I feel like if you have an outside cat or you let cats outside, you're a fucking bad person. Okay, I see. I see what you did there. That's TOS, so I can't. That's TOS.
If you want to get
I
lost
will
in
live
space,
vicariously through you if you don't mind about drugs.
I'll let you know how it is.
Oh, Lord Almighty.
CTV, wait. We're still doing the intro, real quick. CTV, go.
Well, name one thing.
Yee, brother.
I wouldn't do. You know what I wouldn't do again? I wouldn't fucking catch COVID. I would not do that shit again. It fucking sucks.
Is he vaxxed though?
Sucks. So there you go.
Did you get
I don't
vaxxed?
think that's how that works.
What do you mean that's not how it works? That's exactly how it works. You know why it works that way? Because because we're allowing women to just walk around and spread COVID. Okay. You see the wife in the background. See, pay attention. See, we're letting women, right? Just fucking walk around and just give fucking men.
The valley of the shadow of
Only
death.
daggone women. That's right.
So now we're back to why are women? Okay.
CTV.
The cringe is what's actually funny.
Whammon folk rant. Like,
That's
okay,
right.
All right.
That's right. During
So-
whammons.
Respect women.
Besides
Look at my face,
did I
dude.
forget anyone? No?
I think you got us all.
All right.
You want dick, not cat?
Did you
Oh,
find your
okay.
answer?
I think she did.
Eggplant. I'm sorry,
I
not
got
dick.
dengue fever as a kid. That wasn't fun. I got.
Wait a minute,
dengue
stop. I gotta run that back.
fever,
She got it and didn't even know how it was pronounced.
You see the wife in the background. See, pay attention. See, we're letting women, right? Just fucking walk around.
Alesto's laughing. Everyone else is pity laughing. Yeah.
The shadow of
Only
death.
daggone women. That's right.
So now we're back to why
Alesto's
are
just like,
women?
God, I wish that were me.
CTV's going, let me tell you something about whammon folk rant. Like,
That's
okay,
right.
All right.
That's right.
Good.
During
So-
whammons.
Respect women.
Besides Stardust, did anyone, did I forget anyone? No?
I think you got us all.
All right. Stardust, did you find your answer?
I think she did.
I got dengue fever as
Dengue
a kid.
fever.
That wasn't fun. I got dengue fever and pneumonia at the same time. That was not fun. Yeah. So probably wouldn't do that again. Yeah.
Yikes.
God,
Oh.
In fairness, dengue fever and
Yeah,
pneumonia at
but
the
I
same
think I
time
mean
would be
these people are
fucked.
poisonous.
So women really are breeding grounds for disease, huh?
Well, look, a mosquito bit me. A mosquito bit me while I was in India. I got dengue fever from that. I somehow got pneumonia from the plane ride back. So by the time I got to the U.S., I was fucked.
That
I'm
sucks.
actually going to change my answer. I will not do a COVID vaccine again. As someone that has had severe side effects from it.
Oh, and just like that.
I thought for sure we were gonna get into some shit off of that.
Like, Mr. Gink and Dan about is like, oh, Jesus Christ, really? Oh.
Yeah, honestly, I'm impressed that nobody made like a ex-girlfriend or ex-boyfriend joke. Props, guys, for being a little more creative.
Yo, Alec Gunter.
I don't know how this is a topic you can argue. It's really just people telling what their personal experiences are in life.
your experiences.
Yeah. I was just gonna say, Alec Gunter. I'm not sure that going to let's say a oversized woman and just asking, hey, are you pregnant? I don't think that's gonna go well either.
Yikes.
Oh no, I would never do that
See
again.
that when I was 13. I was like, bro, what the fuck? I'm
course.
just fat. I'm fat.
in the medical
Can you let
industry
me
now.
live?
I'm in the medical industry now, so sometimes it's literally my job, but I haven't had to ask it yet.
See, Alec, you say that you got embarrassed when you were 7. I'm pretty sure I did that when I was like 14. So, you know, we've all been there. It just happens at a different age. For some
You know what?
reason.
I did it at 19, okay? So it doesn't make it, if it makes you feel any better.
I could have said any number of things I did when I
Yikes.
was 14. Please.
I was about to say, I almost did the
It's a
same thing when I was
cursed age.
12, but my mom
Yeah.
stopped me. He's like, no, she's not pregnant. Shut up. No. I was like, oh, thanks. Good save, Mom. So, yeah, that.
What happened to my cam?
we
Oh,
all
I'm
almost
just
made that
scuffed.
mistake once or twice.
I was like, why did my camera
so-
freeze?
I don't remember much of
My
youth.
connection was just
I
bad.
had facial reconstruction when I was 16, 17, so I
Oh,
don't
wow.
remember much of my young self.
I don't remember a whole lot, but
Oh, this just got
certain
sad.
things stick out.
That's wild.
Mostly the bad stuff.
Doesn't matter.
Yeah, I remember pretty much everything. It sucks.
Oof. That's a curse.
I mean, you get the 1-2 in the face. We can change that if you want.
My gain is so high. I'm gonna turn it down.
I was gonna say, I'm good. I think I'm good.
I don't even remember how
I like
old I
my
was the
face.
other night. Embarrassing.
Did you guys
Let's
ever
just,
do this thing as a kid where like you stay up all night like right before a test studying, and then you actually show up to the test and like you can't focus at all, and you're like, why did I even study all night? What a waste of time.
Yep.
It's like well, what am I doing? And then you just fail the test
Well,
anyways.
Yeah.
The secret is pull an all-nighter, but then get like at least an hour power nap, and then you're good. And then you can just crash after
Facts.
that.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I used to just show up and take the test and then ace it, but that would not reflect like the amount
Oh.
of homework that I had done throughout the semester, and it
Oh,
would end up pissing off the teacher whenever
Yeah.
I make like a 98 on the fucking end of course test, but like my average is a D.
Yeah, no homework, gang. No, that was me. It's like homework. What do you mean? How I don't understand.
I just spent all
If you
fucking
couldn't
day
finish
in
it
this
class, you
facility.
didn't do it.
Yeah.
I grew up undiagnosed ADHD, so forget it. Like I
Likewise,
still
yeah.
somehow got A's most of the time, but nah, man, I hated homework. I was
ace
an all-nighter
tests.
champ.
I'm one of those people that just has 30 Wikipedia tabs open, so that lent itself to me
True.
just acing tests all time. So, like just
Did
like
you ever
what
figure out
CTV
which
was
one
saying,
plays the music?
I mute them all. All of them
Aw,
muted.
you
Every
lucky.
last one of them.
I've
Yeah.
always been a pretty big advocate of no homework. I think it's really silly to send homework home with children, and all it does is really cause conflict at home. And
Here, okay, here's where the
school
first
to
wild
reach even
shit happened.
further into somebody's personal life. I mean,
Right.
like to me,
Based as
that's
fuck.
ah.
So
Thank
I'm
you.
just
Thank you.
I'm anti-schooling in general. I think we need to just get kids sure if you
Okay, so for anyone who's not prepared, get prepared for one of the worst fucking takes you've ever heard in your life, right? This person also describes himself as a socialist or a leftist at least. So get ready for this. You've been forewarned. You are about to incur some serious fucking brain damage. So you've been warned.
if the kid decides they want to go to school, sure they can go to school. But I think we should just put them into the workforce as soon as possible.
Yikes.
We could be really using that labor.
No.
Well, what are you talking about? We have a
Yeah,
labor
it's gonna be a whole
shortage
nother
because of
debate.
COVID now.
Partner, I started paying into Social Security when I was 13 years old. So
I did too.
Yikes.
And
I
so
think
by the
that-
time I was to 23, I had 10 years of farming experience. So I mean, it's something to think about.
How am I anti-school? I'm anti-school. I'm not anti-education, obviously, but I'm definitely anti-school. In my opinion, American compulsory schooling exists purely to indoctrinate people further into white supremacy, capitalism, so on and so forth. School is first of all, it's a social event because a lot of what you learn is bullshit, but it's also just it's a Skinner box, right? They've definitely done what's his name? Skinner talked about this. The pedagogy of schooling, where you have the stick and the carrot, right? You have this kid that's stuck in this environment and compliance is the goal, so you give them negative consequences when they don't do what you want them to do, and positive consequences for doing what you want them to do, until they do what you want them to do without you having to ask them first. That's the point of school. That's how you end up with people who think that United States won World War II, racism ended in 1964, all these silly things.
I mean, in this country, we've got the oldest children in the world. According to insurance companies, you're a child until you're 6 years old. So, to me, now granted, child labor, generally no, but on the farm, that's how you learn is you get started
12
early.
or 13, why not? Right? Just take them. I
mm.
mean, either way, either they go to school, and if they don't go to school, then they go to work, right? But they can
Stardust.
choose.
I
But
think
not-
you're not a big fan of mandatory bedtimes, and that's why you're trying to get rid of them.
No,
I
I'm,
love that discussion.
I know how much you slept in today.
So for certain industries, like what Phil was saying, like farming, my parents are morticians. I first stepped in the embalming room when I was 12 years old, right? For certain industries, it makes sense. Okay, you're teaching your kids you're passing this skill on to your children, right? But as far as other forms of labor, I feel like if it were adequately meted out, then people would have enough time and enough willpower, enough energy to actually raise and teach their own kids until they're ready to enter the workforce or labor force or what have you. But that's just me.
I'm of the opinion
I feel like
there's a big
I
difference between
stated that pretty eloquently.
Going there because that's something that you're interested in and passionate about, and helping out because oh, this is cool, this is what I want to do when I grow up, versus being 13 and going to work at McDonald's for $8 an hour. There's zero fulfillment in that.
Facts. That was
so
based.
I think there's a discussion to be had between the differences there.
That was a based answer.
That's just me. That's a whole other.
We slam dunked that
bag
question.
to open.
We slam dunked that
So
one.
whenever you start getting into
We alley-ooped it.
children and their rights and what they should do, shouldn't do, that is always a really sticky discussion, because it's something I always got to keep in mind.
Children are the least protected class in America. Children don't have the right to vote. Children can't legally drive. Children get fucked more than anyone. like all of the imaginable demographics that you could. It's just like with why the conversation about trans people is stupid with Dave Chappelle, because he has the blind spot where he doesn't recognize that black trans people exist, right? No matter what fucking minority you belong to or you could think of, that as a child is like ultra fucked, right? Ultra fucked. A trans child, a black child, a gay child, like quadruple double fucked, right?
With my daughter is every time I talk to her, her brain is developing so fast that she is exponentially more intelligent than the last time I talked to her.
Okay, so yeah, you were wrong on that one, Fade Runner. He definitely has touched pussy before because he's got a daughter. I forgot about that.
And it's an amazing thing to watch. And so, you know, that is something to keep in mind. Now, when it comes to schooling, I even homeschooled my daughter for 6 months for health reasons. And so, like I even joke, yes, I was a homeschool dad, or wait, principal. And yeah, I made a lot of jokes about, well, my little one, she's the best soloist at my homeschool. She's the valedictorian. She's the top of her class. Let me tell you, folks.
He adopted
she's
just so
going
he'd have an
places.
extra farmhand. Jesus Christ.
Oh, of course, and class emperor, really.
Nice.
So yeah, I understand that there's a lot of different
elections, right?
Well, there's a lot of different paths that folks can go on when it comes to raising their children, but everybody thinks that you have to be on this set train tracks that society's kind of already set for you. And there are different ways. Now, granted, Stardust has pointed out that there can be negatives. But you know what? Like I said, when it comes to trades, there can be some give and take here. Wow. I must just be so brilliant. Everyone's just speechless. God damn it, it's awesome.
Work should be optional.
I'm just saying, if the kids don't go to work and they don't go to school, then we
Oh,
just
it
put them
didn't
into
go
jail,
through.
right? And then they work anyways. when
My
they're in
mic was
jail.
so scuffed. I didn't realize my
That's
mic
a
was this
very
scuffed. This is
extreme
kind of
version
embarrassing.
Idle hands are the instrument of the devil. Like,
we already have the school. To
The Phil
prison
hasn't touched
pipeline.
pussy
I mean,
theory
I'm just
stands. Come
expediting the
on.
process at that point.
Certainly.
so.
But
I feel like if I was a
think
kid, like working though, I feel like I would injure myself on like a daily basis, to where like it wouldn't even be worth
Well, you
having me
wouldn't put
around.
them-
You know.
You don't want to put children
Trust
in
me,
those types of jobs.
You can put me in literally any job. I was like walking into doors and stuff like that. I was a very injury prone kid. My parents are not happy about me.
Jesus Christ. Ah, Lord Almighty.
Kind of hard. Can you
God,
imagine
this
like getting
webcam shit.
insurance for like your 12-year-old kid walking around the store every day? Like that would suck.
Yeah,
They'd
my
just fire
12-year-old
me.
coal miner.
They put me back in
yeah,
school.
your 12-year-old needs workers' comp.
You know what? I figured out the fucking formula for the Sunday show now. I figured it out. This is why this is the recruitment show. They give you like the smallest nugget of something to talk about, and then you're expected to carry on the fucking content, right, for the entire hour, and you're just like, what the fuck do we talk about now, right? This is some bullshit, Danabo. I need something like tangible. Like, what is
Annabelle
this?
just told me to come in and be spicy. All right,
Listen,
come
I
in with
thought
the
the-
spicy.
Be
memes,
spicy.
All right, and so I'm just telling you, school doesn't do shit for the people that are already going to go to prison. Right? We already got the school to prison pipeline. So
Oh,
let's
this
just
was so
expedite
cringe.
the process. Take those people out of the school to prison pipeline. Right? Either put them in the workforce so they don't go to prison, or just send them to prison.
This was so cringe.
Yeah, see, I'm with-
I'm with
No, there's
the
also
abolish prison
the
gang, so.
opposite end of that, where you know people talk about how you just can't get a good job and you just aren't worth shit unless you got a college degree. And really, at this point, college is no
CTV
longer
still
really
trying
a
dummy hard to
filter
be
for
funny.
Intelligence. It's a filter
That's his
for
brand.
class.
It is.
It really is. Who do you know? How do you know? It really, like, what is an Ivy League education degree worth?
This was actually low key based. I was like, damn, Phil based. Talking about how it's just an indicator of class, like your success in school. This was pretty tight.
Damn, based.
It's worth a piece of paper that says, look at what I was able to get into. Because
Look
let's
what I
be
could
frank,
afford. Look what my parents
any
could afford.
university, any college you
Oh
go
my
to,
God, dude.
you can learn more knowledge than your brain can hold. I mean, just think of any library at any college. Think of what's available to you on the World Wide Web. Think of just the great knowledge that these professors would have to give you. And so if we're going to talk about on
Jesus
that
fucking
pipeline, what
Christ.
about the other pipeline here? So I thought,
I was gonna say,
go
just
ahead,
like,
sir.
oh, sorry, yeah, but it was just kind of yikes because like 13th Amendment, like the reason why that school to prison pipeline exists is because that's literally just slavery. So like, I don't get like it
Pipelines are
just
bad for the environment.
Oh, right.
yeah.
If we're taking people out of school, we're stopping them from going down that pipeline, right? And they can just
Well,
go straight to work, right? Make money for themselves. And then if they want to, they can decide to continue school. And
well,
they aren't, subjected to
the
that.
antithesis
So
to
why don't
crime
you
is
just push
education.
trades instead
Yeah,
of going to college?
right. The antithesis to crime is education. So you'd either have to make the education system we have better by making it not
trade
like
schools.
prison, or trade schools.
Yeah.
I fuck around. My experience is like Baltimore City schools and Baltimore County public schools, and like just seeing the difference between like the Baltimore County's public school that I went to, my elementary school looked like, from like those movies where like the high school looks like a shuttle launch facility or something. And then, the city schools are like literally like diet prisons. They have like barred windows if they even have windows. You got metal detectors, you got to have clear backpacks because you're getting patted down on the way in, all that kind of goofy shit. Like, no wonder, you know what I mean? Like, it just kind of like you should just pour effort and resources into that as opposed to what we have now.
One thing that I think would be like super base would be if like after you turned 18,
It was crazy to me that he'd never heard that before. That's when I really knew like the crowd that I was dealing with. Like, this dude was shocked by metal detectors at school. That's some of the most common shit.
like you graduate high school, you have like your degree, then you had to like work for like 5 years in like whatever industry, some like minimum wage job, and then only when you're like in your like 20s after like 5 years of work, then you go to college. I think that would actually be so cool because I think like Phil, you talked about how the degree you get, it's much more about the like opportunities, the experience that you have of college, not necessarily the education you get. And like giving people that time to actually think about what they want out of college would be so like helpful. I think it would be so good for people.
Well, it's not even that. Like, so there's actually one of my favorite economists. Actually, his name is Brian Kaplan. He wrote a book, and it's called the case. Shut up. It's called the sorry, dogs. It's called The Case Against Education, and he talks a lot about in the book about how most of the education that kids spend in school, they're actually wasting most of their time.
Oh shit! I didn't even see Phil's dog.
Knowledge that they obtain, they don't even retain it, and in reality, the diploma just becomes a signaling thing for future employers. It's like I'm good at obeying, I'm good at taking orders. That's all that's all it does. It doesn't really say anything about how smart you are. It doesn't really.
We
say
all knew
anything
the
about how
ANCAP
good
was
of an
going to be
employee you are. It just
anti-school.
means that you're good at taking orders.
What's the most difficult thing about getting an Ivy League degree? Getting accepted.
Yeah, it's a class indicator, like you were saying.
Yeah, it's a class filter. That's really what it does. And so
This was the only based conversation we had throughout this entire fucking conversation.
And now that ain't quite worth what it used to be, and now you're having to go for more and more training even past that. So, I mean, and that's going to happen because you got some universities that have like 90% admission rate, 95% admission rate, 99% admission rate. So of course that you're going to have an inflation of the value.
Just eliminate it. Just get rid
I
of
don't
all
get
of
what
it.
this take is. I really don't get what this take
The
is.
value of a college degree is still pretty substantial. Like,
Yeah,
we can look
sure.
through statistics, and like the median wage of people with a degree is like it's significantly higher. So, like college is still valuable, and I think that like just because we have higher acceptance rates for different levels of education, I still think that's fine. I do agree though that like when you get to these Ivy Leagues, it's kind of like a absolute like crapshoot as to who actually can get in and stuff. And it's so hard because I don't even know how you can deal with that like large amount of people who are trying to get into one college.
Seem to be that big of a crapshoot, those, because I went to the same school as my papa, my grandpapa, my grandpapa, papa. Like, so that doesn't seem to be
Low key, I fuck with Phil. I like Phil. Phil's funny as shit.
I think like when you look at like how many people are applying to schools, like
He just has
UCLA,
really
I think
shitty
it's, like,
takes.
the #1 applied to school, and it's just like it's an insane amount to the point where I almost feel like you almost have to get lucky in a sense because like there's almost no amount of vetting I think that could accurately find the absolute.
I almost feel
top
bad. I told him
candidates
they
to
don't have
get
more than
into
2 brain
college
cells.
when you're dealing with that many applicants.
Luck. I would argue that luck is the #1 factor in getting into college, just from birth straight up till you admit. Like that's just it. But that's just it. Like it's all about your circumstances and everything.
That's definitely
so luck
true.
is huge. roll an at 20 on luck, you get your pick at the
Bad
checker,
roll.
pick
Yep,
the-
bad spawn
the
point.
Prop, I guess.
Depends on your spawn point. You know what I mean? You gotta have a good
If
spawn.
you're lucky enough to get a parent who, went to
Why am
school,
I so
maybe you'll
good?
get a legacy admission, and
Yep.
maybe that admission doesn't even matter. So yeah.
That's not always true because, like, my family, for instance, they don't have degrees, but my sister's a dual degree right now, and she's actually going for her third, a master's and a bachelor's.
Yeah,
so
That's great.
it's not always true, but then again, also I want to point out a lot of companies. You can wipe your ass with this degree. They don't care what school
yeah,
you went
they want
to
your
as long as you
experience.
have
Oh, yeah.
it.
C's
so
get
instead of-
degrees, baby. Don't matter if you graduate
Well,
summa cum laude or
that's
last in
what
your class.
The joke is,
you all get
what
the
do you
same
call a
degree.
doctor that makes C's? Still a doctor.
That's true.
And with that,
I do think that at some.
That's what I did in nursing.
I think
You
we're
could anyone
gonna. I think this topic
I
died
fuck with
down. I
Alec.
think we exploited the Sunday recipe too much. So
I'm not even
with that,
sure it
we-
really took off.
Was I thought were we talking about Kyle Rittenhouse? Was that supposed to be a thing? We're talking about Kyle Rittenhouse?
That's the topic coming right after that. But yeah. And by the
I
way,
enjoyed the conversation so far.
if
Yeah,
you want to
likewise.
take your complaints about the topic, twitch.tv/Danabo is the place, Like about him rigging the show beforehand, sending DMs to people. This is the place to go. So yeah.
I think we'll have a talk with Dynamo later.
Let's
Wait,
go.
you-
But yeah, I think we're going to skip closing statement on that one and dive right into the main topic.
I'm right. You're all wrong. That was my closing statement.
Did who put on? He did put on a new top. I just noticed that. I don't know if he took it off or if he put a new one on.
Yeah,
Clearly, everybody agreed with me. I won, so
True.
Good
I
stuff.
don't like child slaves, so I disagree.
Okay, he had a hoodie or a jacket
Yeah,
or
I'm not
whatever.
a
I never
child
said
slave.
anything
One that he
about
took
slaves.
off.
I never
He
said
didn't change
anything
his
about
top.
slaves. They
Can't
have
get down
all
with
the
the child labor.
agency. Look, they have all the agency. They can make
Can't
the
get down.
decisions
Child
themselves
labor.
whether they want to go to school or go into the workforce.
But in capitalism,
True.
if you
Right.
don't work, you starve. So how is
Alright.
that? I don't get it.
They can work or they can go to school. That's
You know
it.
what? I'll throw a third one. You do a military on top of
That's
it.
in
Oh
every
my
system,
God,
though. In
dude.
every system, you got to work.
Somehow it's taken back off again. This is
No,
amazing.
no.
Incredible. But yeah, with that being said, I just want to thank everyone for being
That's
here
my
today. I really appreciate it. And yeah, for everyone.
Here's where it
everyone
goes
that
off the
go
rails.
Follow, everyone on this panel. They all deserve it. You're awesome for being here, So
Thank you.
yeah. Main topic, the Kyle Rittenhouse trial. I think I don't think I need to say more. I'm going to let you take it wherever you go, wherever you want. And yeah, I'm going to start with Stardust.
Kyle Rittenhouse trial. Well, I think it was disingenuous. If we're talking just about the trial, I think it's disingenuous that that all of these agencies kind of ran with this this point that his lawyer opened by saying the N-word. I mean, technically it's true, but he was quoting somebody, wasn't he?
I didn't
Wasn't
even hear
what it
about that.
was?
Yeah, I think he was quoting what he heard one of the protesters, what he's alleging that one of the protesters said to Kyle Rittenhouse.
It was Rosenbaum that
If
said
it
that.
wasn't. I'd be shocked if it wasn't. What context would matter then?
Yeah,
right.
we're doing it. We're still in opening, but yeah, go ahead, Stardust.
Yeah, that's I think probably the most recent thing that I saw was that article that
I only jumped in there because she formed it in the form the way that she was speaking. I assumed it to be a question, so I was gonna hop in and confirm. You know what I'm saying? This is before I didn't realize she was about to do what she's doing right now. You'll see.
Kyle Rittenhouse's lawyer opens with saying the N-word, and it's like, yeah,
Clickbait.
technically it is true. It is true, but technically, I mean, there's clearly like some context there that is left out, and it is important to include that context. So,
All right. I'm going to throw it to Endless Cemetery.
So I think just in general, he probably should not have been there. Probably is indefinitely. He wasn't from the area. According to the testimony of the people whose property it was that he was allegedly defending, they did not request for him to be there, did not know that he was there, had no idea any of the events of the night happened on their property there. It's just, in terms of his personal safety, there is definitely some gray area. I feel like that obviously they're going to figure out in terms of self-defense with him being attacked by the crowd or so on. But from what I gathered, because I haven't really had enough time to actually watch any of the trial, but I watched some highlights and took a few notes. But from what I gathered,
But very important, very important that I said in my opening statement off top that I had not watched the trial. I'd just seen some highlights and took the notes off of that. Remember that.
Joseph Rosenbaum, whom he killed, was actually previously medicated for bipolar disorder the night before and unarmed. And the other person that he killed, the skateboard that he allegedly was attacking him with, was actually his main form of transportation, which, it's not saying that it was impossible that he was trying to hit him with the skateboard or that being hit with a skateboard isn't dangerous. It's just saying that I feel like, as if we're talking about two people who shouldn't have been there and two people who a critically thinking veteran, I see you. That's what's up. Two people who
My man
shouldn't
was hitting
be
the
there
ball.
in terms of okay, these people are both in the wrong. I feel like if you're gonna have someone there with a skateboard, I would much prefer that as opposed to a fucking AR-15 rifle with this dude just letting off rounds in the crowds of
What's up,
unarmed
Clear
people.
Sky?
So, in terms of a verdict, like I said at the start, I'm a prison abolitionist. That's one of the cornerstones of my politics. People going to jail for life and recidivism and all that sort of thing is stuff that I don't want to see. Which is not to say that I
Letting off rounds. Yeah, I mean they took issue with that, but he literally shot 3 people. No, this is a recording. This happened on Sunday. I'm just watching this because I want to go over my arguments and you know what I mean? I want to see where I was strong, where I could have done better and all that stuff. Also, thanks for coming through, Clear as Sky. I haven't seen your name in here before. If I have seen your name in here before, it's been a while, so thanks for coming and hanging out. But yeah.
don't think he should face any punishment or see any recourse for the things that he did, especially when it comes to the feelings of his victims' families. But at the same time, we have the justice system that we have, and it's fucked. And he's probably gonna walk, and a bunch of chuds and right wingers of shit are gonna lionize him. And even if he gets convicted and gets a shitload of time, then they're probably gonna martyr him. And the scary thing is just like with the January 6th shit, the thing is he's probably going to walk and then he's going to run for office, and that's what's going to be crazy. So,
all right. I'm going to throw it to Phil.
Yes, thank you, sir.
Thank you, Clear
so,
Sky.
This is, I would have to say, the trial of this century. OJ was the trial of last century. This is the one that's
Hope not.
captivated every.
Oh no, yeah, he's definitely running for office. There's I can't remember the exact number. Thank you for the follow. I want to say it's 6 or something, but there's a non-zero number of current politicians right now who got elected who were at the Capitol on January 6th, admittedly.
Everyone's imagination this time around. Rittenhouse. Is he going to walk or is he going to sit in the big house? That is the question that we're all trying to figure out, and we're all trying to.
Also, I feel like I explained my point I laid it out pretty well off top.
Read the tea leaves from the defense and the prosecution, and from what I've seen from this last week, this is one of those few instances where you could make the joke where the defense is almost trying to throw the case for the prosecution and the prosecution's trying to win the trying to win it for the defense. They've both done such a bungled job in several instances that
That's
I'm
true.
shocked at what I'm seeing here. Where the defense really messed up was in the prosecution's opening statement. They just let the prosecutor just editorialize and just talk about how Rittenhouse is this and that, and he's this rapscallion ne'er-do-well, and
That helps establish intent.
Yeah, so that there
I don't
should have
get
been
why
a few
that's
objections
unimportant.
there, which again, that's just my opine. Where the prosecution really messed up was two big instances. The first one is in any jurisprudence, you don't ever, and I mean ever, ask a question unless you know what the answer's going to be.
That's facts.
And the prosecution asked their own witnesses questions, and one said, well, how did you know he would want to do that? Well, he did say, fuck you, and then he reached for the gun. It's like, oh, no. So that's, if you're on the prosecution, that was bad. And then the other one was even letting the jury know about Rosenbaum just being let out of a commitment earlier that day. Like,
This was one of the wildest points of this whole conversation, because I'm not saying any of the people flat out said this, but there was heavy implication throughout that, like, because the dude was mentally ill and he lunged for the rifle, he deserved to die. But go ahead, Clear Sky. What were you? What's your 2 cents?
Rosenbaum's girlfriend, I think, did more for the defense than it did for the prosecution by far. So those are just some things to think about, and just a few of my takeaways from the first week. And
Like the mindset I feel like that when that's stated is me having a mindset, and this is ironic because someone at the end of the conversation implied that someone else needs to learn some empathy. Me as an empathetic person, when I hear that a mentally ill person who had bipolar disorder, perhaps maybe had a history of violence, that person is killed, that's sad to me, right? I think of, damn, how could that have been avoided? How did that situation occur? What were the crossroads where that situation could have been prevented, right? But then there's the other side of the coin where people hear that Joseph Rosenbaum was bipolar or maybe perhaps had a history of violence or whatever, and they're like, oh, okay, that makes sense. Yeah, totally, shoot his ass. You know what I mean? Like, yeah. And it's just like, I don't know, wild. You have a lot of mixed feelings about all of this. Yeah, that's fair, Clear Sky.
point,
I also have mixed
whether
feelings
you
about it.
think-
Like I said, I said at the beginning, I also have mixed feelings because, like, I don't think he should walk, but I'm also a prison abolitionist, like, in principle. You know what I mean? No matter what happens, if you or I were killed, people will bring up the wildest shit and say we deserve to die. Well, yeah. I mean, you see me. You see what fucking color I am. If you think for a second that I could have walked into a fucking active conflict zone with an AR-15 and done anything other than get actually fucking riddled with bullets, you are just, you have your head up your ass, or you're a liar. But anyway.
Kyle is just Boy Scout on a hill, or just the worst rapscallion ne'er-do-well that ever walked the streets. It looks like he's I would be very shocked if he was not if he didn't walk on all charges at this point, just because the prosecution's done not the best job in this instance. So
I wanted to rock with
Your
Phil.
thoughts on Kyle himself, that is up for you to decide. But just from what I've seen from this first week, now I have been wrong and I have been shocked before, but we will see what happens. And folks, these lips of mine, they can speak no evil. And with that, I yield back.
I wanted to rock with Phil off of that. That was a dope take, honestly.
I'm gonna keep it short because I've got jabs on every single one of you guys so far that said claims. But so far, that was his community. He worked in that community. His dad was in that community. He even got paid in that community. So,
Which is irrelevant. If there's a curfew enacted in the community, you can't be there. You're supposed to remain indoors, right? Especially youth curfews. Youth curfews are there for a reason. He was underage, right? If they're like, that's what's so crazy about this. A year ago, when I was in the George Floyd protests in Baltimore City, I was watching people literally get fucking disappeared off the street. like just get snatched off the street. Police were arresting people. People were getting cracked over the head and shit because they were breaking curfew, right? They were breaking the law. People who literally lived there. I mean, a block away from there was where their actual factual fucking house was. Not 20 minutes away across the state line. They literally lived there, and they were outside and they were breaking the law because there was a curfew in effect, right? Yes, there was a curfew. There was a curfew enacted during because they never challenged me on that. There was a curfew enacted. That's why fucking Stardust kept saying no one should be anywhere, because they couldn't call me on that point. Because literally, no one should have been there legally. Now, we can have a moral discussion about who was breaking the law more righteously in an act of civil disobedience. The people who were there because they were upset that a fellow citizen of theirs was shot and paralyzed by an officer that they pay taxes to, right? When he was unarmed, right? The people that were there for that reason, or the people who were there because they wanted to make sure that nobody smashed the windows in fucking Abdul's used car lot, right? So they wanted to bring their AR-15s out to shoot anyone that might look like they were up to something, right? And that's also the thing that they couldn't, like, not, you can't dispute that, right? When he left the house with that AR-15, there was the distinct possibility in his mind, I may have to use this to shoot someone. And that's being absolutely the most charitable that I could possibly be, and not knowing for a fact that this motherfucker was a chud, just like a lot of other chuds, that was like, I'm going to go down there and get me a vigilante kill. I'm going to shoot me a looter, right? He himself had said this. He admitted as much, which is why the judge was so upset, because the prosecution referenced this in court, and it was not supposed to be admissible evidence. And the prosecutor referenced it anyway, even though the defense had also referenced it, as we watched earlier, right? So it's like, if I'm being as charitable as possible, assigning zero motive to Kyle Rittenhouse, and I mean zero, at the very least, you have to say, when he went there with that rifle, he was open to the distinct possibility that he would have to shoot someone and possibly kill them. That's just it's an unavoidable fact. The same as the unavoidable fact is that he broke the law to go there because he was breaking curfew, and he was in unlawful possession of the firearm. These are two indisputable facts. Anyways, my take on this is Kyle is a fucking idiot. All shot by Kyle were fucking idiots. Should he have been there? No. Should the cops have allowed armed people to walk around? No. Did he fuck up a lot that night? Oh, hell yes. But at the end of the day, he was running away as seen on camera, and folks were threatening him with skateboard with gun. It was self-defense. If we want to say he's guilty of homicide because he brought a gun to a situation, then we could say that all three injured were just as guilty of attempted murder. No, we can't, because they didn't kill anyone. That's the thing that hold on, let me get rid of these fuckers in Twitch chat really quick. Here's the thing, right? So if we're talking attempted murder, right? First of all, you can't just, like, you have to, like, attempted murder involves injury or like risk of serious injury. They were trying to do a cop job by chasing him down, threatening him, pointing a gun at him. But he was also trying to do a cop's job by going there with the gun in the first place. The difference is that he actually killed people and seriously injured a third person. This is what's so frustrating about this conversation. Is like, cool, everybody was there breaking the law. Maybe some people there also had guns, but the only person on trial here is Kyle Rittenhouse, because he was the only person that fucking killed people, dude. Like, I don't get it. Did he act in self-defense? Was he in fear of his life? Sure. I don't doubt that at all. But he shouldn't have been there. And he went there specifically to get in that situation with the distinct possibility that he would have to shoot and kill someone. And if we're to go by what both the defense and the prosecution have referenced in the court case, the motherfucker was literally talking about how he wanted to shoot looters. That right there should imply intent, right? They were trying to do a right, just because everyone is speeding doesn't make you not speed. Exactly. I literally I had that exact take with someone earlier today. Is if you're on the highway, right? If you're on the highway, the whole highway is speeding, and the state trooper pops out and pulls you over. If you say, well, everybody else is speeding too, he's gonna fucking laugh at you while he hands you your ticket. Like, he caught you. It doesn't matter.
Oh, yeah, it might be a 20-minute drive across state lines is what someone, I hope to God someone brings that up in here. That's a non-issue. Now, going on to the prosecution and the defense, why are we seeing the prosecution defend Kyle Rittenhouse more than the defense is defending him? That is my big number one thing this whole thing that I've watched, the several hours that I've watched.
And every time they say shit like this, it's literally because the defense got the Joseph Rosenbaum's girlfriend to say that he was bipolar and was treated for bipolar disorder. Like, it's so fucking gross. It feels very gross to me. I don't feel like I'm like very well articulating why, but it gets back to what I was saying before, where like, as a person, especially when we're talking about what we ended up talking about with the FBI footage, where we'll get to that, but I hear a mentally ill person got killed, and I'm like, oh wow, how the fuck did that happen? But they're like, oh yeah, of course he should have been fucking shot. Yeah, like, yeah, he shouldn't have been reaching for the rifle. It's his fault for being born mentally ill. Like, you know what I mean? Or having mental illness. I'm sorry. But if you say, I hope these guys get punched, doesn't mean I'm suddenly an accessory to when someone kicks their ass. That's true. That's true. But the prosecution also brought that up. That's why the prosecution got fucking admonished, is because the whole, like, the defense is depending. Like, the defense's the defense's entire argument is the fact that Joseph Rosenbaum was acting erratically, and there was no way for Kyle Rittenhouse to know if he had a weapon on him or not, and that made him dangerous purely off the fact that he was making threats towards him. When literally fucking 15 days earlier, Kyle Rittenhouse was telling someone he was going to shoot them, blah 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 blah, right? And it's just, I don't know. It's so silly. The reason why that evidence was not admissible in court is because Kyle Rittenhouse didn't even have the gun on him, so him making death threats is apparently immaterial. Him literally talking about how he wanted to shoot looters and rioters is not admissible as evidence in court because he didn't have the gun on him at the time. But on the flip side, it's self-defense that he shot Joseph Rosenbaum because Joseph Rosenbaum was making threats to Kyle Rittenhouse, even though he didn't have a gun on him at the time. It's silly. This is beyond just Kyle. If we can just strip someone of their right to self-defense because they were acting stupid or made mistakes, we were in a bad situation. Well, that's the point, dude. It's just not. It's okay. If you also, thanks for being respectful. I'm sure that text isn't exactly the best way to communicate and not be the most well-rounded. It's fine, clear as sky. But here's what I'm saying. If you break into someone's house to rob them and they start shooting at you and you shoot them back and kill them, is that self-defense? I mean, technically, yes, because you were defending your life, but you would have a very fucking hard time not getting sentenced to some kind of jail time, right? And that's what was so goofy is because they kept bringing up castle laws in the argument too, and it's like it's not even a remotely comparable situation, because even if in a place where you have castle laws and like stand your ground laws, all that goofy shit, because Alesto brought this up, he's talking about like in Texas, if you break into my house, I can shoot you. Cool. The person who broke into your house is breaking the law to be there. Castle laws should not even apply to the street. Yeah, that's why they have stand your ground laws. It's literally all laws just meant to fucking kill black people. And I mentioned this at the top of the stream because all these arguments about moral hazard and about the precedent set about how self-defense, blah, 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 it's bad if we punish Kyle for self-defense. I have not seen a single person make that argument about Michael Reinell, who was literally fucking assassinated by U.S. Marshals after he killed a white supremacist in self-defense. And that's the one thing I really wish I would have brought up in this conversation, is the fact that like I would really like to check the temperature, test the waters, and see how all these people felt about the Michael Reinell situation. Would a better comparison be if you broke into someone's house, the homeowner shoots at you, so you shoot and kill them? Is that self-defense? Yeah, yeah. Like, basically, what people are trying to say about Kyle Rittenhouse, honestly, the best comparison, honestly, would be is if you tried to break into someone's house, someone else was trying to break into the house, right? And you guys started shooting at each other and you killed them in self-defense, right? You would still go to fucking jail for 1,000. You would still go to fucking jail. I think the better comparison is if you go to someone's house and bring a gun and wave it around and someone shoots at you and then you shoot them. Yeah. I mean, facts. Yeah. Like I don't get why this is glossed over so heavily. With the Michael Reinell situation, he wasn't breaking the law, unless I could be wrong. I don't know if he was concealed carrying or what the carry laws in that state were at the time. To the best of my knowledge, the only law that he broke was killing the Patriot Prayer white supremacist guy, shooting him in the head. And I say that as in he was literally found guilty of murder, convicted of murder or whatever. He killed a dude. He murdered a dude. And Trump sent the U.S. Marshals after him to Swiss cheese him. Roles reversed, we have Kyle Rittenhouse, who is being martyred by the right in an almost identical scenario, except Kyle Rittenhouse is worse because he was breaking no less than 2 laws to be in that situation in the first place. This is the party of law and order that's commending him for being upset about property damage. So he's going to go ostensibly shoot the people who are upset about someone being paralyzed from the waist down for the rest of their life. I'd say whether he has a CCW license or not is meaningless. I mean, it's meaningless, yeah, but I meant in terms of comparison. Like, what laws was Michael Reinell breaking in order to be in the situation that he was in when he killed the person, to make a comparison to the Kyle Rittenhouse situation?
Personally, I think all but maybe 2 should be acquittal. 2 charges.
And and that's where we started to get different, because notice I said he's probably going to walk. Phil said he is probably going to walk. Alesto says, I think he should walk. And that's when shit got crazy.
And they're very basic charges. One of them's a $200 fine. The other one is a 6 months max in prison, which he's already served. Now with that,
facts, clear sky.
Anyone else?
I just wanted to in the comment about him living 20 minutes away, like I feel like that's kind of important.
I'm sorry to cut you, but yeah, we're still doing
that. Trust you, me.
Oh yeah. Sorry.
We're still doing opening, and you can address that. Like, it's going to be open for.
I was a little too overzealous to speak.
Yeah, I mean, probably gonna have the hottest opinion here. I think even though Kyle was a minor, he definitely had the right to be there, and I think he did a good job by just being there.
He didn't, though. He didn't. If you're saying morally yes, okay, but they're not arguing morality in court. He literally did not have a right to be there. Right? He broke curfew to be there. At least one curfew. Like I said, I don't know if there's a youth curfew, but there was definitely a curfew in effect for the protests. There was curfews in effect all across the country last year. He was breaking the law by being there. Now, whether or not you agree he was breaking the law for a good or a bad reason, okay, but he was breaking the fucking law. And we can go all ANCAP and libertarian and shit on it and say that people have a right to be wherever they want to be, but if we're trying to fucking denote intent, which is crucial to a murder, you can't discount the fact that he knew he was breaking the law to be there. The court case is about whether the killings were in self-defense, not whether he broke curfew law. And see, this is what's irritating too, is because you literally are trying to define intent. That's how you convict someone of murder, is that you establish that they were intending to kill someone. And like I said off top, he went out of his way to be there with the knowledge that he could kill someone. That is at least second-degree murder, in my opinion. It might be manslaughter, whatever. You get what I'm saying? Like, we're getting our legal definition of self-defense and our literal definition of self-defense confused. And they did this constantly. It's just like confusing killing someone and murdering someone. And they tried to call me on that in the end of the fucking conversation like it was a slam dunk. And I'm like, this is very fucking basic. This is very basic. If a police officer killed me right now, right? Say I'm a big time drug dealer and like sex trafficker. I have all the most heinous, evil shit that you can imagine happening in my place of business, in my abode right now. And a police officer kicks the door in. I pull a gun out and try to shoot him. He shoots me and kills me in self-defense. It's the most altruistic form of a police shooting that you could possibly fantasize about, right? The medical examiner, the ME, when he does my fucking autopsy and my medical, my toxicology report, all that good stuff, he's going to put homicide. He's going to put homicide as my cause of death. But that police officer will not be charged with murder. Why? Because he did not murder me, right? He was legally and literally acting in self-defense. Now, if, say, for example, someone on the street calls me the N-word and I start beating the ever-living fuck out of them, and they can't take that ass whooping, they can't take the L, they put out a pistol and shoot me. If they were legitimately in fear of their life, then yeah, it was literally self-defense. He was defending himself by shooting me, by killing me before I killed him in his mind. But that's not legally self-defense because he shouldn't have called me the fucking N-word in the first place. Zimmerman, yes. But when you have racist ass pieces of shit and a fucked up justice system, then people like Zimmerman can walk. Just like we have now with this judge who literally has Trump rally intro music as the ringtone on his phone. And I said as much in a closing statement about this too, that when he walks, it's going to be yet another failure of the American justice system. It's going to tell people, in converse of what you were saying, where your fear is that if we lock Kyle Rittenhouse up, people will be afraid to defend themselves because they think the consequence of that will be being locked up. Even though nobody said a word about when Michael Reinell got fucking Swiss cheesed in the street like a dog, right? Conversely, when Kyle walks for this, it's going to tell all of these fucking right wingers, yeah, go out there and shoot some people. There'll be no consequences for it. There's already laws being passed in places like Florida and shit for people in trucks to run over fucking protesters. And that's a point we'll get to in a minute too. But in retrospect, I feel like Phil was memeing. I don't know if he legitimately believes the stuff that he was arguing in this. Same with Stardust. I still genuinely don't know if they're memeing in the aftermath of this, but because it was our Blue Mafia who did it. Yeah, you get exactly what I'm saying, Clear Sky. You get exactly what I'm saying. The difference is purely ideological, and people don't want to admit that because they don't. Well, I don't think that they don't want to admit it. I genuinely think people are not smart enough to understand that they are absolutely soaked in ideology. Before this panel started, Critically Thinking Veteran said something about, or it might have been during this, where he was talking about, he made like an offhand comment about how being a lefty, how being a conservative is actually original, that everybody's a lefty. And it's the most horrible misunderstanding of the Overton window in the country and the way that our politics actually function in this country, right? Because you see gay people on TV now, you think that the country is sliding super far left. Meanwhile, we're literally fucking bombing people overseas for opium and oil. There's forced hysterectomies at the border, right? Forced hysterectomies at the border. The police kill people indiscriminately in the country. Minorities, right? It's the most detached fucking analysis of politics. It's the most touch grass analysis of politics imaginable.
I'm a big proponent of community policing. I think people should have the right to protect their communities and the communities that people care for. I think Kyle was innocent. If he
And that was also fucking stupid because, like I said, it wasn't his community, and the people who own that property did not ask him to be there, dude.
does get persecuted, this is definitely a kind
Our
of
biases guide us, absolutely.
Rosenberg was definitely assaulting him. He was not letting off rounds like Endless Cemetery said. He only shot 3 people. All 3 of
So I want to clip that so fucking bad, dude. I want to clip that so bad. He was not letting off rounds. He only shot 3 people. Somebody clip that, please. Please, somebody clip that, because that was ridiculous. And clip that when we also clip fucking CTV flashing his gun and Phil KOE talking about how he carries his gun with him everywhere. Before Alec talks about the conservative fantasy of shooting somebody, and they all laugh like they don't know what he's talking about.
them who assaulted him. Rosenbaum died assaulting minors. Like,
you're a teacher. Wow. Awesome, Clear Sky. That's a lot of responsibility. And yes, this dude, clear, critically thinking veteran, fucking just randomly pulled his gun out and is just waving his gun around on stream. I don't know if it's real. Could be airsoft, whatever. But that was just such a weird fucking flex. And I actually comment on it, but we'll get to that.
he was put in the mental institution for. Nothing much to say about that. And yeah, like Alesto said, he only lived 20 minutes away. He worked there. His dad worked there. He spent a lot of time on that community. His friend go there. His friends lived there. He was very attached to that community, and he definitely had the right to defend it.
I love round 1, but if I go to the arcade and shoot somebody in the head, I'm going to fucking jail, dude.
Yeah, so I think looking at the Kyle Rittenhouse trial specifically, I think the prosecution has done a really bad job of arguing their case. However, I also think that they are coming from a pretty losing position. So even if we can fathom that they might have done a better job, I still think that overall, there's no way that they're going to win this. Of the 6 charges levied at Kyle Rittenhouse, 5 of which are felonies. I don't think any of those stand up. Largely due to self-defense being.
He's saying he doesn't think. So this is him opining, right? This is someone that called himself a sock dem. Remember, this is him opining.
Pretty easily proven and justified here, and the only charge that I believe will perhaps stand is possession of a firearm underage, which is a misdemeanor, and I don't think that's what people are particularly interested in this case. It's easy to talk about things like, why was he there in the first place? Should we be allowed to bring guns to these kind of like rallies? Is that dangerous? But those are all like side arguments I think people bring up to take away from the main court case.
All right.
I cannot stress enough that all that shit is literally defining
so
intent.
in any murder trial, which this is, it is important to establish a motive. And in this case, I think the main dividing line between each side is the motive. Was he acting in self-defense, or was he there purposefully to commit murder or harm somebody in some other way? I believe it is the latter, and that is because he was open carrying a loaded weapon. He was conspiring with other groups who, you know, had said, we have lethal firearms. We have lethal firearms that we are prepared to use. He went to a community that he no longer lived in to protect property that nobody asked him to protect, and was there purposefully to instigate a situation in which he was forced to use his firearm. And that is why, at best, at very best, you can give him second-degree murder to say that he was committing a felony offense. I believe it's, I could be wrong on this. I believe it's a felony offense to carry a firearm that you don't own. I could be wrong on that. If not, it would be, manslaughter. But I personally believe that it's first-degree murder. He was there to instigate a situation and use a lethal weapon with lethal force against somebody.
That's facts.
So, that's my stance.
All right, and last but not least, CTV.
And this was before we knew about the shit with the prosecution.
When you're sitting in a room where it seems that everybody seems to know quite a bit about what it is that's being talked about, the hardest thing to do is to not repeat what someone else has already said. So, I think that it's important to not only remember all of the facts that have been laid out.
And this is wild too, because I thought he was just co-hosting. This is weird. We 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We 2v6'd. We 2v6'd. I didn't even realize this. It was literally just the two of us against all 6 of them. I've been saying 2v4, but it was 2v6. Wild.
You know, as everyone has gone along thus far. And it's important.
Alex's voice bothers you? Yeah, I like his voice. I'm biased though.
Understand the events as they happened. In this case, I can see no reason at all why any of the charges should land on anything based off of everything that I know about the case. Now, the one thing that I did find funny was when Endless Cemetery pointed out that a skateboard was this person's, main means of conveyance. And I was like, well, shit. I decided to hit somebody upside the head on my pickup truck since that's my main, means of conveyance.
Would you rather get hit with a skateboard or an F1? Look at my face when he said that shit too.
Right? That's why it's like it's really, I don't know. That's what ticked off in my brain, man. I heard something weird. I went, wow, So I figured
What's up, Zero Noel?
The fucking one thing that I knew nobody else was gonna say, because fuck y'all know all this shit.
It's a way false equivalency. Way false equivalency.
Right? On a serious topic, right? And
put it to you this way. If somebody was trying to fucking drive, if someone was trying to run him down with an F-150, I might be a little bit more reasonable in him. Actually, no, because what the fuck? You could just get out of the way. You could literally just get out of the way and not fucking Grand Theft Auto shoot them in the head through the windshield. But yeah, I don't know what he was even trying to say either. He thought that was heat too. That was the craziest part. He thought he was spitting with that one.
Alec, you're not going to be able to make that case, although it's going to be interesting to hear you attempt it. All right.
Would you rather?
He was low key trying to argue he could legally run over protesters.
I
mean,
doesn't matter.
Wait,
okay. I'm sorry. The problem is it's not about what would you rather. It's what actually happened. The guy showed up and hit him with a skateboard.
We're still enough in statements.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No. We're not. The floor is yours.
I totally thought it was open. Am I good to scream at Endless Cemetery?
Double Shine was dumb as fuck for that comment too.
Oh, perfect. All right, yeah. So again, this idea of him bringing a skateboard, yeah, I would rather get hit by a skateboard than a gun. However, if someone's attacking me with their skateboard, yeah, I have every right to fire back. I don't understand how you can make that comparison. Like, these are different things. You have an aggressor and you have someone who's essentially a victim in this situation.
The skateboard did not come first.
So
wait, what? Are you saying that?
I don't think it did. Did it?
So hang on. Stop.
You've got a 17-year-old who's being attacked by a 34-year-old man in the first scenario, right? That doesn't sound right to me. The man like threw something at him, didn't he? So I can completely understand why a 17-year-old, because I was dumb as fuck as a 17-year-old. First off, I don't think he should have been there. I don't think he should have been there, but you know what? He was there, and that's what it was. And we have to look at the situation. He was there. So in that situation,
there, then nobody else should have been there either, and that's the other
nobody
thing.
else should have been there.
Well, you can argue that.
Yes. Okay, so let me finish my point here. Okay, so while maybe he shouldn't have been there in the first place,
they were already.
You've got a 17-year-old.
So they were, because of my shirt. Like my shirt and my politics, they knew they were gonna come for my neck off top. As soon as the gloves were off before we even started going in like this. Like, I'm fairly certain, especially the Lucas Castillo. I am like positive. You know what I mean?
Who's being attacked by a 34-year-old man and being chased into a parking lot.
Especially because I call myself a Marxist.
I can completely understand why he would shoot, because it's self-defense. And then in the other two instances, it looks like they attacked him as well, or he was at least under reasonable.
Yo, thank you, Zero Noel. I think Alec actually says that at some point where he's like, you can't brush that aside because they're literally trying to you're trying to ascertain intent. I am a Marxist, though. Well, sorry. I guess that's fair. Yeah, I'm a communist. I'm a black anarchist, which is under the umbrella of communism. I agree with some of the points of Marxism, Leninism, Maoism. Just in my understanding of American history, as far as like African American history, Africanized people, I feel like when the Black Panthers were Maoists, I feel like that's not talked about enough. First of all, a lot of just as a little side tangent really quick, just so I could go into this. The idea that the civil rights movement happened so that you could vote for Joe Biden in 2020 is a fucking the worst possible imaginable fucking lie. The civil rights movement happened so that black people would stop being treated like fucking animals, right? Martin Luther King Jr. went down to Mississippi, which is where my family hails from, part of my family hails from, saw the kids there were illiterate, didn't have no fucking shoes, right? And it's fucked up. So it turned him anti-capitalist, right? Rosa Parks. Not many people know this. Rosa Parks' husband was a card-carrying member of the CPA, the Communist Party of America, right? Talking about Huey Newton, talking about Fred Hampton, talking about Malcolm X. These people were all staunch socialists, right? The Black Panthers were literally Maoists. They had copies of the Little Red Book. You can see, hang on, I'll show you a picture. Look at this. There's Huey Newton. Panthers holding up copies of the Little Red Book. So yeah. Because they understood, right? Maoism. They understood the United States government does not give a single fuck about us. We're still slaves. We're always going to be slaves. The United States government and the United States of America socially considers us to be fucking cattle. Nothing more. That's all we'll ever be. Whiteness expands. The only defining factor of whiteness is that you ain't black, right? So we needed to have an armed populace. That's what the Black Panthers did. We needed to have an educated and armed and able-bodied populace, right? So what were the Panthers programs? The breakfast program, which ended up being was so good that the federal government co-opted it, right? gave kids free breakfast, right? Free political education, right? Medical training, all these sorts of things. Of course, mutual aid, right? All that sort of stuff. All because they knew the federal government's not going to do shit for us. We have to establish dual power so that our people can protect our people and our people can support our people. They learned all of the lessons of Tulsa and Wilmington, North Carolina, and all the other dozens of race riots that you don't learn about, that aren't talked about, right? Am I or have I ever been a member of the Communist Party? No, I have not. On this paper, I have 45 names of known communists in the U.S. government. Sorry, one of my areas of historical expertise was Cold War era blacklisting, Red Scare. Maslow's hierarchy of needs determines that without food, people can't even worry about their own safety, love, and belonging. Yeah, facts. Yeah. Absolutely. So yeah, I just wanted to throw that out there. That's where my politics come from. As a black person who is fully aware and fully invested in my blackness, right? And everything that goes along with that, like my queerness, like all everything that is encompassed within that, right? So that's why abolition, I said that in this conversation, abolition is one of the cornerstones of my politics, because the prison industrial complex is literally just slavery. It's just slavery. The same year that Juneteenth happened, they started building federal prisons in the country. That's not a coincidence. If you read the 13th Amendment, the word abolish does not actually appear anywhere in that document. And it's for a very specific reason. That's why you had the black codes. That's why you have Jim Crow. If you read the book, The New Jim Crow, it actually explains the origins and the effects of the modern prison industrial complex. You're just some Finnish white American, so I can't understand much about blackness and the black experience, no matter how much I study and teach history to you to today. I mean, that's part of the reason why I do what I do now, right? There's plenty of black voices on YouTube. I'm not going to sit up here and say that I'm one of the only people doing it, or there was nobody doing this before me. There's lots of people I can't name, people I'm probably not even aware of. I just want to throw my perspective into the ring because I feel like I have a unique perspective as having grown up petty bourgeois, amongst mainly other white people and having the politics I do. But I'm going to continue. That took me off to the side. Let's continue with the conversation here.
Suspicion that he was going to be attacked. So I don't see those charges sticking. At the most, it maybe if there's like a charge about whether he should have been there, maybe something like that. But it looks like self-defense in these. I mean, yes, he went there with a gun, but I don't think he actually intended to hurt any of those people who he did hurt.
Look at me, dog. Look at me. Look at me.
So
okay.
Yeah, he broke 2 laws to be there with his gun, but he didn't mean to hurt anyone.
Endless Cemetery, you're like kind of making fun of this, but both you and Alec said that the intent of why he showed up there is relevant. It's absolutely not. Nobody in the trial, the prosecution.
That's how you define murder. MMO means motive, opportunity, motive. It's literally part of trying to convict someone of murder. This is the silliest silly bitch take. Like, this shit is so fucking silly. Yeah, go for it, Clear Sky.
Or the defense, nobody cares about that.
Is intent not relevant in a murder case?
It's not in this because it's what the actions actually were.
Well, it's not though. It's really not. Like, his intent was, I'm going to go to this place and I might have to shoot someone and kill them. That's literally it. That's it. The only reason things are going the way that they are in the court system right now is because we have a literal fucking Trumpster as a judge. And we'll see what happens when we get to the jury, assuming that he doesn't just decide that it's a mistrial without prejudice, or a mistrial with prejudice. Because if they do that, he's definitely walking. Because that means they can't charge him with all the same shit that they're trying to charge him with now. Because that would be double jeopardy. So it's just like it's just this fucking, this is like this one of the silliest takes I've ever heard. that intent doesn't matter in a murder case, or that even if you're admitting that intent does matter, that the intent of the boy who broke 2 laws to go to an active conflict zone with a gun that he did not lawfully own didn't intend to possibly hurt someone? It's silly. Like it's absolutely silly, especially now that we know that literally 10 days before this, he was talking about how he wanted to shoot looters. Just like, holy shit.
Conspiracies
Thank you,
about
Clear
how he
Sky.
showed up there to instigate violence. If he didn't actually,
What else did he
that,
show
then
up
it
there
doesn't
for?
matter.
I was just gonna say it's not a conspiracy. Did he show up? He gets in a fire extinguisher.
Three grown men.
Wait.
And that's the other thing. Even if he went there with a fire extinguisher, even if he went there with an IFAC, there were EMS and fire services already there. He's going to do their job for them. Did anyone ask why did he go there for and why he have a gun? It doesn't matter to them. The all that's justified to them. The reason why he went there is because in their minds, he had every right to be there because he worked there, used to live there or whatever. So they consider that his community, so he could be there, even though even people who literally lived there were not allowed to be outside at the time because there was a curfew in effect, right? So his physical presence there in the first place was breaking the law, but they believe he had a right to be there because he worked there. And they believe that he should have brought a gun. It was perfectly cool to bring a gun because he was in a conflict zone, not understanding that you're literally admitting the intent right there. He was going to a place where he knew he might have to shoot someone. Why else would you bring the gun? And they try to play that off too with the most cursed fucking take you've ever heard. It's coming up. We haven't heard it yet, but it's coming.
To attack a child. We have 3 grown men who tried to attack a child. I'm sorry.
We got too many people talking at the same time. We're not hearing anyone. So
What's
I
up,
want to
Can I
hear
go
this, and
really
after
quick?
that, I want to throw it to Lucas.
Okay, so 2 things. I'm gonna try to be really quick. So as far as evidence that we heard from the trial, from what I saw in the trial in terms of Joseph Rosenbaum and what happened with him,
My
with
mic
the
was so
skateboard,
scuffed. My gain was so
there's
high.
FBI like infrared footage of Rittenhouse pursuing Rosenbaum and then Rosenbaum turning and pursuing him, which is immaterial to the fact that as Alec was
You see them shaking their heads, and then Lucas is about to come in and say the footage was doctored, which was like, well, I'll show you what happened.
Implying and what he was getting to, which is also what I wanted to get to, is
is CCW now useless with this train of thought? I mean, on this line of thought, does that mean anyone who has a gun, concealed carry, has to defend himself, herself, was armed knowing they might have to use it, hence why they have it? No. See, that's the thing. If you're concealed carrying, the thing that denotes intent here is the fact that he knowingly broke the law to be there, right? He knowingly was in possession of a rifle, because concealed carry also really, that only really applies to pistols. Which he was not legally allowed to own because he was, surprise, surprise, he was not old enough to own a pistol, right? That's how gun laws work in this country. You don't need a license or you don't need to be registered to own a rifle. So you could literally just buy a rifle and give it to someone. That's why he had one. You can carry a rifle in your backpack so I don't think it works quite like that, but yeah. Broke the law to be there, broke the law to have a deadly weapon, right? And knowingly broke the law, right? It doesn't matter if you know you're breaking the law or not, unless you're Hillary Clinton, but knowingly broke the law. And this isn't court's evidence. This was considered not admissible in court, but he was talking about how he wanted to shoot protesters 10 days earlier. Are you a murderer? You should not be in a bank with a gun. That's a different scenario, though. A very different scenario, because you're not breaking the law to be in the bank. You're just breaking the law carrying the gun in there. I feel like in that scenario, you would probably, yeah, like possessing the gun. That's a weird gray area for sure. I feel like, oh no, it's cool, clear sky. I can't really pontificate on that. If you saw someone was shooting the bank on TV, ran down there with an AR and opened fire, I think you would definitely go to jail. You would 1000% go to jail, especially if police and EMS and fire services and shit were already there and you just took it upon yourself to go there, like with your AR, you would 1000% go to jail, which is pretty much what Kyle Rittenhouse did, right? August 25th, the protest had been going for months at that point. Months, right? He had to know what was going on. There's no way he didn't know what was going on there. And that's definitely more comparable. You're right, Fade Runner. You're right, Fade Runner. It wouldn't be just going to the bank and someone happens to start robbing it and you shoot them. It would be if you were watching a bank robbery or like a hostage situation happen on TV for like 2 months and you decided, fuck it, the police aren't doing a good enough job. Let me go down there and shoot someone. Roof Koreans, first degree murder? Absolutely. Absolutely. But we live in a white supremacist country and the Koreans killed black people, so they got off. He knew there was an active conflict with police and first responders on scene already and went there armed. Yeah, facts. Let's continue.
Showed up with an AR-15 rifle. He didn't show up with a med kit. He didn't show up with a bullhorn. He showed up with a rifle.
He did
a
show up with
loaded rifle.
No, that's not true.
He did show up with a med kit.
This is wrong.
He did show up with a med kit.
Everything he just said is wrong.
Okay,
yeah.
Lucas, go.
Fake news.
Except for the fact that he showed up with an AR-15 rifle. I mean, that's kind of the point of contention, right?
Yeah. So, first of all,
I'm sorry. I got fake information then.
So, no, Rosenbaum was not running away from him. He was running away from Rosenbaum. He only...
Which is also not true, right? He chased Rosenbaum. That was confirmed by the FBI footage, right? Now, what he's about to get into is the fact that the footage was edited, right? The FBI came out and said that the footage was edited, but that's immaterial to the fact that there's literally footage of him chasing Rosenbaum. And I said as much in this, is I would not chase unarmed, like, regardless of whether he knew he was mentally ill or not. If you're chasing someone, then clearly you're not terribly in fear of your life from them, right? Just like the analogy I gave earlier. If someone calls me the N-word and I start beating the fuck out of them to like within an inch of their life and they shoot me in self-defense, they're still going to jail. Yeah, yes, there is intent. Yes, clear sky. They want to tap dance around it.
Shot Rosenbaum.
And I wish I would have brought it up, like actually found it. But yeah, there's definitely FBI infrared footage of him pursuing Rosenbaum. I think they actually brought it up.
0.6 seconds after his friend, Rosenbaum's friend, shot a shot to the air 30 feet away from Kyle. That's why he shot Rosenbaum, okay? That's the first thing. It wasn't him who started the aggression, okay?
That's also not why he shot Rosenbaum. The defense said he shot Rosenbaum because Rosenbaum reached for his gun. So, there's that.
When right after that, Rosenbaum was coming at Kyle, and that's when he shot him, okay?
Okay, Lucas, you're actually throwing harder than the prosecution right now. He didn't shoot him because of gunshot. Okay, he shot him because he was getting charged. Rosenbaum was charging him, and he was willing to take the gun away. Okay, that's the important part. That's why the defense was mandatory there.
Yes, but Rosenbaum's friend did fire a gun into the air, which also makes the situation way more deadly for Kyle. So it makes his case again for self-defense way more easier to be made because there was shots that were made by somebody that was a threat to him.
If I was 17 and I had it from what I'm hearing now, 2 grown men who are harassing me, right? And one of them,
did cook Lucas.
All I hear is a shot. That's fucking scary. Yeah, of course I would shoot somebody who's pursuing me.
If you had a gun.
I want to phrase
if I
you
had a gun,
Ernesto.
which I don't.
I want to phrase you
So-
Ernesto, and after that,
Damn. Yeah, the gunshots are super scary, right? That's perfectly grounds to shoot someone, you know, while you have your gun.
FBI footage was doctored. It actually, if you watch the full thing, it was shown.
So it wasn't even Lucas that said this. It was Alesto that said this dumbass fuckery. The footage was doctored? See, okay, and this might just be a thing with me. When I hear the word doctored, I think of like CGI, like there's artifacts, like someone has added shit or removed shit from the footage, right? Is that wrong? Am I wrong for that? Like when I think of doctored versus edited, like doctored is way more extreme than just like if you just edit something, you could just clip it. You could just cut the end in the beginning, right? But if you're doctoring footage, that means you're like adding shit in or taking shit out, like in the actual literal video footage, right? He wouldn't have been scared by the gunshots if he was home. Facts. Look at the man that shot the police who were shooting less than lethal out of an unmarked white van and got his face stomped in. He got scared and reacted accordingly. Yeah. Making shit up, yes. But anyway, that I guess that was on me then. Is because when I heard the word doctored, when I heard the word that the footage was doctored, that made me think that like that footage was like CGI and made in a laboratory somewhere, and the FBI completely disavowed it. And you could see how frustrated I got at it when they admitted later that, you'll see.
That all of them were moving that direction. Rosenbaum went behind a vehicle. I think it was a truck. Put on that like makeshift hood thing. He took his hat.
And you can see the look on my face, like doctored FBI footage, doctored, dude. Like that's what I'm saying. Like if you just said edited, like they clipped it or they cut it, like okay, cool. But I feel like maybe he was being intentionally misleading with the word doctored. You know what I mean? But yeah, I guess you technically could use the word doctored in that situation, but it seems pretty extreme to describe cutting the first 30 or last 30 seconds of something as doctoring the footage.
FBI doctored the footage?
No, someone doctored it.
Yeah. Doctored the FBI's
FBI
footage.
Yes. Now, that was what was shown before the court hearing. Now, what was shown at the court hearing...
And that you can see me right there. I'm like Googling hard as shit because I'm like, yo, what the fuck? The footage is doctored?
Put a mask, made a makeshift mask with that, and then charged Kyle Rittenhouse. And just before he charged him, you heard the shot go off. And Rosenbaum not tackled, but he fell down. Rosenbaum was on top of him, grabbed the gun, and then that's when Kyle shot Rosenbaum at that point in time. Now, there's context to this. Rosenbaum did have a chain. That is part of the court hearings that we saw. We don't know what happened to that chain. Could have been in the bag that he was carrying. Could have been in the bag that he threw at Kyle Rittenhouse. The skateboard was hit on Kyle. I mean,
So-
all of this is just self-defense.
Where you're losing me is when you're saying that the FBI footage was doctored
It
by
was.
the defense.
No, it wasn't doctored by the defense. It was doctored by someone. We don't know who it was. And the defense
by
realized-
the FBI footage.
Wait. Yeah,
We're talking about FBI footage.
Let Lucas finish. Yeah, Lucas knows this.
So the FBI footage was doctored by someone. We don't know who doctored it, okay? And the defense has no access to the original footage. The FBI has not granted access to the defense to the original footage. But
Do we
do
have a
know.
source for that, or
You want to source for the fact? I mean, do you watch the trial?
The court hearing.
I did watch the trial.
Did you all of it? Because a minute ago you said you've only watched a few minutes of it. Because
Yeah, I said I got highlights of it. Yeah.
Well, if you had watched the whole thing, you would know this.
What?
No, not the FBI. Why you guys keep lying about what I'm saying?
I'm not lying.
So here's what I'm now asking. Here's what I'm asking. They're saying that they don't have access to the original footage. The FBI
don't.
said that. That's cool. How do you then get to they made the footage up? Or that the footage is doctored?
You didn't watch the trial. If you had watched the trial, you would know this. If you didn't watch the trial,
I didn't. I'm asking you now.
They said it during the trial that the footage was doctored. They said it.
I didn't watch the trial. What'd they say?
They said that I'm literally saying it
I was being facetious right there.
right now. I literally said the file was. They said that the file was doctored, and the defense.
You're telling me that in a legal court case, they just said the footage is doctored, and the judge was like, "Okay, next question."
This feels like this actually feels like conspiracy. Can we actually talk about like the self-defense case? I feel like this is irrelevant. We're never actually going to know. Whether
I mean,
or not
it's kind of relevant because it's demonstrating that he was literally chasing the dude before the dude turned around him.
That's what I'm saying. Like, that's why I got confused because, like I said, when you say the word "the footage is doctored" to me, I'm thinking somebody like a team of people in a laboratory with Unreal Engine 5 are like CGIing up some shit. You know what I mean? That's different from edited to me, and that's why I got so tilted right here. But Lucas dodged that question with a 95% evasion rating or some shit. Yeah. And that was the other thing is like, okay, so even if even with me going as hard right here, I still don't feel like, even with my having that misunderstanding, I still feel like he didn't adequately answer that question. Right? Because even if we were just talking about, even if we're saying that the footage was edited, that's it. The defense was just like, nah, the footage is edited. And the judge was like, okay. Like, I don't know. That sounds wild. It's the classic conservative do your own research answer. Yeah, dude, because that was the other goofy thing. Like, did you even watch the trial? I mean, I watched some of it, but it's like fucking, by this point, it was like 5 whole fucking days of like 6-hour long streams each fucking day. I don't got time for that, bro. Like, I don't know what you do for a living. You know what I mean? If you're an ANCAP, who knows? You might be some kind of fucking factory owner or something, and you pay your workers a starvation wage, and that's why you're an ANCAP. But like, I work. I'm like working class, friend. I'm a freight handler. I get fucked up. I got a Band-Aid on my pinky right now. I work hard as shit, long ass hours. I get fucked up doing my work. I have very little time to sit and watch fucking boring ass trials of shit just to confirm some shit that I already know. Like, I'm much more interested in, and that's why I only looked at highlights, because I don't need to know goofball ass fucking minutia like that. And if it was that serious an event in the trial, you would think you would have more to say to me about it other than watch the trial. The judge literally said it. And edited, I mean, that probably did happen. Look how goofy this judge is. Yeah, that's true. And edited footage is cutting out the first 30 seconds and last 30 seconds that were uneventful. It's word implication, though I guess both were edited. But yeah, that's what I'm saying. Editing, it's like a square is a rectangle, but a rectangle is not a square, right? When you're doctoring footage, you're editing it. But if you're editing footage, it doesn't necessarily mean you're doctoring it. That's just me. That was my thought in this moment. Like I said, when Alesto said the footage was doctored, my immediate thought was that there's people in a laboratory with like a sound stage, or like in fucking Unreal Engine 5 and Autodesk and shit, like literally making the footage from scratch. You agree? Okay, so yeah. And Lucas Bastillo actually says that there was a language barrier issue, and that's why I let that slide. But only in rewatching this shit now, I realized that Lucas wasn't even the first person to say that the footage was doctored. It was Alesto being dishonest.
He wasn't. He wasn't.
I have a question for you. Has shown anything, and I think that one of the biggest things is that even like it's very clearly up to shooting. We have video footage of it constantly since day one of Rosenbaum charging him, trying to take away his gun.
That's not what I'm questioning.
For him.
That's not what I'm questioning. What I'm questioning is, how does that end up happening in the first place, especially considering if you knew this person, we all know, especially now, that this person was mentally ill, right? Even at 17 years old, you should be able to tell.
That is not an excuse.
I'm not saying it's an excuse. I'm not Can you?
And
I'm not
mentally ill
excusing.
people are incredibly violent
Chill.
at times.
I'm not excusing his behavior. I'm saying if
Rosenbaum
you saw,
did say he was going to kill one of them if he could get them alone. He did
all
say
right.
that in the
So
day.
then why would you enter in a situation where you're alone with this person? This is my
Running
question.
away from him. He was
trying to ambush
running away
him.
from him. He was trying to ambush him, and it was.
The FBI footage showed him pursuing Rosenbaum, or at least getting near Rosenbaum. And then Rosenbaum pursued him. Now that I know this, it's wild how dishonestly they portrayed this entire point, and I kind of wish I would have hammered this more. If I were him, I would at least try to say, okay, hold on, at least try to find a video of it. Facts. 17-year-olds aren't therapists or clinicians, though. And that's what I tried to get at, is that you don't have to be a therapist or a clinician to understand that someone is acting erratically, even if they're literally saying, I'm going to fucking kill you.
It was not only him; it was also Rosenbaum's friend who shot it and shot it into the air.
So you're telling me, let me just give me a
This is
second.
what I'm seeing.
You're
Well, I'm
telling
on
me
CNN.
that Rittenhouse should have known he was mentally ill and gotten out of eyesight when the dude
No.
was pursuing him?
I'm saying that Rittenhouse pursued this
trying.
dude and broke pursuit, and then the dude started pursuing him.
No,
That's what I'm seeing on
that's
CNN.
not what the facts are.
That's what the FBI says.
No,
Oh my God. No,
What
they don't.
actually happened?
Look how
was
confused I am.
Rosenbaum set the dumpster on fire. Kyle went to go put it out. That is where they're showing him pursuing Rosenbaum.
I don't think
And
any
then-
footage has shown that. I think that's not.
Well, no, this is
like-
the argument
And
that they're having.
I don't think it's relevant
Wait,
either. I think that the important thing was
It's
that
pretty
Rosenbaum
damn
was
relevant.
charging Rittenhouse. That's
Also
what
in
needs to be
terms of
focused on.
establishing
And if you're
intent.
charging someone with a gun, they have brandished that weapon. I think that is absurd to not assume that it is with lethal intent to kill you. Because had Rosenbaum gotten
And Clear Sky, hold on, because that's not the dumbest shit she said tonight. Hold on, buckle in, because it gets cringe real quick.
that gun, Rittenhouse would
Oh
be dead.
yeah. Oh
absolutely, absolutely, he would be dead.
I don't. I don't.
Yeah,
think
it
a
sucks
smart
you brought the
person
gun,
would
didn't
do
it?
that.
Clarify. I just
Wait, sorry.
we can disagree.
We can't predict the future, but we can't predict the future. But if you're a smart person, that would be a logical conclusion.
Okay, so you
That's
keep
why I tell you
bringing
not
up
to bring
that
guns to
you
protests,
keep,
but,
keep
you know.
bringing up that he brought a gun. You have to realize that literally there were tons of guns there. Okay,
And here's this dumb motherfucker. It's not a protest, by the way. Okay, it was a riot. So then he knew he was going to a riot with a gun. What kind of fucking idiot would admit that in the middle of the conversation? It wasn't a protest, by the way. Okay, cool. If it wasn't a protest, literally everyone and their fucking mothers knew it wasn't a protest. That should have been going on for months at that point. The implication being those people were not protesting. They were rioting and looting, and thus they deserve to die. Right? That's his take. The people that the people that Rittenhouse shot, they were all rioters and looters. It wasn't a protest. It was a riot, which then begs the question, why in the fuck did he take an AR-15 to a riot? Hello?
violent place. I think that Moretti, who was a police officer on the scene, even said that someone armed with an AR-15 didn't mean much at the time. There were probably more people armed with weapons than not. Okay, so it's not like he showed up to the fucking shopping mall.
A police officer would say that. What police officer is not going to fucking tell you that the beat he walks in a major inner city where he probably arrests dozens of fucking people a month? Oh yeah, everybody's got guns. Yeah, sure. All those black people definitely have guns. All those leftists, all those protesters, yeah, they all got guns. Yeah, because that's what's going to justify us beating the shit out of them when the curfew takes into effect. When that curfew goes into effect, we're just going to instantly assume that everyone there is carrying a fucking RPG-7 in their pants, and we're going to beat the fuck out of everyone. That's how it works. You'd argue that it's the store owners who are getting looted that should defend their property. I would agree with that, but that's not what happened. The store owners didn't. The owners of the property had no idea what was even happening because they were smart. Now, Dylan said this, and I agreed with it. If your livelihood is threatened, like if the action that someone's about to take will cause you such grievous harm, in terms of like property damage. Like if you own a factory or something like that, or a vehicle or something, somebody's about to destroy your shit, that's going to destroy your livelihood and cripple you and put you into poverty or whatever. Yeah, I think that it would be self-defense to shoot that person. Killing them, I don't know. You know, it's hard to fucking be disciplined enough to shoot someone and not fucking kill them if you're not trained in that sort of shit, right? But yeah, it's if it's your property, yes. But you cannot fucking, like I said, I love round one. I play mad video games out there. But am I gonna go out there with a fucking AR-15 if people start fucking rioting out there? Absolutely not, dude. Insurance is a scam? Yeah, that's true. GTA on the block?
Sorry, with the shopping mall with the AR-15, okay, you show up to a violent rally. There were tons of people going off with guns, and as Stardust pointed out, a guy...
Why the fuck would you admit this? Why would you admit this? What kind of fucking silly shit is this? You need MMO for murder, means, motive, opportunity. He had the means. He had the fucking gun. We have the motive. He knew he was going to a fucking riot and was at the very least aware of the fact that he may need to use his rifle on another person and potentially kill them. And clearly he had the opportunity because he drove 20 minutes to cross a state line and break a curfew to be there. Like, how is this hard? How is this I get how it is for people like Lucas and CTV because they are, you know, they have ideology brainworms. But these people are calling themselves sock dems. These people are calling themselves leftists saying this dumbass bullshit. I don't get it.
I shot a gun literally like seconds before the shooting. Okay, this is not like a unique thing here. If you want to argue that guns shouldn't be allowed, that's fine. That's a completely side argument, has no relevance.
It's not a side argument. It's not a side argument. He literally broke the law. He went out of his way to break the law. Do not instigate. It doesn't even matter. Fam, it's not even exclusive to CCWs. I took martial arts and they tell you all that same shit. All that same shit. Like, fam, you could beat the fuck. You could literally kill the average person with your bare hands. Chill the fuck out. Right? I don't get it. I don't get it. And that goes into another point, is even if he was lawfully carrying, they would have told him, dog, leave that shit at the house. Leave that shit at the house, bro. Don't get into no arguments. Don't create no conflict. Just chill the fuck out, bro. Do not argue. Do not get people angry. Do not instigate. Yeah. I'm saying a law-abiding CCW holder would do that, and that's not what Kyle Rittenhouse did, even if he was a quote-unquote law-abiding concealed carry holder. You know what I'm saying? Or am I misunderstanding your point? I'm gonna continue.
He showed up to a violent rally with a loaded weapon.
Yeah, because
Why would you do that?
Yo, Alec was so based.
That was self-defense. And
Why would you go?
Self-defense if you put yourself into that situation.
Thank you.
Well, okay, I'm sorry.
Okay, you can disagree with the reason that he was there. Wait a minute.
Stardust, go, and after that I want to hear from Phil.
Okay, so you can disagree with the reason that he was there. I disagree with the reason that he was there. You can disagree with his politics. I disagree with his politics.
Here
but
comes.
The facts of the matter are that he was there and he was charged by a grown man as a 17-year-old. This man was also accompanied by somebody else who shot into the air, and this kid
me and Alec were the only two who weren't completely fucking brain dead on this topic. So
to shoot for self-defense. If you think that somebody is pursuing you, then yes, you have the right to do that.
You don't really.
Excellent, excellent. Thank
Depends
you.
what state
Now,
you're in.
if I may, people are saying he shouldn't have been there, and he put himself in this situation. And even if that is completely true, it is.
It is. He did not need to be there. No one asked him to be there. He literally put himself in that situation. Even if he was called to be there, he would have had to respond to that call and decide to go there. Like, this is brain dead as fuck.
Also completely irrelevant, and I'm going to tell you why. If, let's say, for example, somebody sneaks into a bar with a fake ID, so it's an underage person in a bar with a fake ID, they put themselves in that situation, and they sure as shit shouldn't be there. But that doesn't mean you get to fucking pop them in the mouth because they're fucking...
Brain dead take. Absolutely fucking brain dead take. Absolutely brain dead.
Shouldn't be there. It doesn't mean you get to assault them. It doesn't mean that laws and protections do not apply to them. He still gets to defend himself, even if he shouldn't fucking be there. Even if he did put himself in a bad situation, you don't just fucking accept getting beaten to fucking death because some of you think he should, for fuck's sake. And I yield.
Alex too, and after that, Lucas.
Also, Rosenbaum had multiple felonies.
Here we go, dude. It doesn't matter. We had somebody talking about how it doesn't matter. At the very least, I'm glad somebody called Alesto out on this bullshit. Somebody did call Alesto out on this bullshit. We didn't spend too much time on this, but this was fucking cancer.
One felony. You
since we're on the topic of irrelevant shit.
That's not irrelevant. This is he knew way ahead of time that he is not allowed to handle or hold or even touch a weapon.
And so did Kyle Rittenhouse, dude.
That had a weapon.
I don't think.
Why is Kyle Rittenhouse there with a
rifle?
No.
Any of them there? Why are any of them there? None of them should have been there. That same logic applies to every single person who was there. None of them should have been there. Maybe none of them same logic. Anybody. Okay, again, the same logic applies. If somebody was not supposed to be there, do they deserve do they deserve to get beaten up by a mob? Do they?
No, but they deserve to have consequences for their actions when they kill two people and seriously injure a third with a weapon that they shouldn't have been in possession of. These are the most fucking silly takes. I don't know if they're memeing just because they want to make this shit interesting. Like, you know what I mean? Which is cool. That's awesome. They definitely did. They got me flustered as fuck. I was heated. But like, to say this shit with any level of seriousness requires a level of brain damage so fucking severe that you might have paralysis in some parts of your body. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know.
Do they deserve to get beaten up by two grown men? Okay. I don't think so. Absolutely not.
If your question
is like victim blaming. This is victim blaming. It's like the
Here
same
it is.
logic. If we put
Here it
a
is.
woman and she shouldn't have been there in the first place.
Victims, though. There's people dead because of this.
I'm not blaming the victims. It's a shitty situation. It's a shitty situation. None of them should have been there. None of them should have been there.
Wait, I want to let him
the person who died isn't the victim. The person who literally got
so it doesn't matter what happens before.
17-year-old getting
And they're like, no.
by two
But
grown men.
it doesn't matter.
It
doesn't matter.
For sure.
It doesn't matter that he's getting pursued by two grown men who were violent.
You get killed by the person you're trying to kill. I mean,
has anyone here heard the term brandishing before?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Occasionally.
So like you're just carrying an AR-15 around, and that's not considered like.
Here it is. Here, I think this is where he does it.
Oh
no, it's not. He's reaching for something.
Does the rapist become a victim?
Hold on. This might be where CTV pulls his gun out.
Yes.
Okay.
The rapist is a victim.
There it is. Yo, what the fuck is he doing, dude? What the fuck are you doing, bro? Yeah, I guess he did that to show me he knows what brandishing means. I don't, which is, first of all, it's literally the internet. So that's not, it just demonstrates he doesn't fucking know what brandishing actually means. like this was honestly one of the most unhinged points in the entire fucking conversation. My man just pulls his fucking. I mean, it's a nice piece. What was that, nickel plated M9? That shit's. That's a sexy burner. I'm not going front, but like, what the fuck, dude?
Okay. So do you have
guy
the?
alert.
Oh, I don't.
You see, cool guy alert.
Do you have the? Are you saying
guy
then that
alert.
I don't? if you don't, if you are you saying that?
Look
if
at look how
the
yo,
rapist, like, you
Mr.
didn't
Geek is like, what the
have
fuck are you doing,
justification to
dude?
kill the rapist?
Somebody please clip that. Somebody please clip that.
Yeah.
Somebody please clip that. 1911 clone? I don't think it was a 1911. It looked like an M9.
Pursued to be attacked. He was being pursued to be attacked.
He was about to catch an ass whooping.
You protect people who are being
What's
fucking
up, Vulcan?
victimized, but like that shit. If somebody's being victimized like that, you better damn well fucking
he was protecting them so hard. He was protecting them so hard they didn't even know he was there and had no idea.
Himself. You have the right to protect yourself. You have the right to maintain your bodily autonomy and your bodily integrity. You have the right to defend life,
So you're
limb,
telling me
eyesight.
if I'm
The
being
best way that
pursued
he would
by
have been
a
able to
rapist,
protect
I
himself
can't
is if he
shoot
would have
him
stayed
to
his ass
kill?
at home.
If your argument is that
I'm being pursued,
then
if I'm being pursued by a rapist,
Just like
can I
saying
shoot to kill?
She shouldn't
Can
have
I
been wearing
shoot
that
to kill?
dress. Exact same argument.
Stop, everyone stop. I'm
You're
just
telling
going
me
to-
that he shouldn't have been
I
wearing
just
that
said
dress is the same argument? Oh, I'm sorry.
Hey! Alright, I'm going to mute everyone for 1 minute because apparently I need to remind someone a simple rule. 2 rules. First of all, okay,
So now that I listened to that in context, I don't think he was singling anyone out. I think that was just like a language barrier thing. English is obviously not his first language. So like I don't think he was singling me out there. Is who sleeping? Her? Is Stardust sleeping? Eyes are super shadowy. I don't know. Maybe that's like makeup. I don't know.
I didn't precise it because I think we're all adult and we all understand that. Like,
Not
if
gonna
you
comment
interrupt
on a
people,
person's looks.
no one hears shit. Especially when there's 8 people trying to speak at the same time. So, please, when someone speaks, have the respect for the other person to let them speak. That's the first thing. I know you all want to talk and everything. I didn't mention it, but if you want to speak and there's no way to intervene, raise your hand.
That's all
I will
good,
give you
Clear
a
Sky.
little thumbs up, and I will try to give you the mic as soon as possible. Thank you. Now, I want to throw it to Lucas, and after that, we'll see where we go from here. Lucas, go ahead. I'm going to unmute you.
Yeah, so this idea that Kyle was there with the intent to murder, first of all, it's evident. There's no evidence for that. Also, I
Other
wanna
than the
apologize
fact that
real
he
quick.
brought a deadly fucking weapon that he look at my face, dude.
Before I say anything else, I did not mean to say that the file was doctored. I meant to say that it was edited. Language barrier. Sorry, I'm Cuban. But
So he
wanted
pointed
say
to himself,
that, yeah,
too.
Kyle
So
went
he
there
knows
with
what
a
he was doing
medkit.
with that.
He was stopping fires with a fire extinguisher.
The reason she was late because she
he
overslapped the
retreated.
ex.
He was pursued by the attackers, and then he eventually felt that he had to defend himself. After a shot was fired into the air, he felt threatened,
How far
and he
in was-
defended himself.
112. Okay.
All right. Alec.
Why was he there?
He was there.
Lucas.
He was there to defend property. The car.
To defend property, and what happened? People died. So was it worth it?
What? Yeah, 100%.
No, it wasn't.
Yes, it was. If you're
No,
burning,
you do not go.
That's a fucking silly ass take too. Like, people died, dog. No, it was not worth it. If you're telling me, because first of all, like, I don't know, dog. Property can be replaced. This is why I said earlier, like, I'd have a pretty serious issue with like killing someone to protect your shit. Thank you, Quiku. Long time no see. But like, fam, like, if I had to do that, like, if somebody like tried to steal, if I like owned a trucking company, didn't have insurance on my truck or something, somebody tried to steal my truck, and I had to shoot them, and I killed them, I would be crushed. I would be fucking crushed, bro. Like, I don't know what I would do. So the fact that he's just like, I don't know, bro.
Out of your way to defend property if,
Yes, you
if
do.
it's going to cost lives. That's
Yes,
very
you do.
dumb.
Okay,
Well,
listen.
people
And a
should
It is
society
dumb.
built on that notion is doomed.
No, if
Facts.
it's somebody's
Facts.
livelihood.
Also, nobody asked.
Also, the idea that it's okay to shoot or kill someone in protection of your property is predicated on the idea of capitalism, right? So in a world where I wouldn't have to worry about someone else stealing my fucking livelihood or destroying my livelihood, I probably wouldn't have to shoot or kill them, right? So I feel like that's also pretty important to mention.
To defend that property. Nobody.
Okay, people did not
So
die
based.
because he was
So
protecting
based.
Okay. Double shine, then Stardust.
Okay, people did not die because he was protecting property. People died because they charged him and tried to take his gun away.
This is also a fucking silly ass take. He went there because he wanted to protect, and this is being charitable, right? Assuming that he didn't go there because he wanted to shoot looters, which is what he expressed that he wanted to do 10 days before this, right? He went there because he wanted to protect the property. Those people would not have gotten killed by him if he was not there. Like, silly.
And that happened in the first one, the second one, and the third one. All three cases were people going and attacking him. People did not die because he was standing outside of a police station gunning people down who were coming to like steal.
That's
like,
also
cars,
not our
okay?
take.
So
People died because he
framing-
drove 20 minutes to defend a car shop that nobody asked him to defend.
Facts.
You are this is like
Base.
results based analysis. You're literally saying like people died because he defended himself, right? We could easily frame this as he would have died if he didn't have a gun, right? Like
No, we can't,
again,
'cause it's
your
a
entire argument
hypothetical.
boils down to it was stupid that he showed up, which I don't know if anyone disagrees.
It's not that it's stupid that he showed up. He literally broke the law, went out of his way to be there. He went out of his way to put himself in a dangerous situation. It's not self-defense then. If I rob a bank and the FBI laces me, right? Or if I break into someone's house and lace someone, owner, other robber or not, I'm going to fucking jail, dude. If I'm watching a bank robbery happen on TV, active hostage situation, and I decide to take it upon myself to travel 20 minutes to the bank to rescue the hostages, and I shoot the robbers, I'm going to jail. And we already know what would happen if Kyle Rittenhouse did the exact same thing and he was black. Thanks, Big Richie.
With and by the way has absolutely zero relevance to this trial.
He was breaking laws to defend property. At best, this is manslaughter.
So was everyone breaking curfew.
All facts, no printer.
That was breaking laws.
Stardust,
What
go
laws did he
ahead.
break?
What laws did he break?
Lockdown, I guess, only.
He wasn't supposed to be carrying that firearm at all, right?
He
was
wasn't.
I don't think he
Okay,
was
that's a
legally carrying
misdemeanor.
that.
There was a curfew too.
Misdemeanor.
There was a curfew. That's right.
Which
So-
everyone
so
was
there's-
breaking.
Everybody was
Everyone there was
We're
breaking.
talking about the murders. We're not talking about.
Yeah. Oh my god, dude. This is brain dead. All facts, no printer on a stack. Hell yeah, Durkee. You know I'm a Hassan head. I feel like it's pretty easy to figure out.
Nobody cares.
whether
Not
he should have
everybody
been
killed
there.
someone
The
though.
relevant thing are the felony
Yeah,
charges.
not everybody was being assaulted.
People died while he was breaking the law. That makes this man
Trying to assault him.
If you want to
We're
walk
trying
away
to
with
assault
this,
him. They
charging
were
him
breaking
for
the
a
law, too.
misdemeanor of a possession of a dangerous weapon, hey, guess what? That's 9 months in prison and a fine of up to $10,000. Trust me, I don't think anyone cares or thinks that that's like good enough. The people here, they think that he killed someone.
People die cemetery, yeah. Thank you, Durkee. So here's another thing. Here's another example, right? If I'm driving without a license, right? If I'm driving without a license and I get into a car accident, right? And the car accident's my fault, I'm going to get in serious fucking trouble, right? But it is what it is. We'll continue.
Right? They think that there is a homicide. That is what the main charges are. So like you have to stop bringing up this idea of he brought a gun. So did everyone else there. Like it was not like a
And like I said, even if we're talking about homicide, first of all, homicide is not a legal term. Like I said, homicide is when a person kills another person. all these fucking webcam, fucking all this bullshit. Okay, so like I was saying, homicide is when a human being kills another human being, right? That's literally what gets put on your medical. The ME puts that on your death certificate, right? That's the word I was looking for, death certificate. If another human kills you, your cause of death will be homicide. That doesn't necessarily implicate that person in a murder case. For example, like I said in the example I gave earlier, if a police officer shoots a drug dealer or a mafioso or a sex trafficker or whatever in self-defense, the ME is going to write homicide on that death certificate, but he's not going to get charged or convicted with murder because there's two different things. He's talking about homicide, and that's not the question. He like watched Law and Order or something, and now he's like going off of that, right? We're talking about murder, and murder requires MMO, means, motive, opportunity. We have all three here, like solidly all three. Means AR-15. Motive, he wanted to shoot some looters, or he wanted to protect property, which may have involved shooting looters. Opportunity, he drove 20 minutes across state line with a firearm that he was in unlawful possession of to do this. Whoop, there it is. Booyah. Slam dunk. But like, when you are a fucking like ideological, like just straight up ideologue, right? Then you have this take on this situation. And like I said earlier, I'd be very curious to know their take on Michael Reinell.
Unique thing to him.
Yeah, and at some point, like if you're going to have this principle that you're going to hold them to that charge of, possession of the firearm. Well, there was a whole lot more people that were there that night, so you better go ahead and get all your investigators to go find all them motherfuckers too, right? And charge fucking everybody.
Well,
right?
when they
so
kill
let's
someone,
hold everybody down to this fucking letter of the law, so we can have our jail cells fucking overflowing with
this is such a
motherfuckers
brain dead
doing
take.
something that's constitutionally protected anyway, right?
I was just about to say that. Don't we have ANCAPs in here? Don't we believe in victimless crimes? What do we?
Well, it wasn't a victimless crime. He
Well,
was
when there's assault, there's
carrying's a victimless crime, though, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so we've been talking about victims. One thing, this is actually funny because this was actually brought up in the trial. They actually banned the use of victims, right? Because victim carries a connotation that they actually had a crime committed to them, right? It's the same thing. That's why we won't call Rittenhouse a murderer, because we don't know. Like, that's the whole point, right?
Holy fuck! I didn't realize he actually said this. He made this point. Dog, somebody please clip this, because they tried to cook me and act like they didn't know the difference between killing and murder later in the conversation. Holy fuck, dude. This is the dumbest shit I've ever watched. And I get why people say they don't want to watch this shit now. Because this shit is punishing. I could just feel the neoplasm proliferating through my lymphatic system right now. This is fucking cancer.
There's a legal definition. He killed them for sure, 1,000%.
Yeah, well, exactly, but that's what I'm saying.
Assaulters?
I'm saying, if you think that he's a victim because something happened to them, thus you are a victim, like, sure, but that is such an incredibly broad definition of victim that we're not really, like, we don't really care to use here, okay? Like, in the court case, we mean victim. It means that, like, they got killed as a result of a crime.
Oh, thin blue line and no step snicker? CTV definitely does. He's definitely got a thin. He's a military veteran. There's no shot he doesn't have a thin blue line, or he probably has both for real. Lucas definitely at least have this no step on Sneck. I don't know what his feelings are, because he's an ANCAP on like police, so he might be anti-police. That's like one of those stopped clock things that libertarians and ANCAPs fuck with, is like abolishing the police. But for wildly different reasons, right? he might have the no step on Sneck. He's out in Missouri, so who knows? This dude's got the no step on Sneck, but he calls himself a sock dem, which is the fucking the most hilarious shit ever. And she has no fucking clue what's going on, clearly. So, but yeah.
I mean, they did, low key.
Well, I mean, that's the whole argument, so you can't just say they did, right? You have to actually provide substance.
That's kind of what this whole court case is about at the moment.
Yeah. Social
Yeah.
Democrat, yes.
We
No,
can all agree.
no, Alesto is not a sock dem. I don't know what the fuck Alesto is. I think he's a conservative. I could be wrong. But a Double Shine described himself as a social democrat, as a sock dem, yes. Don't tread on my bread, 420. That's funny. Stardust calls herself a leftist, and Double Shine refers to himself as a sock dem, like a social democrat. Critically thinking veteran is it should be fairly obvious what he is. Phil KOE, I think, is just like your like regular run of the mill like libertarian, possibly liberal. I can't really pin his politics down based on the arguments, honestly, because I also don't know how honest he's being in this. He might just be doing this for entertainment. But Lucas Pastillo is a he's an ANCAP, so he's a right winger. He's like Lucas Pastillo is a Republican who wants to smoke weed. Lucas Pastillo is a Republican that thinks he'll be the factory owner one day. Iron Lad, Pond Scum. I don't know what any of that stuff means, but I'm gonna continue because this is
That
silly.
he shouldn't have been there, but again, nobody should have been there. And we can,
Nobody should have been there.
And we can still acknowledge that whether he should have been there or not, he was in the right to defend himself.
I mean, and this is what I keep like, dog. Like, he was not in the right, right? Did he act reasonably? Sure. That's a far cry from making a moral argument about the situation, right? Like, if I'm getting chased by a police because I fucking kidnapped someone and the police start shooting at me, is it reasonable for me to shoot back? Yeah. Fuck yeah. I'm gonna kill you before you kill me. Is it right for me to do that? Fuck no, dude.
We take the same logic, and
that.
if we excuse me, I'm still fucking speaking. Okay, if
The
we
wild id pull.
take
The
the same
wild id
logic
pull.
and we apply it to, let's say, somebody who is like a woman who shouldn't have been at a guy's house, right? And she gets assaulted by him and she kills him.
Alec is
then
petty for
I
that.
think that she had every right to kill him if she shouldn't have been at a club.
This take is so brain
you know,
dead.
it's the same
This take
thing.
is so fucking
He was
brain
getting
dead.
assaulted by grown
And they
men.
think
He
she's
is a
speeding right. They think she's
17-year-old.
spitting right now.
He
They
had
think this is heat.
a good reason to be there because he was involved with that community. However, I may disagree personally with him being there because I think it's a stupid fucking decision. But we still you can call that man a victim if you want, but the fact remains is that he aggravated assault against a child. And I would if a rapist is shot dead, they are still a rapist. If an assaulter is shot dead, they are still an assaulter. I don't consider that person a victim, except maybe they're a victim of their own fucking crime.
Based.
You know, you are correct. In
Wild.
that they should have seen plastered on his T-shirt that he was 17. That's a really important detail.
Apparently he should have known just by looking at somebody that they were mentally ill. So I mean,
No, we can
just
move,
do the reverse
I
Uno
didn't
on you.
make that assertion.
No, we can move away from the
I
fact
didn't
that
make
he was
that assertion
17.
either,
If he was
but-
18, then it would have been just as bad to go and charge him. All right.
Yep.
I
Yeah, it
understand.
would have been.
However, I'm not 100% sure though. I still think that assaulting a minor is probably a worse crime than assaulting someone that's not a minor, even if you don't know. Okay, like I don't think that holds up for the same reason why if you like rape a girl
Well,
and she's
just
a minor,
say,
okay, like it's.
I didn't
gonna be
know
bad.
they were
She does
underage,
not
'cause
have
he
a good
never
point. She does not have a good point, bro. She does not have a fucking good point. Let me fucking blam these goofball ass fucking webcam XD people again. Jesus fucking Christ, dude. 17 isn't really a child. So which point are you saying is good? The dumbass abuser shit, or the that it doesn't matter whether or not they knew he was a child when they assaulted him? Because both are pretty brain dead, honestly. You're watching this with me on YouTube. She's fucking dumb. I won't say that. I'll say this take is fucking brain dead. I'm trying really hard to not be super insulting or go super hard on these people. Saying that someone should know someone is 17 and saying that someone should know someone is mentally ill. Well, yeah, it's a false equivalence though, because that's not what I was asserting either. I was asserting that he should be able to recognize when someone's acting erratic and stay the fuck away from them. Which they extrapolated to, he should know someone's mentally ill when he sees them. Because they have to argue dishonestly. Because they have no points. You know what I mean? I don't feel like going back, especially because I don't know exactly where it is I said it, but I actually elaborated pretty clearly that I didn't mean that I was expecting him to know that a dude was bipolar. But a 17-year-old should definitely know when they see that someone's acting erratically, especially if you chase them and then break chase and then they start chasing you and then suddenly you shoot them. Someone erratic is chasing you, it's hard to get away from. Well, that's what I'm saying. The FBI shoot footage, and who knows? It's even worse if the dude chased Rittenhouse before Rittenhouse chased him. But there is definitely footage of Rittenhouse chasing Rosenbaum. Like, I feel like CNN would have definitely issued a retraction on that if that were not the case. You get what I'm saying? So, like, even if Rosenbaum chased him before he chased Rosenbaum, that right there, when the chase broke, that was an opportunity to get the fuck out of there. He shouldn't have been there and he shouldn't have had a gun. Mom Duke should be charged with a crime for driving him there. Oh, absolutely. She should be charged. His parents should be accomplices because his father bought him the gun, and I don't know if his mom drove him there or what, but it's all good, clear sky. Bipolar is insanely overdiagnosed, kind of like ADD in the 90s. I have a radical take, anaconda politics. I have a feeling, I believe that a pretty sizable amount of what we consider to be mental illness is just a reaction to capitalism. Like food, housing insecurity, all that shit causes anxiety, all that shit causes depression. Like, people don't want to work in a fucking cubicle for 8 hours a day, 10 hours a day, 40, 50, 60 hours a week. People were not meant to do that shit. Of course they'd be depressed. Of course they'd be anxious. Right? Like, fuck out of here. Ghost pepper take, thank you. Spicy take, thank you. So like shit like oppositional defiant disorder is one. Where it's you're literally saying that a kid is mentally ill because he doesn't respect authority, because that authority probably treats him like shit. We've seen communism in action? Not so much. We've seen socialism in action, but we've never actually, and this is one of those things that's like a fucking it's nitpicky, but like we've actually never had communism on Earth. We've had socialism, but we've never actually straight up had communism. Attempted communism, at least. Yeah, but like Dave Koresh, nah, that's not communism. Well, I guess that would be it's like socialism, but so like when I think of socialism in action, when I think of like Cuba or like fucking like Venezuela or somewhere, even North Korea, I think of the fact that, just think for a second right now, I know for a fact, all of you in here, every last one of you in here knows at least two people from your high school graduating class that walked across the stage with a diploma that they could not fucking read, right? You graduated with people who were functionally illiterate because the schooling system that we have is based on a Skinner box for factory workers and farmers. You don't need to read to do those jobs, right? Guess what the literacy rate is in countries like North Korea and Cuba? Writing poetry when they're going to be the ones breaking dirt. Well, in real communism, that would be optional. In real communism, there would be machines breaking dirt. But in capitalism, machines are what force people to break dirt. %, word. But I'm going off on a tangent again. Because we got a little ways to go on this still. How much more we got left? About like 30 minutes.
Fucking held up in court once ever.
Exactly.
So...
Rosenbaum is used to assaulting minors. I mean, that's his whole reason he went.
He's got a decade at least.
17 either.
We shouldn't
right. And that was heat from Alec too. Is that people definitely get tried as adults at 17, 1000%. In the eyes of the law, it's definitely possible to view minors as adults, depending on the context, depending on the scenario. Especially when you're fucking killing people, right? You have high schoolers telling you that Asia is a country in China because elementary school teachers just pass people up. Yeah, that's facts. That's how our school system works. Our school system. This is why I'm anti-school. This is why I personally am anti-school and why Alec is. I can't tell you why a lot of these other people are anti-school. Stardust is apparently a fan of child labor, according to her takes. We already know how Lucas Castillo feels about child labor, with him being an ANCAP and everything. You know what I mean? I don't know why these other people hate school. But for me, it's because it's a Skinner box. Yeah, you missed that, Clear Sky. That was at the beginning. She was talking about how we should far right quadrant. Yeah, she describes herself as a leftist, though. Stardust says she's a leftist. She was in here talking about how we should eliminate the school portion of the school to prison pipeline and either put kids to work or just send them directly to jail. And she's calling herself a leftist. I don't know what she is, bro. She's a rad lib. Her and Double Shine are rad libs. I feel like their politics, they and I could be wrong, and I genuinely hope that this isn't condescending or assaulting when I say this, but the impression that I get from them is that their politics are largely informed by culture war issues, right? So they are obviously pro LGBTQIA plus. They're pro choice. All of those social issues that are hot button topics in America, but they don't have the level of political education to understand the propaganda that they've been indoctrinated with and perpetuate, right? So you can call yourself a leftist or a social democrat and then say shit like Kyle Rittenhouse was defending himself when he drove 20 minutes across the state line in unlawful possession of a firearm to join up a bunch of other white supremacists to shoot protesters that were mad about someone who got paralyzed in an act of police brutality. And yes, she is a person of color. She's Desi. And that was the other cringe thing, is that she's the only woman on the panel who came up with the sexual assault take that is one of the most brain dead fucking takes of this entire panel. And it's like, she's going to id-poll the fuck out of us if we challenge her on that shit. You know what I mean? And it's like, I don't know.
An age, at least, you
no,
know?
passive convictions are relevant in this case because
they're
it
not.
shows
They're
the
not.
state of mind.
I don't think so. I think that there's better arguments here, and I think by doing that, you're going down the line of like, well, you know, he did go to jail. Maybe he should have deserved it. I don't think that's a good line. I think you should focus on
he go on, Alessa.
No.
It shows the state of mind because that is relevant. Because he knows that he shouldn't have been there for first. He's a triple-time felon, if not more. So again, I'm going to go back to the whole gun. He shouldn't have.
That's one point I'm glad Double Shine. And see, this is what I'm saying, is like, Double Shine would clap Alesto and Lucas, but he doesn't. He lacks principle. You know what I mean? Or the what he thinks is his principles is literally just Western propaganda. To the point where you're unwittingly and like just straight up carrying water for right-wing vigilantism. You know what I mean? Because it didn't matter why he was there, right?
Handled the gun. He should have not been in that situation when he saw Kyle with the gun. He should have hightailed it the opposite way. But no, he decided to pursue Kyle.
Obviously, he shouldn't.
And this is what's so wild is they were all like, well, as soon as they saw him there with the gun, then they should have known to run him the other way. And it's like, okay, as soon as Kyle Rittenhouse knew there was a fucking riot in Kenosha, he should have stayed his ass at home. Like, what the fuck is this, dude? This is brain dead.
Done that. That's why he died, right? But like the point is that
Someone is going to be marching in the end. That's going to happen no matter what. I went over that earlier. Either we get white supremacists thinking they're James Bond licensed to kill, or they're going to be mad and protest the way that we all see right wingers protest when they decide that they have been slighted. Didn't someone have a pistol who charged him, or was that proven to be Photoshop? No. So what actually happened was the first person he shot and killed, I think, fired a pistol into the air. And then after that, Rosenbaum charged him and tried to grab his gun. And that's why he shot Rosenbaum and killed him. Rosenbaum had a pistol too, did he? Because, I don't know. That was the slam dunk. Hold on. I don't think he did. Because I think the slam dunk was saying that because he knew he couldn't be in possession of a firearm, he shouldn't have been reaching for the rifle. As if him trying to grab the muzzle to get it away is not self-defense. But shooting someone is self-defense. Right? Like, there's literal, like, classes on that type of shit. Krav Maga, like, that's literally self-defense, bro. You could take that in quote-unquote self-defense training courses. Courses on how to disarm someone that has you held at gunpoint. Yeah. Joseph Rosenbaum was unarmed, and Kyle Rittenhouse knew this when he killed him. This is from yesterday. This is from tonight.
The point is that
everyone's a turd and should have stayed the fuck home. I mean, yes, that's true. Technically, I am a leftist, so I think morally standing, not legally standing, but morally standing, the protesters who were upset about Jacob Blake, they should have been there. Yes. But if we're saying purely legally speaking, then yeah, there was a curfew. Nobody should have been there. However, there's only one person on trial for murder right now. Because only one person there killed two people and seriously injured a third.
he charged him, right? We have to stay focused on that he charged him. That's why he was hit for self-defense.
And see, that's what they want to focus on. They want to focus on that one individual moment, completely devoid of context, completely devoid of the fact that, like I was saying, here in Maryland, we don't have castle laws. We don't have stand your ground laws. If someone armed breaks into my house and I shoot and kill them, I then have to demonstrate that there was literally absolutely no possible way that I could have escaped, and that I was in deathly fear of my life and or limb. If the prosecutor, the state's prosecutor, figures out that there was an unlocked window or a closet I could have hid in or something like that, I'm getting charged with murder. That's how it works here, right? And that's how they want to play it in this, or in terms of that what we would call self-defense, right? In that case, for me, someone broke into my house, I confronted them, they tried to shoot me, I killed them. I acted in self-defense reasonably, yes, but like I said, if the court can demonstrate that I didn't need to kill that person, then it's not legally self-defense. And I'm going to go to jail. Rittenhouse should have stayed home. He's not even 18. Yeah, that's what I keep saying. Even if there wasn't a curfew in effect, I'm sure there's probably a youth curfew. Every city in America has a youth curfew. They hate black kids.
It's this idea of like his past stuff. I don't think it's as relevant to the actual action that was done. That is a justification for self-defense.
Can I just throw out there, it's a justification for like self-defense in terms of him beating a murder charge, which like I don't think any of us thinks that he's going to get hit with murder, but like it's wild the double standard that occurs when you're like, this person knew that they shouldn't have been there, and you're talking about the literal mentally ill person and not the actual 17-year-old with a gun that he didn't own, driving 20 minutes to defend property no one asked him to defend, as if he had more of a right to be there.
I'm curious. Why are you lying? Wait, I'm Endless Cemetery.
What did I lie about? And see, and this dude Lucas was going super fucking hard, and it's like, yo, what exactly did I lie about there? There was not a single fucking thing there that I said that wasn't facts. Can anybody tell me what I said there that was inaccurate about? Because I'm like, okay, maybe he said I lied because I misrepresented their arguments, but now watching this back, like, I said what I said. I said that 10 seconds ago right now. So it makes sense why I would say that in the moment. Murder for protecting your family and belongings, wild. Wait a minute, hold on. What are you saying, Durkee? For murder for, oh yeah, so what I'm describing, yeah. My face, yeah. My face there is funny. Yeah. So yeah, you'll go to jail for murder. You'll get charged with murder. If someone breaks into your house and they can demonstrate you didn't have to kill them and you did, even if you felt you had to kill them, then yeah, you'll go to jail. And I'm not saying that Kyle Rittenhouse didn't feel like he had to shoot those people. I'm sure he did. He was catching an ass whooping. You know what I'm saying? He's a little white boy, 17 years old, had the AR on him, had that thing on him. Clearly he couldn't take an ass whooping. You know what I'm saying? Clearly he ain't have no hands. So why wouldn't he shoot people fucking him up? You know what I'm saying? But the whole point is that he didn't need to be there. Not even just that he didn't need to be there. He went there with the express purpose of getting into that situation in the first place. Yeah, I got what you were saying, Durkee. I can't find the clip that showed the viewers' reactions, but I got this. I'll watch that in a second. I want to finish this first.
He's going to get charged of murder.
And then we're going to look at the comments
to
too.
show that none of them are going to stick, right?
He's not going to get convicted of murder. Rather,
Listen,
I might have misspoke
okay,
there.
so what is he going to get convicted of? Because of the charges
Manslaughter.
presented. No,
That's the time
they're not charging him with manslaughter. It's not happening.
They're not charging him with manslaughter.
They're not. Yeah, they're not. So he's not going to get hit by it.
all
It's going to get
homicide, first
rejected
degree
because it's all homicide.
Well, then yeah, he's going to totally walk. Then that's kind of
I
stupid.
still think it was
Well, yeah,
homicide.
then
the idea that he went there to defend a car dealership that nobody asked him to defend is ridiculous.
I agree with that. He was 17 years old on some vigilante shit.
Relevant. It is
You know,
not
the
relevant
thing
why he was there.
when people talk.
It's incredibly wild to me that they are saying that it's not relevant why he was there when it's a literal murder trial and involved in figuring out whether someone murdered another person. You have to establish intent. So he's telling me the literal reason why he's even on trial in the first place. Because we're already, like, the means and opportunity already there. He had the AR-15, he was physically present there. Now we're trying to figure out the motive, right? He's telling me that the one thing that they're trying to figure out in court is irrelevant. But yeah, he went there pretty obvious to do a bid for his militia crew. Whether or not he goes to prison, it's a bid, huh? Yeah, facts. For whatever association he has, yeah, of course. He and Alec talks about this in a second. It might be coming up now, but he talks about conservatives fantasize about this shit. They fantasize about somebody breaking into their house or like a public mass shooting or any of that shit so that they can shoot someone and get away with it. Like, and to pretend like that's not a thing is asinine. And we'll get to that in a second. Because mind you, we haven't gotten to it yet, but Phil admits that he carries his gun with him everywhere. And we already saw CTV fucking flashing his gun on screen, right? So, yeah.
Thought you drove 20 minutes.
Always relevant.
That just shows that you don't know what the Midwest looks like. I have to drive 40 miles just to get the haircut I got today in the town that I went to, that my grandma used to live at. But that's
do you
40
take an
fucking miles
AR-15
away.
to get a haircut, bro? Come on, dude. Be easy.
Actually, I usually
drive an
do have a
hour to
5.56 rifle with me. It's a bolt action, but I usually do have a rifle with me.
God bless America, dude.
On me.
Gotta have that motherfucking thing on me.
You know, it's a just because.
Yo. You drove miles for that yee ass haircut? Yo, you gotta chill. Take a rocket launcher to get a faderino? Yeah, bro. I always bring my fucking most Nagant with me to get my fucking shape up tightened up. You know what I'm saying? Gotta have that motherfucking thing on me. So yeah, put a pin in this. Remember this moment. We have CTV holding his fucking M9, his nickel-plated M9 up on screen. That's already burned into our minds. Let's commit Phil saying that he takes his bolt action 5.56 with him everywhere. Let's commit that to memory as well. Put a pin in both of those things and remember those. Remember those very, very vividly because they'll be important later.
Like sometimes you see like a rabid raccoon or like a fucking skunk or something, and I want to help the pheasants however I can. But yeah, so in the Midwest, yeah, people do carry guns with them everywhere they go,
and that's what I said. It's charitable because he's like he said in the Midwest, people carry guns with them because they're fucking lunatics. But also, he himself is a literal farmer, and he came up with a way more fucking deranged reason for carrying than I did, talking about shooting rabid animals. I thought he was out there perhaps maybe having to shoot bears, but, you know, anyway.
There's many days I have a 6-shooter on my fucking hip, so I just don't shoot a badger in the field if it tries to attack me.
That's so fucking... I'm sorry, dog. That's so fucking weird, dude. That's so fucking weird. I'm sorry. Like bears, okay, cool. A badger, though, you can't just like get up in the tractor or some shit like that to get away from a badger. I'm sorry, dude. That's fucking weird. Like, I didn't even know we had badgers in the United States. Hold on. Badgers are uncommon in Missouri. They are most likely to be seen in northern and western parts of the state and counties that border the Missouri River. They are rare in the Ozarks. They are nomadic. They are busy diggers and often leave chaotic-looking tracks and digging marks. Wild, dude. What an absolutely fucking unhinged take. I was way too charitable here. Maybe you were right, Fade. Anyway.
Just don't get how the criminal history of Rosenbaum is somehow more important than the intent of the person who...
I'm sorry, he's in Nebraska. So there are badgers in Nebraska. Okay. Never mind. That's my bad. I went out the window on that one. I fucked up there. My bad. Okay, that makes sense now. They're like straight up called Nebraska Badgers. So, okay. All right. I was geeking. I was geeking there. Oh, I'm sorry. It's called the yeah, whatever. Suffice to say, it's okay. It makes sense why he would talk about shooting badgers. Coyotes don't attack often at all. That's facts. The area where I grew up has coyotes. I have never seen a coyote in real life. I've seen hella tracks, but I've never been attacked by a coyote. Bush living is very different from city living. Yeah. I didn't grow up in the bush, but I grew up in the suburbs. Lived subsistence for a good number of years up in the middle of nowhere, Alaska. Moose are scary as fuck. Oh yeah, moose will fuck you up bad. I would carry a gun for moose for 1,000 for the 1,000 for moose and fucking grizzlies and shit. Yeah, I would have a fucking 357. Like, you carried a 44 mag for bear and moose? Oh yeah, absolutely, yeah, for sure. But anyway.
Is bringing
I
this
don't think
fire
either one of those.
I've never made.
I disagree with those. The relevancy of those.
It's the direct
I've never gotten
actions
into that.
that justifies the self-defense.
To me, I thought that the defense really messed up when they brought up Rosenbaum had just gotten out of an institute that day. It's like, oh no, don't do that. Don't do that. That's like if you are playing.
Like I said earlier, the only reason why that would be a bad thing is if you're a person who thinks that a mentally ill person, like a violent mentally ill person, should like be killed. Like, it would be justifiable to kill him in that instance. Right, yeah, exactly. Clear sky.
For the defense, that was not a good moment. To me, I personally do think Kyle in the end is probably going to walk on this. I think he's going to be acquitted. And like we said, we've made a lot of value judgments here. Like, to me, when I looked at
Reopen the mental asylums, I can't co-sign that take only because I know how abusive some of those facilities can be. We need a place where those who suffer can get help instead of being put to the street. I agree with that. I definitely agree with that take for 1,000. But for me, what that would look like is free housing for everyone. And you would just have a mental illness professional come visit you in your home, kind of like we already have, except we would have there would be no homeless people. You would have a home, and B, we would actually have more resources to pour into the medical industry in general, Medicare for all. That includes mental health. So yeah. For me, those are the two fixes for me: Medicare for all and housing as a right. Because being on the street fucks. If you're already mentally ill, being on the street fucks your mental state so hard. It doesn't have to be free housing, just fucking affordable. Yeah, but that's an incremental step to me. I might be extreme in that notion, but I believe housing should be a right. If you're a person on planet Earth, there's no reason to me why you should be homeless. You were homeless for 3 months, sheesh. I wasn't homeless, but I lived in my car for a couple weeks when I lost my childhood home. Do you think a 6x6x6 pod with a bed, a toilet, and a tiny shower, the basic need, would be considered inhumane? Absolutely. Absolutely. We're not going to get free housing. It would be great. We're not going to get it, though. But even if it was just affordable, we'd be so much better off. Yeah. I mean, Fade, if we even had a crumb of any of the shit that I talk about, if we had a crumb of police abolition, if we had a crumb of prison abolition, if we had a crumb of housing as a right, if we had a crumb of Medicare for all, right? Like, Obamacare fucking sucked, but it was objectively good because more people had healthcare than before it existed, right? Same thing with affordable housing versus housing as a right. You know what I mean? If workers were allowed to use nice facts, what's not inhumane? I would say like a decent like 1-bedroom apartment. Like you should get a 1-bedroom apartment. If you have a family, your space should be allotted growing according to your family, right? We should be incentivizing people to have family unions. And I can't think of like the shit is so backwards right now. My generation are not having kids. Our replacement rate's negative for the first time in a minute because we can't fucking afford to have kids. I sure as shit can't afford kids. If I had a kid right now, I'd be fucked. I would never stop hitting up my parents for money. I make fucking $16 an hour. Are you crazy? If I had a kid right now, that'd be it. All I would do would be supporting my kid. My entire life would be over. I would spend all of my days trying to support my kid at that point.
This footage, anyways, to me is like, well, if this isn't self-defense, fuck, then nothing is. Okay, a fucking group of people are trying to beat you and trying to take your gun from you, tackling you, saying "fuck him," "fuck you," and what the fuck
it would
is
be different if he was just
like? What the fuck? Like, what are you supposed to do? Just lay there and take it, lay there and get beaten because the group, all you just
He
want me to
shouldn't
get
have
beat
been
down.
there in the first place.
Okay, that's irrelevant. It is completely irrelevant. The assault started. It didn't matter whether that was supposed to fucking be there or not.
It establishes motive.
Happening. What are you supposed to do? Whether you're supposed to be there or not.
And that's to say that it doesn't establish motive. To the fact that he knew he wasn't supposed to be there and went anyway is brain dead. Completely fucking brain dead.
Just lay there and take it? No. What role dice would you take?
If you break into somebody's house and they start shooting at you with a gun or coming to tackle you, I guess like, oh, you have a right to defend yourself now. I guess like that's what.
Hang on. If I could adjust that really quick, because that's.
What roll of dice are you going to take, Alec? Are you just going to lay there, or are you going to defend yourself? What?
It's wild that I did that because my mic was equally as scuffed. My game was up dummy high. I was clipping the fuck out of my mic. You know what's crazy is that, and this is why this is like part of the reason why they wanted me back, is apparently nobody's ever seen Phil this mad before. Like, me and Alec got him that tight. Yeah, Durkee, I'm not gonna comment on his. I don't like commenting on people's looks. I don't like to fat shame. But yeah, fucking yeah, apparently they had never seen him this angry before. Saying that, yeah, it's all good, Durkee. It's cool. I still love you. But yeah, fucking this was wild.
If I break into somebody's house and then they attack me, you should expect the right to kill them.
Okay, please.
That wasn't the question, Alec, but good attempt at a dodge.
Oh yes, from the same.
It should be obvious that I wasn't the only person that had a problem with talking over Mr. Geek. So. You weren't fat shaming, you just think he looks like the Modern Family dude, LOL? I mean, yeah, it is what it is. I've never seen Modern Family, so I didn't know what that was a reference to. I didn't take it as fat shaming just because I didn't know what the fuck you were talking about, so.
Goodness, stop. Mr. Geek's trying to get control of the room, all right? Look,
Okay,
just stop.
I want to freight to Endless Cemetery. After that, Alestoy, and after that, Stardust. Endless, go.
Okay, it's interesting that you talk about that, Alec, because the state that I live in is actually the self-defense law here is like an equal force law. So if you break into someone's house, right, and they shoot you, right, you can sue them. Or if you break into someone's house and they kill you, they can be charged with murder and go to jail for murder. What state was this in? I know not in Florida because Florida is ungodly.
In Wisconsin.
Wisconsin.
Don't be fucking around in Florida.
Oh, yeah, Lucas literally, he's a Florida Cuban. We knew he was a Florida Cuban. Oh my god, the Floridian Cuban ANCAP. I guess he was in the 0.1% of the the non-literacy rate in Cuba.
The charges.
Yeah, I'm black. I don't go to Florida.
That's probably in
Illinois.
Alec geeked at that one.
In the chat, I've
Illinois,
sourced
yeah,
two of
so-
them.
Yeah, I'm black. I don't go to Florida.
Quick. One is self-defense. The other one is Wisconsin self-defense. The other one is the charges for Kyle Rittenhouse. I'm just
What I was told in terms of equal force is, so say for example, I'm in a street fight and someone pulls a knife on me. If I pull my knife out and then kill them with it, I get charged with murder. But if I somehow wrestle their knife away from them and kill them with it, it's just manslaughter. It's silly. Maryland is one of the most cursed, well, I don't know. The whole fucking United States is cursed, but in terms of like self-defense laws, shit is so fucking like airtight that unless you're a cop or like a rich white person, there's zero wiggle room for you to shoot someone and kill them.
easily say, Alec, you said if someone breaks into your house, I'm sorry, I'm from
Yeah, Pennsylvania has that same law. I'm pretty sure.
Texas. You break into someone's house in Texas and you get killed doing that, you won't see a day in court. You'll maybe see 30 minutes. You'll walk in, he'll say, laugh at this, and then say you're acquitted.
Can we move away from this hypothetical? It is so unnecessary because the whole this is completely off because in the process of breaking into someone's house, you're committing a crime, right?
Yeah, just like in the process of traveling 20 minutes across a state line to break a curfew with a gun you are in unlawful possession of, you're breaking two laws. You're committing two crimes. Like this take was equally fucking brain dead. Like I don't get it. I feel like when they say that he shouldn't have been there, they're making a moral argument like it wasn't smart to go. Like I feel like they're not acknowledging the fact that he literally broke the law to be there. I hope one of us calls him out on this because this was fucking silly.
This is completely different.
Well, that
He
was never
not-
part of the question that I asked. Alex just had to try to shit.
It's actually a really good
That's why I don't like it. I think we should
Okay,
have
I'm
an
muting
actual
people
Rittenhouse.
again. Let's go. Stardust, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, so by the same law.
Those Black Panthers scared those white ladies? Yeah. I mean, that's why the Mumford Act exists, is because the whole country was open carry. Then the Black Panthers came out and they're like, oh no, these Negroes got guns? Nah, gun control time. And that's why California's gun laws are so fucked up.
Logic, right? If somebody is pursuing you and you're about to get robbed or you're about to get raped or you're about to get murdered or even at the the least beaten to a bloody pulp, are you just supposed to take it because you're not supposed to be there? You weren't supposed to be there?
No, you're not supposed to take it, but if you weren't there, you wouldn't have been in that situation in the first place. Especially as if not being there would be you obeying the law. This is so silly.
Are you supposed to just take it?
This lady has some rape trauma. I mean, I don't know. I don't want to comment on that. I don't want to go there. It is already cringe as fuck that this dude CTV is talking about her seeing her dad's dick or whatever. Like, I don't know. This was definitely a weird fucking take. This was id pole as fuck for sure. 1000. And you'll see why. Oh yeah, clear sky. There was a lot you missed in the beginning.
And
She brings it up a bit because it's id pole. Like I was saying earlier, their politics are informed by like American wokeism, right? Which means that she cannot be challenged on anything she's saying right now because she's the only woman on the panel. You know what I'm saying? So if I call her out on how fucking dumb this shit is, I'm a misogynist or I'm mansplaining. You get what I'm saying? That's how that works. Because she did this shit during Scuff Jeopardy where she was like, people were mansplaining, talking over me or whatever. And it's like, fam, we're playing Scuffed Jeopardy. The answers aren't even fucking real. This is meme Jeopardy. Calm the fuck down.
And let a mentally ill person get your gun and possibly kill you? I don't think so.
Here. I mean, that absolutely right. Absolutely right, Stardust. I mean, like I keep telling folks, what roll of the dice would you rather take? And not just the folks.
I would rather not go to a riot. Like, I don't get it. Delta 8 is better than Delta 9. I haven't tried either yet. I don't have a card, so I can't really partake. Recreational is not legal in my state yet. Delta 8's legal? Oh, bet. I might cop the Delta 8 then. No card? Oh, that's just the CBD shit, right? Yeah, I might cop that then, for real. Everybody keeps telling me about it. Anyway, let me chill the fuck out because I'm getting distracted again. Hemp bill? Facts, okay.
In this panel, you at home, what roll of the dice would you rather take if you were put in this unfortunate position? Well, that was not the fucking option there. He was being physically attacked. De-escalation. You are beyond words at this point. So, Alec, again,
I'm already in the house that I broke into.
We're not talking about in the house. I know you're trying to shift it, but no, you're outside. You are outside, and a group of people is attacking you. What roll of the dice would you rather take? And I'm curious if you're going to give a legit
Make some excuses, facts.
Year-old
We're coming
man
up
who
on the
was
part where I think
just
they
released
dunked on
from a
me.
mental asylum, right? Or just released from a mental facility. I'm just gonna let him take my gun from me and do whatever the fuck he wants to me. I don't think so. That as a I would
You're outside, the gang of badgers are surrounding you. What are you gonna do?
knowing
Holy
that a
shit.
few seconds earlier a gun was fired.
I have a question for Endless Cemetery. Endless Cemetery, what were your...
He was so fucking mad, dude. Oh, and here's one of the most brain dead takes this entire conversation. Like, Stardust was in here talking about how saying that Kyle Rittenhouse shouldn't have been there is the same as telling a woman that she shouldn't have been wearing a dress or she shouldn't have gotten drunk after she gets raped, right? And then Lucas Bastillo was like, hold my beer, right? Dramatically up the ante. Was like, oh, we're in here making dumb takes? Bet. Understood the assignment immediately. Check this out.
Thoughts on the Ahmaud Arbery case?
The Ahmaud Arbery case?
Mm-hmm.
Is that the case where the dude was in
Did you see what Phil did too? He was like, yo, what a pivot.
Like, was like a bando or a building that they were building that had no doors or anything on it, and they just kind of decided to take matters in their own hands and shoot him unarmed?
So he went into a property where he was not supposed to be, get a group of white guys that may have or may have not been...
Hold on. This, and I just now realized this too, and I didn't catch it in the moment. This slimy fucker, dude. This lying piece of shit. This dishonest motherfucker, dude. Later on in the conversation, he said he didn't mean Ahmaud Arbery, he meant Trayvon Martin. And what he is describing now is not Trayvon Martin. It's Ahmaud Arbery. These fuckers. This fucker, dude. I wanna sit down. I wanna have another conversation with this Lucas Bastillo kid. I wanna have another conversation with him. Cause he's fucking content. This motherfucker is chock full of memes, dude. Watch this.
Racist, went after him and he tried to defend himself. Do you think he had the right to defend himself? In that scenario, he didn't. He wasn't supposed to be there, and he was assaulted by a group of people. Did he have the right to defend himself?
Okay, so first of all, he was there unarmed. Second of all, he didn't kill anyone. He was the person that got killed.
If he would have been armed, if he would have been armed, do you think he should have had the right to defend himself?
Yeah, but first he should have shot a cannon that shoots millions of dollars out of it over me.
I rest my case.
Like, what is this hypothetical? Like, damn, dude, slam dunk.
Ahmaud Arbery, it's not a hypothetical. It's a real life scenario.
It's literally a hypothetical. You're asking me what if he was armed. You asked me what if he was armed.
I feel like I heard like a different thing a minute ago. Like, I imagine like when Endless Cemetery was talking about a cannon, shooting $1 million. Like there was this whole money shot scene of him getting shot.
He
I
should
don't know.
literally fire millions of
Like
dollars
a
in
month-
$20
like
bills
a
out of his member onto me before he shoots these people with his imaginary gun, so that you can justify this kid in Wisconsin shooting these unarmed people.
I cooked him. Dog, I cooked the fuck out of him. I cooked the fuck out of him right there. He didn't have shit to say to that. That was fucking heat right there. I fucking dog. I dunked his shit right there. Oh my god, these fuckers, dude. This is why I'm doing this, because I'm trying to get better at debate. I want to do this debate bro shit. It's funny to me. Ahmad Arbery was jogging during the day doing normal human shit. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Technically, he was breaking the law because I guess he was trespassing, but like, that's another false equivalence. You're going to equate trespassing to going unarmed with a like. We're trying to equate trespassing with being unlawfully armed and going to a riot, right? Exactly, Fade Runner. We're talking about jogging through a house that's in a process of being built versus taking an AR-15 to a riot. Like, speaking of it, pull a lot of your coworkers pull that shit. I mean, yeah, it's people who lack political education. Because the whole thing about IdPol, like when I talk to you about my experience as a black person, the reason why that's important is because of the politics that are shaped by that, right? It doesn't matter if I'm a fucking black. If I'm pro-slavery, it doesn't matter if I'm black, right? It's still fucked up for black people, right? It doesn't. If I say, hey, yeah, I'm a black person, I support slavery, that doesn't mean that black people support slavery. It still has to line up with your politics. But people want to pull that shit all the time, right? Dave Chappelle, prime example. He can't be a transphobe because he's black, right? Stop punching down on my people, even though black trans people are the fucking least protected class other than children, which there can be black trans children, but it's double erasure, just like someone in shout out to Feek the Signifier. Someone he interviewed said it's double erasure because you have people like Dave Chappelle, you have black men pretending that black trans women don't exist, and then the number one killer of black trans women is black men. So it's erasure on two fronts. You're pretending like they don't exist, and on the other hand, you're literally going out of your way to make them not exist. You know what I mean? Well, let's continue. Got a little bit more.
Yeah. Your question is, do you have the right to defend yourself? And obviously the answer is yes, every time. You have the right to reasonably defend yourself, okay? You do not have the right to instigate and then defend yourself and claim it was self-defense.
Facts.
Sure, so let's actually look at the let's look at the Wisconsin
So
state
thank
legislature.
God we've all come to a consensus, folks.
No, okay.
Thank
Right
the
on,
Lord.
Clear Sky.
Praise Jesus.
Yeah, let's look at the law. Okay, so you're saying that there was some instigation, right? Even if we give this idea, this conspiracy that he showed up to instigate, even
it's definitely not a conspiracy knowing what we know now, because we know that 10 days before he did this, he was talking about how he wanted to shoot looters, to the point where the judge stopped the trial because the prosecution referenced this out of turn. You know what I mean? But hey, I'm sure we're just making shit up, right?
if we were to assume that, all right,
it didn't.
The state legislature states that the privilege, that obviously if you provoke someone, self-defense, that privilege is gone. However, the privilege lost by provocation may be regained if the actor, in good faith, withdraws from the fight and gives adequate notice thereof to his or her assailant. So, regardless, even if you had all of this conspiracy going for you, at the end of the day, he was still being charged.
And that's another brainworm that Americans have, is they don't see carrying a firearm as an aggressive act. They don't see that as an inherently violent act. Like, if I see someone around me carrying any firearm, law enforcement or not, I'm uneasy. That makes me uncomfortable, right? I don't know.
By people, he had his gun shown, and if you are charging someone with a gun, I think there's
Like if we're not at the gun range and I see someone with a gun, I'm going to be paying very close attention to them.
an obvious lethal intent there. You would have to be like completely acting in bad faith to assume that he just was going to charge him to like slap him on the wrist.
I think it's reasonable to assume they were charging him to get the gun away. And
And what were they going to do with the gun?
We've established
What was he going to do with the gun that he brought there?
right?
He defended himself.
The guy who just got out of a mental institution that day is going to take the gun and do what
And
with it?
also the friend shot into the air. It's reasonable again to think, even if he wasn't supposed to be there, that he has
Charging him to hug
no
him, that's
obligation to just submit himself to these two grown people who he doesn't know what their intentions are.
Could he have run away?
He tried to run away, and then what happened is he couldn't get away, so he had to shoot.
I want to ask you what Kyle.
Which is wrong, because like I said, CNN reported that in the FBI footage, you could see Rittenhouse pursuing Rosenbaum. Now, what happened after that is what we are all talking about, that Rosenbaum chased him. They chased him, dragged him to the ground, and then we all know what happened after that. But when I referenced, could he have run away? What I was referring to was the moment where he was pursuing Rosenbaum, because there was no reason to do that. No matter what context you put that in.
Rittenhouse should have done in that situation.
He shouldn't have been there.
That's not relevant. I'm asking you.
Irrelevant. Shouldn't have been anywhere. Nobody should be anywhere.
Irrelevant.
Any victim shouldn't be anywhere. We're just saying that people.
That's the magic phrase. The secret word was irrelevant. This conversation.
Deserve to get raped
I
and robbed and killed, dude.
I am asking you.
You're just saying people deserve to get raped and robbed and killed, and they should just take it.
Listen
We're
there.
supposed to just
You
submit
hear?
to it. We're
This
just
brain
supposed
dead
to
ass
take
shit.
it when somebody's trying to hurt us.
To him getting
No,
charged.
listen, I've got the
That's so
$20,000.
wild.
No, I want you to bite the bullet. I want you to bite
That's
the bullet on
white,
this.
so
Do
wild.
you think he should have just sat there and submitted to Rosenbaum charging him?
I'm answering.
Yes
If
or
I'm
no?
breaking into somebody's house and I have
We're
the
not talking about
$20,000
one of the
in
houses.
there,
do it.
Just
You can't
answer
do
the
it.
question.
I have the gun.
He's got to deflect. He's got to
That's fine.
minimize.
Don't let me finish. And I have
Well, you're
the
not
if
answering
I
the
just
question.
say
Wait,
yes,
wait,
he
wait.
should
Let
have
that
shot them in that situation,
Yeah.
and that's a half answer because I don't think that he should have been there in the first place. If I'm breaking into somebody's
Because of
house
that.
and I have the $20,000 in my hand
but this is
and a gun
public
in his
property.
hand, and then the
This is
guy
public
wakes up
property,
and he
though.
tries to charge
That
me,
is
public property.
This is
Hold
a
up.
place where
Holy
multiple
fuck,
people
I'm
are
going to
sharing
start
a
muting
public
people.
space.
Alec, I want to.
She mentions it again, but yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's idpol. It's just pure fucking trash idpol. I don't think it's because I don't like I said, I don't want to pontificate on what her personal history is, but I get the impression that she keeps bringing that up in this debate as pure idpol because she thinks I don't have an answer to that. You know what I mean?
Hear Alec finish his point uninterrupted, just once. Go ahead.
You want to hear me what? I'm sorry, I missed that.
I want to hear you finish your point because I didn't hear
Here's my
shit.
point. Thank
No
you.
one heard shit.
What I'm saying is,
Yeah, I've been raped by one before too. I feel that. But yeah, clear sky. I know where you're coming from.
he shouldn't
Nobody
have
should
been
have
there
been
to
there,
begin
facts.
with. So if your argument is what should he have done in that situation because it's not relevant, I can just as easily say, I shouldn't have been in this man's house breaking in and trying to steal their stuff or do whatever the fuck I'm trying to do. So if I have a firearm and this guy's trying to kill me, do I have the right to then kill him? But I'm already in the situation that I should not have been in the first place. So it's a dumb question.
Wait,
It was public property.
Does he or not? You're
It was
asking this
public
question.
property.
You won't bite
Does
the
he?
bullet on it.
Yeah,
I
think
think
you're trying to go to this different hypothetical and you won't answer a direct question. It's a very
It's wild because we've both definitely already answered this question, right? Like, sure, if you're in fear of your life, you're going to, like, we have lizard brains, dog. if your adrenaline's rushing, you're in fear of your life, you're not going to act reasonably unless you have some serious fucking training, right? Which Kyle Rittenhouse clearly did not. And that's something else that he lied about. He admitted in court that he lied about being an EMT. So there's that.
Direct question.
It's not a different
should Kyle,
hypothetical.
should Kyle have actually submitted to the mob or not?
If Kyle's life,
yes or
at
no?
that
It's
point-
pretty simple, man.
If Kyle's life at that point was endangered because of his actions, and that was how he was supposed to preserve his life, then sure. But I still think
Right.
he should be charged with crimes because he shouldn't
Right.
have been there.
Right. Facts.
Okay, I want to pray to Stannis.
scenario.
I'm speaking right now, and I want to pray.
The conversation is going in circles because that's what they keep coming back to. They think that chaos morbid angel shit, facts. The conversation is going in circles because they know that's the only thing that they can get us to say yes on, right? That's literally the only point that they can get us to concede on. Right? Should he have just let them beat him to death? Of course not. Who the fuck would say yes in that scenario? Literally everyone on planet fucking Earth would say no, right? Of course he should have done something to keep them from fucking beating him. You know what I mean? But like we both keep saying, it's completely fucking devoid of context. Completely fucking devoid of context. I don't think not first degree murder, no. Not first degree murder. But second or third degree.
To Stardust.
Yeah, 1,000, but he's not getting charged with manslaughter is the other thing. The prosecution fucked up there. Now, I'm not sure if they did that because they figured it might be a mistrial or something like that, and they wanted to leave other shit that they could possibly charge him with if this shit falls through. But yeah, manslaughter's it's all murder. It's all murder shit he's being charged with. Second degree murder, I think. Prosecution went for the slam dunk. Yeah.
Scenario, any victim, we can make
Same
that
thing happened with
same
Zimmerman,
claim
yeah.
that they should not have been there. This is a public
But that's also why Zimmerman won. Is because what they charged him with was too extreme.
space.
For the opinions of the people in the jury or whatever.
That these people were all in, right? He tried to run away and he couldn't get away. And then there was a gunshot and so he shot. You could use that same logic, Alec. You could use your same logic that you're using here to say that a rape victim shouldn't have been where they were. Because this happens.
Look how mad we both
Victims
got.
are victims. We can I'm sorry. The logic, if you follow
She said I'm sorry because her chat was cooking her for this brain dead ass take, and she told me this.
it, we can take this. We can look at Trayvon Martin. Did he have the right
Yeah, I got heated on this one. I got pissed about this one.
to defend himself when Zimmerman attacked him? Because he shouldn't have been there?
Yo, look, you see me? Yo, look at me.
I think as a broader thing, right?
Can I please
First off,
That's a
Yeah,
good.
I
That's
want-
a good one.
I want to hear
Yeah, it's a good
from
one with your speaker,
Endless
I guess.
Cemetery, and after that, Lucas.
Oh, that's very,
Okay.
very high level intellect
Okay.
there.
Here we go. Y'all ready for
You're
this?
stupid, I guess. Like Jesus, what?
All right.
Uh,
So I have very serious problems with the analogies that are being thrown out. We've mentioned Ahmaud Arbery, and now we've just mentioned Trayvon Martin. Cool, awesome.
Sorry,
So
I
the
meant
thing
to say, I'm
is-
sorry, I
I
meant
want-
to say Trayvon Martin. I just messed up. Then
Oh, Trayvon Martin, cool, awesome.
See, that was a lie right there. That was bullshit. That was a complete fucking lie. Complete fucking lie. See that? Bottom right vaped all his anxiety out? Yeah. Dog, Alec had heat. That's why we linked after this. Because Alex had the heat on deck. But everybody caught that, right? Lucas Bustillo coming out and being like, oh, it sounds like Stardust has a stronger argument than the one I tried to make, so I'm going to go ahead and piggyback that. Cowardly.
So excellent. Even so, okay, cool. That's even better.
And I completely ignored it because I didn't acknowledge it in the moment because I was too fucking brain dead. I had too much brain damage from what Stardust was saying.
Better. Awesome. So the thing is, right? if we're applying the same logic, right? There's a curfew, right? These people aren't supposed to be there, right? Just as a general rule, there's a curfew. We know that bad shit is happening there. And this is kind of where I feel like I understand the analogy that Alec is trying to make perfectly. And I feel like he's doing this because, like, for whatever reason, it's really hard to explain this basic ass point. So, like, if the general vibe is nobody's supposed to be there, the government has said, don't come here, shit's out of control. We're trying to reestablish control. Cool. All the news reports you're watching are saying, hey, there's crazy shit popping off there. Maybe don't go there, right? Your parents are probably concerned. Even if you work there, like, hey, you know, there's some crazy shit happening where you work. Maybe let that calm down or something, whatever. And your first idea is, you know what? I'm going to grab my strap. I'm going to strap up and go out to the spot that I'm, first of all, not even supposed to have this without parental supervision, right? But I'm going to go out there, even though nobody asked me to defend that property there with my first aid kit, blah, 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 because I, as a 17-year-old high school student from Bumfuckville High School, am more authorized to do crowd control and medical stuff than the EMTs, the law enforcement, whatever that there's going on there, right? That's what I have a hard time believing off top, because I definitely wasn't on that wave as a 17-year-old. Second of all, when you're making that comparison between Trayvon Martin and fucking what's this kid's name, Kyle Rittenhouse, Trayvon Martin was unarmed, right? Trayvon Martin also lived in that area, literally lived in that area. So that's a bad comparison.
So
he worked there.
Right. But for a completely different reason. And that's why this is so fucking psychotic. You're comparing a woman who's gotten tricked into going on a date with someone that she thinks is safe and being raped and being in that scenario to someone who went there specifically because they knew it was a conflict zone, dude.
No, actually, any woman who goes, if you're a woman, actually, and you
so
go
a woman
on a
expects
date,
that she might have to use an AR-15 at the club. Be reasonable, dude.
Excuse me. If a woman goes anywhere on a date with anybody, most women know that there is a risk of this person who is most likely larger than them and most likely stronger than them, of them being taken advantage of.
That's a little bit different than going on a date.
No, anytime you go on a date, anytime you go to the club, anytime you go to a place with a bunch of dudes, you have to accept the fact that there is the risk of you getting taken advantage of.
Yes.
I'm gonna let myself finish. I'm gonna let me cook because I have some thoughts.
That is a dangerous situation. So
risk.
maybe
You're not going with this person specifically because they're violent. You're not going with that person specifically because they're violent.
He probably didn't think that those people were initially going to be violent.
Then what the fuck did he bring an AR-15 for? Are you kidding me? You fucking reasonable.
Like, you can't go back.
That's what I'm talking about, dude.
You can't just
look how distressed I am. Look how distraught I am. Like, what the fuck is this?
My argument is not guns bad. My argument is
a part of the American experience.
Yeah.
Okay.
If you want to change gun laws, that's awesome. But it's not going to happen.
You're really expecting me to believe. You're really expecting me to sit
Why
and
did
look
she have
at all
pepper
of you
spray
right
in
here.
her purse?
Wait,
Why did she have pepper spray in her purse? She clearly wanted to use it, and she assaulted somebody for using it.
Then why didn't Kyle Rittenhouse bring pepper spray instead of an AR-15?
Yeah, but you know what you're missing?
I'm just saying we're applying the same logic to the fucking
It's
pepper
not the
spray.
same logic.
It's
not the same.
It is.
Why are women?
If I use pepper spray. Did I show up?
Women?
Did I bring pepper spray with me and with the intent to use it on somebody?
No, she brought it.
You're telling me.
That's the
You're
answer.
Nice.
It's different. You're going to a.
No,
It's not different.
It's not
It's
the
the exact
same,
same.
dude.
It's
not the
fucking
same. You're telling me
bring
going
a
on.
weapon with you as a form of risk management. You're trying to mitigate risk. You're not going out there to try and find a fucking trouble there.
We're talking about We're talking about risk management.
Wait,
risk
Endless Cemetery.
management.
Can I
Operant
ask
word
you,
being management.
of all the people that brought guns that night, did every single one of them come with the intent of shooting another person?
No, but you're telling me.
What? Wait, why did they bring guns then?
You're gonna sit there and
Why
tell
did they
me
bring
with a
guns?
straight face. You're
Well,
gonna tell me with a straight
well
face
done,
that a
Double
woman
Shot.
is expecting that level. A woman is expecting every time she goes on a date.
I want to ask you this question
You are
again.
not talking to the women in your life.
Why,
I'm sorry. Like, yeah,
why did
that is
all
a
those
reality.
people bring guns? Why did all those
I
people
live
bring
in
guns?
Baltimore fucking city,
Why did
bro.
all those people bring
Are
guns?
you kidding
I'm
me?
curious.
I think many people.
Do you understand how many women I've seen get buried with their dead name? You're gonna sit here with a straight face and tell me that a woman going on a date with a man has the same level of expectation of violence as a teenager bringing an AR-15 to an active conflict zone? That makes sense to you. That makes sense to you.
Wait. Sorry. I want to pray to Alistair, who has been patiently waiting, and after that, Lucas.
Phil is simping, yeah. I cooked them with that one. They didn't have an answer for that one. You notice how quiet they all got on that one. Look at her. She's not even paying attention. She knows that was sauteed. That was teriyaki right there. That was hibachi right there. I just fucking flambéed their whole fucking life right there.
Mute at this or moot at this point. So continue.
Sorry.
Okay. I want to ask.
I was gonna say, if a woman goes out on a date with me, she better be down. You know what I'm saying? Otherwise, I'm not forking out for dinner. Okay, that's all I'm saying.
Even more fucking cringe from CTV, dude. What a wild self-report. Even if that was a joke, why the fuck would you joke like that, dog? Look at my face. Look at my face.
Saying. All right. I mean, I'm going to ask a question into the panel, and I'll answer myself, but I want to know if anybody knows this. Does anybody know why he was carrying a rifle instead of a gun?
You mean a rifle instead of a pistol?
Yeah, instead of a pistol.
Because that was legal, right? That's
it
what
was illegal for him.
No, the reason why Stardust didn't say anything to it is because she's a star fucker. And what I am assuming is that CTV has a massive fucking audience. Massive audience. Star fucker's not the word. Because that's implying that Stardust fucks CTV, which I don't think is the case. I do believe, though, that she wants to cozy with CTV because he has a larger audience that she can poach. She thinks she can poach from, which is dumb. Because I'm imagining that everyone in his audience looks like a fucking thumb. Hang on. I don't want to assert that without backing it, so I'm researching that really quick. She has like 7 followers on Twitch, I think. A Christian American constitutional conservative and philosopher of history. Wow. That's a really long-winded way to say that you have no clue what you're talking about. $3,500 followers. Okay, so I was wrong. Critically Thinking Veteran only has 3,500 followers. I don't get why she's tolerating this then. That's another blow for the whole leftist shit like grift. Well, it's not a grift. I shouldn't. That's too harsh. But like, you're only using your id poll on me to defend white supremacists, or excuse me, you're using your id poll on me to defend right-wing vigilantism. But when the dude is in here literally being a fucking misogynist, crickets. I have no explanation for that. Let me see. Yeah, Stardust has like almost 8K followers. Damn. So I couldn't tell you. Couldn't tell you. Okay, and I was wrong as well. Stardust does not call herself a liberal. So Stardust bio says streamer, entertainer, debate broad, troll, social liberal, nasty woke, feminist. When I'm right, I'm right. I talk about culture, social issues, politics, and music. I especially like the intersection of popular culture, music, art, and social political issues. This channel is not for sensitive people. What did I tell you? What did I tell you? It's not any actual like academic theory or any type of framework that she's moving from. It's literally just like woke. She's just woke. That was Pittsburgh. No need for this. It's the brain. I don't know if I'd want that viewership. I sure as fuck don't want anyone from CTV's audience in my chat. My finger would get tired from the timeout button. Like, do you want people who are cool with jokes like that jumping in your chat? Precisely. I gotta follow her now. I followed her. I actually was in her last stream. Well, not her last stream. I don't know when her last stream was, but I came in and chatted with her. I rated her on Monday night. When I finished my stream, I rated her. Like, seems cool as fuck. Just, this was a fucking brain dead take. Debate broad, she's really bad at it. I mean, can't win them all. She's down with a 33. I don't know what that means. Kind of like a girl who calls herself a gun bunny. Yeah, I mean, yeah. This shit is tragic for real. This shit's sad. I don't know. My only guess, like I said, my only guess was that perhaps critically, like, CTV's audience was larger and she wanted to gain followers, but that's not the case. So I literally could not tell you why she lets the shit slide from him. Maybe he runs, like maybe he has pull or something for these Hippy Dippy shits or something, so that's why they just let him cook. I don't know how he would, seeing as how he only has 3K viewers or followers, which is, more than 3 times as many followers as I have, but I don't get it.
To carry a pistol, yes. So he had to carry a rifle. So if you want to talk, he had to go around the law.
I think that the possession of the weapon is not important as much as the fact that, again, we cannot just say that just because he brought.
This is one of the silliest parts of this shit too, because first of all, the reason why he carried I know the reason why he carried a rifle instead of a pistol, and they're going to admit that too. The reason why he had a rifle instead of a pistol is because he was legally not allowed to own a pistol, being a minor. Imagine that. Second of all, he's saying that whether or not he possessed the gun is irrelevant when he literally broke the law to be in possession of the gun. So it's like, I don't know, dude. This shit's cursed as fuck, to the point where I genuinely wonder if they were just memeing, like, to make for a good show. Like, if this was some kind of setup or something, where like Stardust, Double Shine, they all already knew each other, and like me and Alec were just supposed to be like getting thrown to the wolves to create content or whatever. You know what I mean? Like, I genuinely don't know, because these takes are way too fucking brain dead for these people to sincerely believe in them with any level of like being genuine. Like, good
gun.
faith.
His intent was to kill. Otherwise, we would have to say the same thing for all the other people who brought guns, and we clearly know that there were tons of people there with guns. All right. So if your argument is that
But no one else there killed people. This is such a fucking silly. This is all they wanted to do. It was like, well, everybody else there had guns. Okay. Well, first of all, everybody else there isn't on trial. Second of all, Kyle Rittenhouse was the only person that killed people, dude. Like, and yet again, we have to come back to our initial point that they want to ignore, but is ignorable. He should not have been there in any capacity. And that establishes motive.
bringing a gun means that the only reason that you're bringing a gun is to kill people. You have to say the same for every single one of those people, and I know you're not willing to do that.
I'm absolutely willing to do that because not everyone there killed someone.
Yeah, but the only reason why he killed them is because he was charged.
He was assaulted.
Yeah.
Double Shine. The reason I bring that.
The only reason he killed people is because he went there in the first place. The fact that he was charged and all that shit that happened after is secondary to the fact that he had to go out of his way to go there.
You think he was the only person assaulted that night or what?
Okay.
Do you think that just because someone else was assaulted?
Do you think he would have still killed those 3 people had they not assaulted?
And this was a goofy fucking sidestep too, because like I said, this was a riot, so clearly people were being assaulted there. But for whatever reason, you know, Kyle Rittenhouse decided that he needed to fucking shoot someone. So
Him?
Hold on, wait. Can you repeat the
Do
question?
you
Bro?
think Kyle
I
Rittenhouse
didn't hear
would
the
have
question.
actually killed? No. Do you think Kyle Rittenhouse would have actually killed those 3 people had they not first assaulted him? Yes or no?
Oh no, obviously not.
Thank you, folks. Thank you, Lord Jesus.
This is where they thought they won.
That also right, exactly.
Wait, we have all the video proof that they.
But you
assaulted
haven't
him.
demonstrated that he had a right to be there in the first
Attacking
place.
him with
Nobody's agreeing with that.
But you
Nobody
haven't
agrees that he had the right to be there.
And it's irrelevant.
Nobody is saying that he had the
It's
right
not
to be there.
irrelevant.
Nobody
It's
has
establishing
the
motive.
Nobody has the right to be
It's
anywhere.
establishing motive. He knew he was breaking the law when he was going there. He knew he was breaking the law.
Nobody
going there.
has the right to be anywhere. Those people didn't have the right to
Nobody
be there
has the right to be
either.
anywhere.
They shouldn't have been
But they
there.
didn't
If
kill
they didn't want to
anyone.
get shot, we
Yeah,
can
that
use
was the
it.
intellectual kill
They
shot.
shouldn't have been there if they didn't want to get shot. They tried to assault somebody.
That can I just say, like, I know that Phil KOE's thing, that his thing is showmanship, and he does the whole Jim Cornette thing, and blah blah blah. I never want to see or hear the phrase "intellectual kill shot" again. I cringed so hard that it did something to me. It did something to my soul. I'm saying, you know how Guts when the eclipse happened, and they say that like he didn't just receive wounds to his body, he received wounds to his soul. Like, this did something to my soul. Like, my soul is bleeding behind this.
Also, not the ones on trial.
They
So
actually
I don't
did
get it.
assault somebody.
Maybe they didn't kill
Okay.
somebody because Kyle was able to defend himself. Otherwise, maybe another story would have been told.
You are begging the question.
And here's more hypotheticals. Like, okay, well, maybe the people that Kyle Rittenhouse killed would have killed other people. Okay, that's completely unfalsifiable, and we'll never know because they're fucking dead. So,
by saying that he's the only one that killed himself, obviously, because that's the whole point. We're arguing that he killed in self-defense, right?
Yes.
So we've all come to just perfect consensus. We've all agreed, and
That's silly
everything's
as
a
fuck.
box of fluffy doves, and we've all come together, just like I predicted at the beginning, folks.
I believe he acted in self-preservation, but I don't think he killed those people in self-defense.
What is the meaningful difference between self-preservation and self-defense? I'm sorry.
The same difference as legally between killing someone and murdering someone. So
Can
there
you?
go.
I need a little bit of elaboration. I don't
Yeah,
think
I need you to
self-preservation.
articulate
Come
that.
on, these are just meaningful.
What?
I see. Dude. The fact that this is fucking dog. This is just him, I guess, being hype and indecisive from the intellectual kill shot. But literally, he himself understood the difference between killing someone and murdering someone. So, like, I don't know, dude. I can't deal with this.
I mean, it's pretty simple.
You're making a
It
distinction
is
without a
simple.
difference.
It's
a distinction without a difference
actually,
as far as I'm
if you
concerned.
have more than 2 brain cells, it's a pretty simple difference. But
Oh,
the
I'm
reason
sure
why
you. I've got many more than that.
Okay,
the
so
reason why
ad-homs are not a good way to demonstrate your point. You're
Which was wild because I didn't attack anyone with that. I just said if you have more than 2 brain cells, you can understand. If they took that personally, then it is what it is. But it wasn't an ad hominem attack, like, by definition. Because it wasn't in place of an argument and it wasn't directed at anyone. But Stardust has been saying brain dead shit all night at this point, so
I'm sorry. I'm frustrated that I need to explain why he's on trial for murder, even though we all watched him kill those people on camera. It's frustrating to me.
Yeah, and I'm maybe frustrated that somebody threw and attacked him, and somebody shot into the air moments before he shot them.
No, wait,
and you
I
don't
want to.
So then you're
understand
saying you
why
do
he
know the
has
legal difference
the
between
motive.
killing someone and
Why
murdering
he has
them.
the motive.
Self-preservation and
Not the motive.
Afraid
He
you
has
haven't
the,
demonstrated what that difference is yet, Endless.
He
dog, this is so brutal. This is fucking brutal. Look how smug he is down there in the corner, too. This is so fucking dishonest. I can't even deal. This is fucking crazy.
he has every reason to defend himself.
It's the difference
maybe
between-
I'm a little bit frustrated that we are engaging in victim blaming logic here.
You know what?
The id poll, there it is.
I'll,
And look
I'll
at him
actually
clapping.
explain the difference for you. It's the difference between going on a date someone and shooting them because they tried to rape you, and breaking into someone's house and shooting them because they tried to shoot you
caught
first.
on camera defending himself.
That was incomprehensible. I'm sorry. That was just garbled nonsense. I'm sorry.
All right,
I really do like Endless, but that was not a good answer. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I think Alec thinks that's a good answer.
Oh,
I
it was
don't
good.
think. Okay, I think we've reached
But I'm kind of
bottom.
biased.
I don't think this was going anywhere. And yeah, I think it's time to go into closing statements. So I'm going to start with Aresto, since you had.
You could see
your hand
Mr.
raised.
Geek's fucking
Well,
his
I believe it's
brain hurts
self-defense.
too.
Kyle was there not just for defending, he also did first aid. He was a trained EMT, that's what he was doing. He was also giving out food, water, and other things. He wasn't just there protecting, he was also there giving out sustenance and a bunch of other things.
That's so fucking like, I don't get why that's important, like how that's even remotely relevant. Especially considering he literally already, like, we didn't know this at the time, but like he admitted that he didn't have EMT training and he lied about being an EMT. So you're telling me, as long in the scenario I mentioned, right, where there's a fucking bank robbery that I've been watching happen for 2 days, I go there and spray up the bank robbers, that's cool as long as I give the hostages fucking bottles of water, Capri Suns, and animal crackers and shit? Like that, come on, dude. This shit is like, you literally have to be just purely blinded by ideology. Like, you just have to be emotionally invested in him being in the right for whatever fucking reason. I couldn't tell you. With actual like right wingers and conservatives, it's obvious. It's because he lived out their fantasy, and they want him to get away with it so that they know that when the opportunity arises for them one day, inevitably, when whatever minority gets fucking tired of the bullshit that we have to deal with on a daily basis here, and we decide to start protesting, then you can just go shoot people. And as long as one person in the crowd lit something on fire or something, then everybody was rioting and looting, and you can get away with it. And we addressed that too. Remember what I was saying earlier about how Phil KOE said he carries his bolt action 5.56 with him everywhere he goes. I remember when CTV flashed his M9 on screen, right? Remember those two. Think really hard. Put those two events in the front of your brain right now as you listen to these closing statements.
So personally, he should be fully acquittal. If you want to debate about the last two, the one where he's not legally allowed to have the gun and the other one he's out, we can, but those are the only two that are going to hold water. The other ones, they're all going to be acquitted. That's the end of my closing statements.
And it's pretty brain dead to me that I mean, we've already talked about this. The fact that they would admit that admit that he committed those crimes, that he knowingly broke the law, but that doesn't imply intent is like utterly asinine. The idea that he knew he was breaking the law to even carry that AR-15 to bring it with him, like I said, a person who did not want to be exposed to the possibility that they may have to shoot and kill someone would not have gone out there. But Kyle Rittenhouse, if we're being as charitable as we can possibly be, completely ignoring the fact that he literally said he wanted to shoot looters 10 days before this, right? That aside, if we're acting like this is court and we're not supposed to talk about that or think about that, at the very least, he exited his home and entered that area with the express knowledge that he may have to use that rifle on someone and that he could possibly kill them in that process. That's just a fact.
All right, I'm going to Fred to end this.
So, I also happen to have been trained in EMT training, and I don't ever at any point recall firearms training in that training. But yeah, he's probably going to walk, but that more so represents a failure of the justice system to me than it does anything morally. Yeah, like I said, I feel like he killed those people in the act of self-preservation, but I don't think it was self-defense because he shouldn't have been there in the first place.
All right, Lucas.
Some of these dudes are ultimate goofy. Absolutely, Hobbs. He carries a bolt action 5.56. Yes, Hobbs. For animal disposal. and like rabid. Like he's a farmer. We've I don't know if you're here for this, but he's a farmer in Nebraska. So he said he's got like badgers and like rabid animals and shit. And of course there's bears out there and shit that he would need to protect himself from. So it's not completely unreasonable that he would carry a bolt action 5.56 with him everywhere. That said, there's literally no fucking legitimate reason that CTV would take it upon himself to lift his fucking burner up to show it to everyone on screen, to the point where Mr. Geek is literally like, what the fuck are you doing in the middle of the shit? So yeah, remember all of that stuff when you listen to what when you listen to what Alec ends up saying.
So yeah, once again, a lot of lies have been said during this panel just now. I mean, people have been saying that he crossed state lines with the weapon. He didn't.
No one said that.
He didn't go there with the intent to kill. He went there with the intent to, one, assist protesters that might have been assaulted, maybe even hurt, which is why he brought a medkit with him. Which is why he brought water. He was putting out fires. He was defending property. It doesn't matter whether people.
He was defending property. What does defending property entail? The possibility that you may have to shoot someone. And if you shoot someone, you might kill them. Wild concept, right?
People were asking him to be there or not, you still have the right to volunteer to defend your community. Another thing I wanted to say is,
you do not have the right to commit vigilante justice. You don't.
The reason that he was brandishing his weapon, like I said before, was because he was not allowed to have a gun legally. If anything,
Look at my
real
face.
evil of this story, it was the fact that a 17-year-old needed to get a rifle, so because you couldn't have a small pistol with him to defend himself.
Yeah, it would have been way better if he'd shot those people with a Glock. You know what I'm saying? That would have been a much greater outcome if he would have shot them in the head with a Glock instead of an AR-15. Like, this is such a fucking brain dead fucking direction to go in.
I don't see. There's no case that can be made against Kyle for me.
So I consider here. I think that I'm not exactly sure why. So here, I know exactly why. So here's why. Here, Anubis, and here's what's crazy. Here's why we're not allowed to use those statements in court, as if we didn't have enough evidence that the judge was a fucking chud. So the reason why, and we watched this footage, because it didn't make sense why the prosecution would bring it up if they knew that it wasn't admissible in court, until he explained why he brought it up. And then it made perfect sense. And then I was like, oh, this judge made his mind up before he even sat on the bench. So the reason why we can't use what happened was there was an event at the same car lot where Rittenhouse had told someone in yellow pants that was sitting or laying on one of the cars that he aimed a gun at him and was talking about how he would have shot him or wanted to shoot loot or something like that. I'm paraphrasing, but he didn't have the gun on him. He didn't have the rifle on him. So that's why it's not admissible in court, because even though he made the threat and had said that, because he was not actually armed at the time, doesn't matter. The reason why the prosecution brought it up, even though it wasn't admissible in court, was because one of the pillars of the defense is establishing that the reason why Kyle Rittenhouse shot the dude is because he didn't know whether or not the dude was armed. Even though we know now Rosenbaum was unarmed. Rittenhouse himself admitted that he knew that Rosenbaum was unarmed when he shot him. So why people would continue to act like he was in fear for his life because he was taking an ass whooping with a skateboard. And that's the other goofy thing about this. If he didn't have the AR-15, they probably wouldn't have beat his ass as bad. Just like I was saying earlier, there's literal self-defense classes that you can take that will teach you and show you how to disarm a person when you are held at gunpoint. Now, those things are supposed to be last resort techniques, right? The initial thing that you're supposed to do with a person when you're held at gunpoint is comply, obviously. But if this person is about to shoot you, that's it. You know what I'm saying? You got to do something. There's methods for that. And it's absurd to me that we're granting that liberty to Kyle Rittenhouse, someone who now admits that he knew the people that he shot were unarmed. Well, at least that Joseph Rosenbaum was unarmed. We're granting him that liberty that he's able to act in whatever fashion he feels necessary due to being in fear of his life, when he's literally pointing a fucking gun at these other people who don't know if he's going to shoot them and are in the middle of a crowd where you can't easily escape. You can't dodge gunfire when you're shoulder to shoulder with people. And if the motherfucker's 5 feet away from you, why not? Might as well go for it. You're about to get clapped anyway. That's what I would do. Shit, you're not going to just... I'm not just going to take that. As silly as these motherfuckers are, you're saying he should have just laid there and took it? Okay. You're saying they should have just fucking stood there and got shot? What take is this? What the fuck is this? This is so stupid.
Manslaughter or anything like that. It was obviously self-defense. Somebody shot into the air. People assaulted him, and there's nothing here has been said that has changed my mind, or even question my ideas.
Well, I mean, you can't change something you don't have, so I'm not surprised by that.
All right, I'm going to throw it to Alec Gunter.
He shouldn't have been there. I've said it over and over, and I'll say it again.
Listen to this.
He was crossing state lines. It was a big drive for him to go there with a loaded weapon to defend property that nobody asked him to defend, and insert himself into a very, very dangerous and high-stakes situation with that weapon in an attempt to rile people up so that he could use said weapon. I know this as a former conservative, and this is going to be a personal anecdote, but conservatives have this really weird wet dream.
He's laughing. He's already laughing after he just said that he carries his bolt action 5.56 with him everywhere. Now, for him, it was in reference to the fact that he's a farmer and has varmints and shit that he might need to shoot. But it was in defense of Kyle Rittenhouse bringing an AR-15 to a riot.
Where they just have to get a kill on somebody in self-defense. They have to. So it's, I know this because I used to be one. All right. So he just lived out the wet dream. And now he's,
And look, he's acting surprised as if he didn't just flash his fucking nickel-plated M9 on screen 30 minutes ago, right? Right? And he's like, what the fuck are you talking about? As if he didn't also just watch this guy pull his fucking gun out on camera 30 minutes ago. This ANCAP motherfucker is acting like he doesn't know what this dude's talking about when he probably literally beats his dick every night thinking about shooting communists, right?
Sounds like you were a really bad conservative. Sounds like you were a really bad conservative. By the way, I'm not a...
And he's geeking. He's geeking after literally telling an anecdote about how if you broke into his house, he would shoot you and kill you. Right?
No. I'm not letting anyone speak. I'm sorry, we're doing closing statement. Stardust, go ahead.
And yeah, he's had enough because he knows how brain dead this situation is. He's like, I'm not even going to let you guys start. This is over now. We're moving on to something else.
Yeah, your personal wet dream is not the reality for everybody else. Sorry.
He lives in fucking Florida. He definitely knows people like that. He lives where the Trayvon Martin. He brought up Trayvon Martin. So that's another example of this Lucas Bustillo motherfucker, dude. This fucker. Oh my God, I hope we have another conversation again soon.
So, again, I would like to look at this. If the person was pursuing him to hurt him, he had the right to defend himself. It doesn't matter whether he should have been there or not, because we can take that same logic and apply it to any person who's been victimized. They shouldn't have been there. Maybe she shouldn't have been at the club. Maybe she shouldn't have.
Stardust did he piggybacked it? Yes, he mentioned Ahmaud Arbery and then piggybacked her saying Trayvon Martin, but he lives in fucking Florida, dude. There's absolutely no fucking way he doesn't know about that case or how it played out, and I'm sure he had the same fucking mentality about that, right? Self-defense, right? He didn't want to do it, even though there was literally no reason for him to do it other than if he wanted to, but. You know, he was in that much fear of his life that this fucking teenager was going to beat his ass to death in the middle of the fucking night.
Been in the decided to go walking at night, right? These are all things. It's dangerous to go walking at night in certain cities. I've gone walking at night in certain cities.
I get that she's dog. I need her to quit this shit. I need her to cut this shit the fuck out. Like, I get she has very little political education, so she's like woke as fuck, you know what I'm saying? And we're doing id poll shit. I need her to fucking stop with this shit, because this shit is punishment. And I don't think she understands how much it devalues all of her positions. Like, fam, you need to fucking stop. It's time to stop. Like, I'm not a woman. I've not publicly identified as a woman. This is deeply fucking offensive to me, right? The idea that you would equate Kyle Rittenhouse with, sexual assault survivors. And I maybe that's how you go at right wingers, and you use that woke shit to teabag right wingers, and on some stop clock shit, you might be right a few times in the right on that wave. But this shit has to fucking stop. Like, I need you to fucking chill. I need you to cut this shit the fuck out, because this shit is fucking literally getting people killed. Yeah.
But again, it's like it's victim blaming. It just is. You should have the right to defend yourself. If you are,
and I have to reiterate that never at any point did Alec or myself assert that you don't have a right to defend yourself. The issue came in whether or not we actually consider what he did to be self-defense, which everyone who is looking at this situation honestly knows is not.
In a situation, it doesn't matter whether you should have been there or not, because we can use that argument for every single robbery, rape, murder that's ever happened. So those guys shouldn't have been there either. They did pursue him. They did attack him.
Self-preservation,
and,
yes.
There was a gunshot that was fired, and he was acting in self-defense. And yeah, I don't think that he should have submitted. I don't think that he should have given his firearm to a mentally ill person. And he did try to run away and was unsuccessful, and as a result had to shoot to kill. So.
All right. Double Shine?
Yep. So I think it's really easy to sit here and talk about how he shouldn't have been there. Guns are bad. They make things really scary for people.
This is dog. I don't know if Double Shine is just brainless or if he's being dishonest here. But there was literally a moment in this conversation where I was very enthusiastically making affirmative gestures in reference to shooting guns. I don't really want to talk about what I own, what I don't own. You know what I'm saying? I am pro firearm. If that was ambiguous, I am pro firearm. I am not pro Second Amendment because I think the Constitution is a goddamn piece of paper, to quote George W. Bush. I do not recognize the legitimacy of the United States government, but I do believe in the right of self-defense and self-determination of black people. So with that in mind, yeah, I'm a gun rights advocate. I believe black people should be armed and trained in the usage of those arms. So this idea that any part of my take was guns bad just because I asserted the fact that bringing a firearm into any situation is an escalation of that situation, regardless of whether you intend to use it or not. The idea that it's irrelevant to decide whether or not he had the right to be there is fucking brainless, considering that's literally the entire fucking reason we're having the trial. We already have the means and we already have the opportunity established for murder, and now we're trying to find motive, right? So it's just I don't get where this is coming from, unless either he was listening to a completely different fucking conversation that we were having, or he's just completely dishonest and just wants to be on the winning team, I guess. Or he's just memeing and this is content. I don't know. I couldn't tell you.
None of these are relevant to the court case, and none of them are being used by the prosecution.
Which is also fucking wrong. Dead ass wrong. To the point where the prosecution was admonished for inferring that he was only there to shoot people based on his own testimony that was considered inadmissible in court because the judge in this case is a chud. Like, his phone went off in the middle of the trial, and his ringtone was the intro music for a Trump rally. You cannot make this shit up. The chudge. Yes, the chudge.
The charges: first-degree reckless homicide, first-degree intentional homicide, attempted first-degree intentional homicide. None of these have been proven out. They are all absolutely destroyed by the amount of testimony and video evidence that we have.
I would say first degree, yes.
It's actually so great that there's a good chance that Kyle Rittenhouse might not even be called up to the stand to give his testimony, because there's just simply so much video evidence at this point and photos of the event to suggest that it was done in self-defense. I believe that none of these charges will stick in court, except for the misdemeanor of having a weapon, and anyone who suggests that him walking is a failure of the legal system is spewing conspiracy theories equivalent to the January 6th election fraud.
All right.
And that was honestly one of the most brainless things that was said in this entire conversation. And what really solidified to me, you see me laughing? This dude is a fucking rad lib. He's not even a sock dem, right? You're gonna really sit there and compare and look at Phil. He thinks the dude dunked on me. This is how fucking brain dead this shit is. We're doing January 6th level conspiracy theories for inferring what we found out was true just days later, right? He literally, Kyle Rittenhouse literally said out of his fucking mouth he wanted to shoot looters, right? Prosecution got in trouble for bringing it up. That came out of Kyle Rittenhouse's mouth. If you were looking at this and saying that that has absolutely no indication on his mindset in the fucking moment, now you can say that legally, yes, of course, it was not permissible in court. So you can't consider it evidence. The jury is not going to consider that. At least that they wouldn't, right? But as an outside observer, as a bystander, if you're looking at this and you don't understand what's happening here, you are either a liar or a complete fucking idiot. I'm sorry. There's just no way for me to be nice about this, considering how fucking dishonest and just fucking ridiculous these people were throughout this conversation. Now that I have the opportunity to watch it back, like I was watching it back to try to steelman my own arguments. I was watching it with the intent to be like, okay, I fucked up here. Let me say this instead, or let me do this next time. And this whole time, I'm just sitting here like, holy shit. Were these people even, were they having the same conversation? What the fuck? Like, I don't get it. I forgot he said that dumbass shit. We're conspiracy theorizing on the same level as people who think that Donald Trump really won the election by saying that Kyle Rittenhouse wanted to go there to start shit and shoot someone and get away with it, when he wanted to go there, start shit, and shoot someone and get away with it by his own admission. It's just I can't. This is painful. It's actually fucking painful. It really is. I feel you, Turkey.
Phil.
Well, folks, this has certainly been a spirited debate, but, you know, we've gotten into a couple of things here, some very spicy things, but, you know, let's be frank, the intellectual kill shot of this particular debate was when I asked...
I'm sorry. That shit, that's cancer. The intellectual kill shot. Oh, that shaved 5 years off my life expectancy.
If those people had not assaulted Rittenhouse first, would he have killed them? And when the answer was no, that's pretty much it. I mean, there's really, at that point, we're just talking academic here. And
we're not talking. See, you see how funny I thought that shit was? You could easily, his same argument, I could say that the intellectual kill shot, I'm sorry. I could say that the thing that he said, I could say that happened if I would have asked if he would have killed the protesters had he stayed home. And they said no. And then I just flipped the table, and you know what I'm saying? Like, absolutely fucking brain dead. Absolutely brain dead. I charge that to the game, though. He's trying to be a showman, and so he has to act like he won, first of all, as if this was a thing that you could win, but that also he won in spectacular fashion. So, flip the table and coomed, yeah.
I'm sorry, but Alec, you're talking about how you used to be a conservative, and I'm sorry, I've been holstering this joke too long, and I gotta unholster it now. If you were a former conservative, then I'm the space pope. Now, sorry.
They don't believe he's a conservative. What I inferred from that is that they don't believe he's a conservative because he's a leftist now, or based on the takes that he has on this now. Either that or in direct reference to him talking about how conservatives have a fantasy to shoot someone in self-defense. And I'm thinking he's referring to that because that's where Alec had mentioned that he used to be a conservative. So it's dumb because it gets at what I was saying earlier about CTV talking about how being a leftist isn't original. It goes back to what I was saying about a lack of political education about America, to where you don't understand that the default political position in America is conservatism, especially as a ostensibly straight, white, ostensibly cis male. You know what I mean? I'm not going to make any assumptions about Alec, but, you know, he is in the prime demographic for conservatives, right? There's no possible way he wasn't a conservative at some point in his life. That's just how it works. The Overton window in the United States is center right. And as I said before, that is so severe. The lack of political education is so severe that you can have people who call themselves sock dems and woke and feminists and all these shit, but we just sat up here for an hour defending right-wing vigilantism. It's people who get all their politics. First of all, conservatives don't get politics. They just inherit the prejudices of their parents and grandparents and so on and so forth. But the people who are even remotely close to political education are people like Double Shine and Stardust, who get all their political education from wokeism, from fucking pinkwash shit, right? They get their political education from fucking BuzzFeed, right? Like,
I couldn't help it. I've been holstering that joke too long. But also, one last little thought that I want you all to ruminate on, to chew on, to think on here. So people keep saying he shouldn't have been there. He shouldn't have been there. Shouldn't have been there. He shouldn't have been there. He shouldn't have been there. You know, funny. I didn't know that the left didn't think that 17-year-olds and people had the... I thought you thought they had the right to protest. So...
This is such a brainless take. This is such a fucking brainless take. We'd already said multiple times throughout the conversation that legally, nobody should have been there. There was a curfew in effect. And if you wanted to abide by the law, you would not be outside breaking the curfew. As I've stated multiple times in this commentary, I feel like I didn't do a great job of elaborating this, mainly because I didn't think he would pull this brain dead ass takeout. But as I've stated multiple times, morally, I think that there is, depending on the situation, not January 6th, not that kind of weirdo fuckery, not people protesting to open the economy and give everybody COVID last year, right? There's your principles come into play there, right? But when it comes to civil rights, that sort of thing, yes. Morally, I believe you should break the law. And along with that comes the consequences of breaking said law. If I got arrested when I was out live streaming last year, that I would have charged that to the game. I was out past curfew. I was protesting the police. The police snatched me up. That's how it works. Cartoon characters, why even bother discussing anything with these guys? This was a platform for me. I gained a lot of viewers off of this. That's all it was for me. You lean to the righter end of lib right, lib left usually, but I even will admit a lot of people get their hands on guns and want to be heroes and want to be action heroes, space fulfill. Yeah, that's facts. I'm pretty far left, I would say. I'm libertarian leftist, so I'm not necessarily anti-authoritarian because fucking, there are some authoritarian views or positions I might agree with, some Maoist principles, but I'm definitely pretty far left, and for the most part, I would consider myself a libertarian leftist. But yeah.
left doesn't think that people should be allowed to protest anymore. Boy, the left should.
And that's if we're going by the political compass, which is fucking goofy anyway, and is literally just it's Western propaganda in and of itself. But
Sure has come a long way since our little boy, hasn't it? So, folks, I'm Phil KOE. You can find me at KOE Nation on YouTube, Twitch, and TikTok. That is KOE Nation, YouTube, Twitch, and TikTok. What are you doing? And by God, if you are not.
And just to be clear, I'm not saying that Kyle Rittenhouse didn't have the right to protest. I'm saying that if he wanted to break the law peacefully, by all means, do that. When I say that he shouldn't have been there, I mean that. In the context of the law, and in his court case, he literally should not have been there. To abide by the law would have necessitated his absence. So, he's like the rancher slave owner. I don't know.
Fucking following Mr. Geek right now on Twitch, you are missing out, folks. And with that, I yield back to all you beautiful people.
All right, CTV.
Well, I've done just a lot of listening because there's been a lot of high spirits in this conversation. The thing that I find the most appalling is the lack of empathy from those that were arguing that he just shouldn't have been there, right?
This motherfucker is talking about a lack of empathy after he just flashed his gun on screen and we're defending a literal right-wing vigilante, right? This motherfucker is talking about a lack of empathy after multiple people in this conversation had said that the worst thing that the prosecution did was say that Rosenbaum was mentally ill and had recently had an episode because that would justify him being killed, right? The people saying that are also now accusing us of not having empathy because we're saying that Kyle Rittenhouse shouldn't have been there because his absence would have literally prevented people from dying. We're saying this in the spirit of we don't want people dead and injured. And that means we lack empathy because I don't know. I guess we think that Kyle should have just let them beat him to death or something like it was Left 4 Dead. You know what I'm saying? So, I will say all the way fuck CTV for this aggressively because how fucking dare you impugn my character and say that I lack empathy because I want people to not get fucking shot to death in the street. Right? So, yeah.
Right? Regardless of the reason why he was there, it doesn't actually fucking matter.
It doesn't matter if you're a fucking ideologue and you think that going out to shoot looters is cool and sexy. Like I keep saying, when you're determining whether or not someone is a murderer or whether or not someone has murdered someone else, you need an MMO. Means, motive, opportunity. We have the means, the AR-15. We have the opportunity. He was there. He was clearly there. He's literally on camera killing these people. Now, we have to establish a motive. Why would he kill those people? If he would kill them in self-defense, it would be because there was no possible way, and this is, who knows how fucking cursed Wisconsin's laws are around this, but here in Maryland, he would go to jail for life. And that's not just because they love locking people to fuck up here in Maryland. I mean, like, in terms of the law and what was referenced as self-defense, to where if you instigate with someone but then you reasonably disengage and they pursue you anyway, then that's considered self-defense. That doesn't apply here. It doesn't. Because he had a fucking gun. It would be one thing if he was just traipsing around, bopping around unarmed by himself, whatever. But he specifically went to a riot with a gun. At the very least, open to the possibility that he would have to shoot and kill someone. And we're just going to ignore all that because, like I said before, it legitimizes our fantasy that we don't want to admit we have, even though we're literally on camera talking about how we would shoot and kill people if they broke into our homes, putting our guns up on camera, admitting that we take our guns with us everywhere to justify this motherfucker going to a riot with a gun, right?
At the point where he starts being aggressed by someone, he has the right to defend himself. I don't give a fuck.
He doesn't have the right to defend himself legally. Is he morally reasonable? Yeah, absolutely. Act in self-preservation, right? If someone tried to rob a bank and the bank teller shot them and they shot the bank teller in self-defense, or excuse me, in self-preservation, whatever, self-defense, whatever you want to say, brava, you did that, shorty. You different. You know what I'm saying? You saved your own life. That's what you're supposed to do. That's literally your one purpose in life, is to preserve your own life so you can pass on your genes, right? Kudos. You did that. You're still in the fucking wrong, dog. Just like with Kyle Rittenhouse. You're watching these protests on TV for months. You know they have escalated to violence on multiple occasions. So you take it upon yourself to act instead in the place of law enforcement, EMS, fire services, as a 17-year-old high school student with an AR-15, an IFAK, and a pair of rubber gloves. You drove 20 minutes to Wisconsin. Whether or not you took the gun across state lines or not is immaterial to the fact that when you got there, you were in unlawful possession of the firearm. So you were knowingly breaking two laws because you would have known through the news reports. If you knew enough that it would be dangerous enough that you might need to bring an AR-15, you would know that it's a riot and you would know that there's a curfew in effect. What would I do if David Vincent busted into my home and started forcing lyrics at me, like post-domination? I don't know. I like formulas. I'm not a huge fan. I don't know. I haven't really listened to Gateways a whole lot. I actually really liked Heretic. Heretic was actually the first Morbid Angel record I listened to because I have this really weird like curse where I always only listen to a band's absolute worst record first before I hear anything else by them. So like with Slayer, it was Diabolos Musica. With Napalm Death, it was Diatribes. Morbid Angel, it was Heretic. Who else? There's a few. Heretic ain't that bad though. It's not. It's not. He was writing cryptofash lyrics pre-domination, and that's another thing. I can't, knowing how fashy adjacent a lot of these bands are in the modern day, I can't listen to a lot of the lyrics about like genocide and war and supremacy and, you know, strength and shit the same way. But that's I'm getting sidetracked again. Where
they're at, I don't give a fuck. You know,
of course you don't give a fuck.
Who
You're a
it
fucking
is,
brainless
right?
chud.
If somebody starts coming at you, you have the right to defend yourself, right?
Right, yeah, of course. If I break into your house and you shoot at me, I have the right to shoot you, right? Brainless fucking chud, dude.
And if you are carrying a rifle and people don't think that that's not going to be one of the means in which you use to defend yourself, well, that clearly shows a lack of intelligence on their part. And exactly what the fuck do you want me to do about that?
If you're going to a riot and you have not considered the possibility that you might get fucking jumped, whether or not you have a rifle, that seems like that's a lack of intelligence on your part.
Right? So,
I don't know what I'm supposed to do about that.
Rosenbaum was a fucking idiot. That
Rosenbaum was literally mentally ill, first of all. And second of all, I've already stated there are multiple techniques for disarming someone who has a firearm pointed at you if you think them firing upon you is imminent, right? He's a veteran. This dude is a veteran. He should know this. He should know this. He's being dishonest right now. I mean, he's a fucking chud. That's all. His entire ideology is based on a fucking lie, but I don't know, dog. I have a hard time discerning who's the biggest fucking scumbag in this entire conversation. Because this shit is fucking cancer.
That's how that shit played out. Skateboard kid, guess what? Another fucking idiot. Anybody?
Yeah, but Kyle Rittenhouse was smart for bringing an AR-15 to a riot. He was smart for doing that. Anybody would have did that. They would have done it. That's why they all did it. You know what I'm saying? When they hear about a riot, the first thing they do is pack that AR-15 and go out. You know what I'm saying? Because they got to heed the call of duty. That's why everyone in this call has shot 3 people. Ridiculous.
That decided to go at somebody with a fucking rifle that night was a fucking idiot. You fucked around and you found out.
You called that, Clear Sky. You called that. You called that. 1,000.
And that's how this shit's going to end up playing out in the court, because this is how justice is found, and people can understand that if I was in that situation, you better fucking believe I'd be defending myself. And frankly, the kid showed a lot better rifle discipline than I'd say a lot of adults out there. So
no, he fucking did not. Because if we're talking rifle discipline, Clear Sky said it. Like, the first thing that they tell you is to leave that shit in the fucking house. Leave that shit at home. Why in the fuck are we... Who in their right fucking mind, dog? I legitimately can't understand. If any of these people had a kid, not a single one of these people on this panel would be comfortable sending their 17-year-old kid out to a riot with an AR-15. But they're going to sit here and act like that's completely fucking normal. That's totally reasonable action. Matter of fact, it's above and beyond. He's a hero because he acted when no one else would. Donald Trump vibes. And meanwhile, Michael Ronell, who is not breaking any laws to be where he is, to kill actual white supremacists, gets Swiss cheesed by marshals. And, you know, I wish so hard that I could have asked them how they felt about that situation. I genuinely, that's honestly my biggest regret in this conversation, was not asking people how they felt about Michael Ronell. Because I feel like that would have flipped this whole conversation.
True.
All right. And with that being said, and unless I'm forgetting...
Yeah, if it's on your street, that makes sense then. And even then, and that's also a lie, because the other veteran that they interviewed on the stand said that he never felt the need to shoot anyone. And I get that there's a training gap there between a literal combat veteran and a 17-year-old child. But, you know, it's still like, if he didn't have, and that just goes to, if he didn't have the training, then he shouldn't have been there. If he didn't have EMT training, then he shouldn't have been there doing medical services, right? Likewise, if he didn't have the firearms training, then he shouldn't have been there with the firearms, shooting people.
someone. I think that concludes this topic. Was kind of heated.
What?
A lot of spice, but yeah. But
we all
anyway.
got along perfectly.
Yeah, right.
Not so
But yeah, I
spicy,
just
sorry.
wanted to thank everyone for being here, like Reddy and everyone.
I also regret that my mic was so scuffed throughout the conversation, but I also was getting really heated. So, but that was it. I'm not gonna make you all watch this fucking scuffed ass game of Jeopardy that we played after the fact, because I also got to go to bed because it's almost 4 a.m. I've been streaming for almost 6 hours. Fuck, dude. But yeah, that was it. Maybe I'll watch if you guys are interested in that, I'll watch the scuffed game of Jeopardy because I made some pretty funny jokes. I had a few funny moments in there. With consistently 10 plus viewers, so win. Yeah, I consider that a win. This is definitely the most viewers I've had consistently. What's on my pinky? It's a band-aid because I fucking I got a really bad paper cut at work. I mentioned this earlier in the stream, but I'm a freight handler. And so I whip a forklift. Sometimes shit falls over, you got to get off the lift and tilt it back over, pick it up or whatever. So there was some shit that I had to pick up, and it's got this like plastic band on it that keeps it banded to the pallet, to the skid. And I got my fingers under there because that was the only thing that I could get a purchase on to get a good grip on to lift it up. And I gripped it too hard, and it dug into my finger like really bad, and I got this really bad, really deep paper cut from it. So I hit it up with with an antiseptic wipe and put a bandage on it. So the stream, yes, that stream. So that whole conversation, that whole thing is on YouTube, and it's on Spotify now apparently too. So that's cool. But yeah, obviously it's on Twitch as well. That was the original video was broadcast to, but they uploaded that in like highlights, I guess, to YouTube. Nasty Diamonds. Now, I do have a pinky ring, but I don't have it on me right now. It's in my car. Otherwise, I'd put it on and show it to you. I have a pinky ring that has the. Speaking of Berserk, I have a pinky ring that has Brand of Sacrifice on it. What's the title on YouTube? Hang on, I'll pull it up for you because it's a long title. Hang on. It's Hippy Dippy Recruitment. Here it is. Hippy Dippy Recruitment, Kyle Rittenhouse trial. There it is. You can see the title there. Hippy Dippy Recruitment, Kyle Rittenhouse trial, featuring Stardust, Endless Cemetery. That's me, and Double Shine, and yeah. Oh yeah, we didn't even look at the comments. Look how fucking scuffed these comments are too. This shit's so cursed. KOE Nation, the return of the king. He was always going to say that, whether he won or lost, so I can't really hate him for that. He's a showman after all. Phil KOE, not the hero we deserve, but the hero we need right now. A KOE fan. I don't really fault him for that. He is a showman. So that I am a fan. Kyle will walk for this. Good for him. Wild as fuck. I thumbed the shit down because I'm goofy, but saying, well, he shouldn't have been there is so lazy and dishonest. It's not. I said, how? He literally shouldn't have been there. There was a curfew in effect, and he had no business there at the time that he was there. No one should have been there. There was a curfew. If someone gets killed and there's someone they shouldn't be, you can't just say, well, she shouldn't have been there. That's not an argument. Dog. Recycled opinions, yes. And then Endless Cemetery just so wants to believe in alternate truth. It is interesting to watch in real time. First of all, he was not watching this in real time because it's literally a YouTube video. But second of all, I am not even going to waste my time responding to that because that. Look at this dude. He's fucking bald. You knew he was going to be. Look at this fucker, dude. He definitely has a no tread on snack blue line. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's okay. I will talk about people's looks when they're bald. He's went into full mold. You know what I'm saying? His wife left him. He's very upset. So now he has to come on YouTube and talk about people. He has to come on YouTube and talk about how people are detached from reality while he thinks he's watching a YouTube video happen in real time. Put it that way. But yeah. Anyway. Molding. Thank you, Donkey. Thank you, Durkee Malungus. Sub to metronome. Oh, that's metronome. Word. All right. Wild. Imagine. Holy shit, dude. It's been a while. Word. Well, it's going to be a while because you're banned. Anyway. It's all good, Clear Sky. But anyway, thanks for watching, y'all. I appreciate you all contributing to chat and stuff. Shout out to Hob, shout out to Clear Sky, shout out Big Richie Lizzie. Shout out Clear Sky. I think I already said that, but shout out Kuma, of course. Shout out Bird, always. Shout out Fade, of course. Shout out Anubis, naturally. And yeah, I appreciate you guys. Damn. And to think, he would have got away with it too if he would have never mentioned, because I was just looking at my phone earlier and saw that what's his name? Metronome followed me on Instagram. So he had to blow his own cover. But anyway, it's late as fuck. He's trying to send me messages and shit too. But yeah, it's late as fuck. A stalker? Nah, not really. Yeah, fantastic morning at this point. Yeah. It's gonna be a long fucking day at work today. I'm gonna be tired as shit. I hope it's not too much, yo. But anyway, I gotta go to sleep, y'all. Yeah, it was him. It's the What's Akuma dude. That's exactly what that was. Yeah. 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 It's funny, right? Yeah. He left like 57 comments too. That shit's crazy. Your name is Bear Bear, isn't it? Yeah, that's a yeah. We've yeah, he knows. It's Bear Bear, yeah. But good night, y'all. I appreciate you all sticking around and rocking with me for this long. I'll see you guys on Friday. I'm gonna do a community cost. Cannibal Sanchez. Shout out to Cannibal Sanchez. He got me a copy of Mortal Kombat 11 on PC. So we're gonna play some MK11 on Friday night. Finally. It's been a minute since I played MK, since I got my cheeks clapped in that tournament a couple Thursdays ago. So have a good night, y'all. Stay safe, stay blessed, stay healthy, and I'll see you Friday. Let me see. Who do I want to raid? Who is live right now? It would help if I logged into Twitch. Who's live? Who's live? Who is live? Blackout's live. Hayate's live too. We'll raid Blackout. How long has he been streaming? If he's been streaming for a minute, I won't raid him. Oh, he's only been streaming for 45 minutes. Yeah, we're gonna raid M2S Blackout. He's also a really good MK11 player. So I leave you in his hands. Whoops. Didn't mean to close his tab. Have a good morning. And I'll see you guys on Friday. Ready up. Ready up, ready up, ready up. And head on into his shit. I'm gonna wait like 10 seconds. Because this ad is going, and I want to be able to actually hear his reaction when I rate him. 2, 1, here we go.